Penguin Random House Audio presents Mate by Allie Hazelwood. Narrated by Ellie Gossage and Teddy Hamilton. To live journal users, The Dirtiest Sock, the Miss LV, and Piano Foreplay, as well as the anonymous prompters. I hope you're thriving, wherever you are. Prologue. The child had been trained well, not by her family, but by life. When the door broke down and she ran for her mother, it wasn't to seek comfort, but to provide it. "Come with me," she wanted to beg. But since the words wouldn't come out, she tugged at her sleeve. "Come with me. It's better this way." But the mother freed herself and didn't spare a single glance for the girl, who had no choice but to retreat upstairs, alone. There was a man sleeping in the bedroom, a cruel, nasty were who scared her nearly as much as the people breaking in. Still, she shook him awake to warn him.
"I'm trying to get some fucking rest for once,"
he roared, pushing her away. The girl ducked down before he could hit her.
"If you can't keep quiet."
He stopped, realizing that something was amiss. She glanced around for a hiding spot and slipped inside the closet. For a while, that was it. She hugged her knees and breathed through the musty scent of old clothes. When the screams started, she began counting. The people in the house always called her stupid, but she could go up to 1,000, and the numbers in her head, stacked one after the other, covered the wails of pain, the snarled insults, the sounds of snapping bones. She kept silent, even as the noises grew closer and louder. 205, 206, 200. A pool of viscous blood seeped in from under the door, and the child could no longer control herself. Her gasp ricocheted off the walls of the overstuffed closet before she could cover her mouth. She knew then that she was as good as dead. No, 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 no. Trembling, she bit her lip and prayed to her mother's old god. In the darkness, she could not make out the color of the blood. "Stay calm," she told herself, shrinking into a pile of ancient blankets. The pleas had stopped a whole minute earlier, but there was still movement all over the house. Maybe it was her mother. Maybe she was coming upstairs to look for her. The closet door opened abruptly. A dark figure stared down at the girl, its tall silhouette framed by a glowing halo from the ceiling light. He was Death. Who Death would be if it were a person. Seized by terror, the girl opened her mouth and filled her lungs with air, ready to scream. But the man lifted his finger to his lips, and the simple command froze her.
"Not a huge fan of shrieks,"
he explained, coming closer. Behind him was the corpse of the were she'd tried to warn, forest green liquid oozing from the gash in his neck. And she was going to be next.
"Don't beat yourself up. It's not because you made noise."
Death's voice was a low rumble cutting through the silence. He seemed distracted, glancing around the room, as if looking for something he may have misplaced.
"I could smell you the second I walked inside."
He crouched down to her height, carelessly stepping in blood. The child's teeth chattered with pure fear. "Beg," a voice ordered. "Beg him." But her mouth wouldn't open. "You up there?" someone yelled from the first floor, and the girl jerked. She tried to be brave, but tears began streaming down her face. The man noticed, and his expression became displeased, just like mothers had when the girl used to complain about their new life. Weak, crybaby, selfish. He reached for her with a sigh, and she screwed her eyes shut. In the riot of her heartbeat, she wished only for the end to be quick. "Let it be quick," It can be painful as long as it's quick. But then a thumb gently wiped tears from her face, and her eyes sprang open.
Hey!
Another voice traveled up the stairs, closer this time.
Anything you need?
The man's dark eyes held hers. He sighed again.
Call the social worker. Shit. How many this time? 1.
The man's jaw ticked as his finger did one last pass.
Don't cry. Or do, if you like. But it's better this way. I sincerely hope that this will be the worst day of your life.
His lips curved in a small smile.
When's the last time you ate?
She blinked, taken aback by the change of topic. Truth was, she couldn't remember. Yesterday? 2 days ago?
Come on, let's get you something warm.
He held out his arms, and since the child couldn't avoid the sticky green puddle on her own, she let him pick her up, not sure why she was allowing a murderer to carry her downstairs. Maybe he helped Mother, too, she thought, knowing that the man was strong enough for the task. Yes, he certainly had. She was sure that they were going to her right now. So she buried her face in the stranger's neck and let his slow heartbeat lull her to calm. And since she was able to, she started to count to 1,000 once more. Chapter 1.
She tore him apart and remade him. It took her less than a second.
Present day. If such a thing as an ideal night to die existed, it would not be this one. There's so much wrong with it. I could bitch about the recent rainstorm, the weak garlic clove-sized moon, the uncharged phone sitting on my nightstand. The main issue, though, is that I'm wearing no more than 2 items of clothing: undies and a camisole. They were both perfectly adequate underneath my fluffy comforter. Unfortunately, I left that back at the cabin. When I woke up at 1 a.m. to the realization that someone was breaking in. It's fall, in a place that a year or so ago, back when I still foolishly believed I was human, I would have called Oregon. Now that my wear genes are taking over, stuff like cartography and state lines have become comically trivial. But the crux of the matter remains. November in the Northwest is cold, and I'm not dressed appropriately. The goddamn timing, I mouthed to myself, darting behind the gnarly trunk of a Douglas fir. Chest heaving, I stare down at my very human-shaped hand. I visualize the change, willing my bitten to the quick nails to turn into claws. Shift into a wolf, Serena. Shift into a fucking wolf, or I swear to God that nothing. My body refuses to be shamed into compliance. I glance up at the sky, but the much-publicized pull of the moon offers only the most apathetic of tugs. With a muted groan, I resume my sprint through the forest, bare feet slipping through fresh mud. A dozen little cuts crisscross my soles and shins. The longer I run, the fainter my hope that the soil will conceal the iron scent of my blood. And I've been running for a while. The intruder is tracking me, gaining ground. The wind carries his ever closer smell, and I don't like what it tells me. Vampire. Adult in his prime. Eager. The thrill of the chase titillates him, and his arousal scrapes against the bottom of my stomach. As revolting as that is, though, it's the least of my problems. Because if I can smell him this clearly, there's a very high chance that he's close enough to...
At long fucking last.
The words hiss like bullets in my ear. An instant later, my back is slammed into a trunk. I don't know what hurts most. The bark biting into my skin, the hand he curls around my throat, or his disgusting, maniacal stench. The forest is pitch black. There's no darkness through which wearers cannot see. But I got only half of those nice wolf genes, which means that my night vision is hit or miss. Still, the vampire's bloodlust is unmistakable, as is the blade in his hand.
Not very fast, are you?
He growls. No shit. I swallow an eye roll and make myself moan helplessly. Please, I beg. His scent explodes. Like having women at his mercy is his kink of choice. How predictable. So I give him some more. Please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want.
Whatever I want?
He's so interested. I let out a whimper and widen my eyes. Anything. His eyes travel down my body, as if to assess what I might be useful for. Organ trafficking, bone broth, yard maintenance. Unlike me, he is fast, preternaturally so. With dizzying speed, his knife slices through the front of my silk top, deepening the neckline. This fucker. But as he leers, his scent spikes, which means that he's distracted enough by what he's uncovered that I get a chance to put the self-defense classes my sister forced me to attend to good use. Knee to the groin, headbutt to the nose, and as a little extra, an elbow to the stomach. I mean, why not? The vampire grunts, mutters a few variations of,
"Fucking whore."
I'm free, though. I might not be able to outrun him, but I can grab a fistful of soil and throw it at his eyes, which does just enough damage to slow him down. I frantically look around and, yes, I spot a sharp, jagged rock. Bend down to palm it.
You fucking freak of nature.
The vampire is on me again, twisting my arm behind my back. I let out a yelp, but the rock is in my hand. Tragically, he's holding my wrist at the wrong angle for me to strike. In theory, I know what the next step is. Move closer, lower your center of gravity, rotate your body, strike with your free hand. And boy, do I try. Sadly, the vampire is a notch or two above the average fighter, and none of it works. That's when my stomach starts churning for real. This is not going to end well. Let me go, I spit out.
Shut up.
The vinegar of his scent stings my nose. He's even more worked up now, and I'm in even deeper shit.
I may not be allowed to kill you, but I can make you hurt a whole fucking lot before I... Can you, though?
A male voice interrupts him. It travels in our direction from some place in the thicket of trees. A rich, slow curl, at once vicious and detached. No answer exists that could faze this voice.
Can you really, buddy?
The vampire's frame stiffens. Before he can leash his instinctive reaction, I smell utter, abject, acrid fear. I close my eyes, force my burning lungs to inhale slowly, let my prospect of the next 10 minutes readjust, mold to a shape that is still unfortunate, yes, but a touch less. Cohen's here. It will be all right. The vampire yanks me in front of him, holding his knife to my throat. I wonder if he means to use me as a hostage or as a meat shield that barely reaches the top of his chest.
What are you doing here?
He barks. It's a fair question. Cohen lives several hours away and hasn't been around in nearly 2 months, since the day he dropped me off at the cabin. At my request, with a metric ton of supplies, a lingering stare, and a mocking, "Have fun chatting up the spruces, killer," that didn't quite match the intensity in his eyes.
Did you just ask what I'm doing in my territory? What the fuck are you doing, shit dump?
A handful of long, unhurried strides, and Cohen emerges from the thicket. He's different. From anyone else, yes, but also since I last saw him. His black hair is tied back at the top of his head in an overgrown, unkempt version of his latest cut. He hasn't shaved in weeks, and I suspect he might be a touch behind on sleep, too. His presence, though, has the usual effect on me. It gives me ballast and bolts me to the ground when I'm on the verge of being spirited away. Alpha. His deep scent is unmistakable, solid and placating, the perfect counterpoint to the panic of the vampire, who snarls,
"I'll kill her if you come closer."
Cohen, of course, comes closer, with the placid air of someone who has never doubted his ability to hammer the world to his will.
Uh-huh. Serena, he says he's going to kill you. You cool with that?
His tone is pure intellectual curiosity. Charcoal eyes glow steadily in the night. I did run out of instant noodles last week, I croak. Not my best idea, since the vampire nearly twists my humerus out of its socket, but the amused twitch of Cohen's mouth almost makes up for it.
You are Cohen Alexander, aren't you? The Alpha of the Northwest? I sure am. What's your name, bud? That's not important. If you come any closer...
Cohen clucks his tongue.
You gotta tell me your name or I'll have to make one up. Any ideas, Serena?
I clear my throat. I like Bob.
Bob the Vampire. Love it. That's not my name. It is if the lady says so, Shartstain. Want to tell me what you're doing in my territory before I rip off your balls and shove them down your throat?
The vampire doesn't reply, but wrenches my arm so violently my vision spots and I nearly lose consciousness. When I can parse out sounds again, he's pulling me into his body and snarling,
She might be too valuable to kill, but I can do a whole lot of damage. Go ahead, then.
For the first time since he appeared, Cohen's eyes catch on mine. I read absolutely nothing in them.
This girl can take a lot. Am I wrong, Serena?
I somehow find the strength to shake my head. A blatant lie. And yet, it might be a pain-induced olfactory hallucination, but I think I smell how pleased it makes him.
You sure?
The vampire asks.
She's half human, after all. And you're half jackass. What a stunning coincidence. They all want her, you know. Since that interview she gave, every vampire on the continent has been looking for her. Yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of vivisection tables with her name on it. But do you know how much they'll pay?
The vampire's voice takes on a sudden, persuasive bent.
As the person who brings the hybrid to them, I will be able to name my price. Sure, and they definitely won't get rid of you the second you hand her over.
The vampire snorts.
I'm smarter than that. I'm the first who found her. Do you think I'm the only one after her bounty? Others are going to follow. Once they discover that you're giving her sanctuary, they'll flock here. Are you sure you want to spend the rest of your life protecting a half-human? Let me take her off your hands. Look the other way. As far as offers go, Bob, this one is lazy as fuck.
Cohen spreads his arms.
What do I get out of it? You're supposed to offer something in return. Split the reward. Wash my car. They say she's your mate.
It's like the forest hears the words, like it understands them. For a brief second, every critter, every leaf, every drop of water stills, as if waiting for Cohen's reaction.
Do they now?
He advances, still relaxed. He's taking a night stroll, wandering around a museum, unburdened of all worries.
Yes, and you know what else they say? Bet you're going to tell me. That she rejected you. Ouch.
Cohen doesn't look to be in any pain.
And your unimpeachable reasoning is that I'll happily exact my revenge on her by allowing you to take her. Wouldn't it be better to be done with her once and for all?
Cohen lifts a hand, making the vampire jolt. All he does, though, is massage his temple like an exhausted parent would, wondering why his toddler is stuffing another crayon up a nostril.
Man, I'm gonna have to kill you, and Jorma's gonna make me do a fuck ton of paperwork for that.
He sighs, and the trace of impatience in his voice makes my blood curdle. Not the vampires, though, because what he says next is...
And she's pretty, isn't she?
I go very, very still. And so does Cohen.
And right now she's not in a position to reject anyone.
No response.
Do you get my meaning, Alpha?
Any pretense of casualness melts out of Cohen's demeanor. Every atom of his body is now on high alert, orienting toward prey, toward me.
Like I said, she's very beautiful. I wouldn't mind tossing her your way after I'm done with her.
He offers. Cohen's eyes contract to displeased pinpricks, and his scent gives off such unequivocal aversion, even the vampire knows to backtrack.
Or you could have your fun with her, then I'd take her away, no questions asked. She'd have no one to complain to.
An owl hoots in the distance. I hold my breath, waiting for Cohen to tell the vampire to fuck off. But the silence lingers, and his eyes grow opaque. And after a while, Cohen nods. My heart plummets. No, he wouldn't. He would never. Cohen? I say, half question, half plea.
In my defense, Serena.
Cohen lifts his shoulders.
It's always fucking something with you.
Ice prickles all over my skin. No, don't. Cohen, don't.
I took the liberty to get started,
The vampire says. And before I can wonder what he means, his free hand lowers the torn half of my top down my shoulder. Cohen's eyes linger on my nearly bare chest, like I'm no more than a cut of flesh, an offering to be appraised, something created for him to use. I watch his pupils do an odd dance, sense a shift in his scent before he murmurs,
See, this is how you make a deal. I knew you had it in you, Bob.
Once again, I beg my body to shift to its wolf form. Once again, I am ignored. With a furious grunt, I begin thrashing in the vampire's grip, desperately trying to break free. But he's stronger than me, and Cohen's probably stronger than the two of us put together. I can knock out one of them, and I'd still be screwed. I clutch the rock in my palm, but folded as he has me, I still cannot use it. Terror rushes through my body, thumps against my chest.
She's all yours, Alpha. Do what you will with her.
The vampire lets out a winded, obnoxious laugh. He lowers his blade and pushes me a few inches forward without letting go of my wrists. He stinks like he knows that it's all over for me, that he's won.
Maybe she'd even enjoy it?
Cohen considers the matter as he steps closer, near enough that I can feel his heat, and I bare my teeth at him as I squirm in the vampire's clutch. This can't be for real. Alpha protects, says a calm, were voice that lives inside my bones. Alpha is home. Cohen is not like that. Except, I'm not so sure. Cohen stops in front of me, staring like I'm at his disposal, and, yeah, he is exactly like that.
Would she?
He wonders, voice low and rich, eyes caressing my face and lingering on my bare breast. Closer still, and his presence envelops me like a warm blanket. His scent blooms in my nostrils, safe, grounding, so breathtakingly perfect that for a moment I forget about the vampire behind me, the pine needles jabbed into the soles of my feet. Please, I mouth softly, but I don't think Cohen hears me. His hand comes up to my face, wraps around my cheek, thumb pressing into my lower lip.
Would you, Serena? Enjoy it?
Panic bursts anew in my chest. I shake my head violently. No. No.
Well, then.
His eyes soften, and he lets out a half-resigned, half-amused sigh.
Better make use of that rock in your hand, killer.
It takes me a beat to understand his meaning, and to realize that the vampire's hold on my wrist has loosened. Twisting my arm free and stabbing the jagged edge of the rock into his stomach takes so little effort, it's almost anticlimactic.
What the?
The vampire doubles over. I'm about to hit him again, but he bounces back and slams me to the ground. He lifts his knife above his head, aiming for my throat.
You fucking bitch!
He stops with an abrupt gasp, as though in the grip of a sudden, illuminating revelation. He stares down at me, eyes bulging, mouth wide open, and I almost expect him to apologize? Then, after coughing up a small rivulet of mulberry-colored blood, he loses his balance. I observe his descent, horrified, as he collapses right by my side, face first into a patch of moss. He does not move again. Neither do I. I don't know what it says about me, but I'm incapable of not staring as blood gurgles out of the deep, claw-shaped parallel wounds on his back, iron blending with the earthy smell of the soil. It's a long while before I'm able to glance down at my body, miraculously intact, if mostly naked, and then up at Cohen, glibly unimpressed. Anyone else would be helping me up, but not the alpha of the Northwest pack. Instead, he slowly shakes his head, wiping the hand he just used to kill a man across his flannel. The deep, violet strokes create an oddly pretty painting over the black and white canvas. It takes him a while to remember that I exist.
Evening, Serena.
The intensity of a few moments ago has dissolved, and he sounds indifferent. Maybe he knows that a single ounce of sympathy would knock me over. Maybe he truly does not, and has never, given a fuck about anything.
How's your night been?
Uneventful? I rasp out.
Yeah? You look like shit.
Do I? Gelid sweat slides down my temple and between my breasts, which I hurry to cover as best as I can. Is this the way you talk to your beloved mate? A single eyebrow lifts.
I said you were my mate, not that I loved you.
I gasp out a single, outraged laugh. But at least I'm not crying. It's nice to keep what little dignity I have left as Cohen gives me a cool, appraising look and crouches next to me.
We have to go,
He tells me. Where?
to the den.
He picks me up with his arms under my back and knees. The chill becomes a distant memory.
Woodland retreat's over, killer.
Chapter 2.
Absolutely fucking no. If you don't tell her, Cohen, she'll find out anyway. How? Will she steal my diary? Is she able to read minds? Lowe, in his defense, has the grace to look vaguely self-conscious. I won't hide it from Misery, and Misery won't hide it from her. Oh, fuck off. I liked it better when you were lonely and sad and depressed. Listen, I tell Serena, and then what? Nothing could ever come of it, even if she's interested. If we made it publicly known, if she's the mate of the Alpha of the Northwest, no were will harm her, hybrid or not. A mix of anger and outrage simmers in the pit of Cohen's stomach. Nowhere will harm her because I'll be there to fucking kill them. Will you? Misery is here and Serena wants to be with Misery. You won't be around. Then I'll move into the Moreland compound. My pack runs itself. But Lo just looks at him like he did when he was 12, already way too fucking serious for his age. Like the pillars of earth rest in his clenched sphincter, and Cohen has never been able to stand it. Back then, all he wanted was to shield Lo from the ugliness of being the kind of wares they are. He still does. You're so fucking annoying. Cohen drags a hand down his face. Yup, Lo stands. Had a great role model.
4.5 months earlier. Southwest Territory. Cohen Alexander's first words to me are,
It's not plugged in.
Memorable stuff, really. I'm sure it's the start of every epic love story. A girl trying to turn on a laptop and jabbing the power button with increasing violence. A very big man in a plaid shirt, leaning cross-armed against a door jamb, staring skeptically at her. The ego-pulverizing embarrassment of making a less-than-excellent first impression on someone your friends love and respect. Cohen appeared in Lo's driveway a couple of hours ago. Lo's little sister in tow, triggering the family reunion that's currently going on downstairs. It involves Anna being bubbly, Misery pretending not to adore her, and Lo pretending not to be awestruck by Misery's inability to successfully hide her adoration. It's cute, and it deserves some privacy. Misery is at her best. I may not be at my worst, but I'm still a definite work in progress. I spent the last 2 months imprisoned in vampire territory. I was certain that my abduction would end with my spleen being fed to the raccoons, meaning that this is a second chance at life that I don't yet know what to do with. I've been wading through time and space slowly, never fully coherent, constantly overstimulated. After months of silence, whispers are too loud. The cicadas feel single-mindedly focused on rupturing my eardrums. My skin is either boiling hot or a glacier. These days, I enjoy being on my own. So I snuck up to Lo's office, sat on a leather chair, grabbed a laptop, and made the radical choice to check my email. That's where Cohen found me and decided to educate me about electricity. Oh, I glance at the, yes, very dangling power cord. Duh, I smile, trying to display the right ratio of self-deprecating to mortified, and look for an outlet.
On your left,
he says. I turn.
Your other left.
I want to go outside, swallow a porcupine, and wait for the internal hemorrhaging to finish me. Instead, I set the laptop aside and stand. Cohen, right? Nice to meet you. I offer my hand, which he looks at but doesn't take. Okay, I think, tucking it in my back pocket. Maybe it's a wear thing. Maybe Cohen's handshaking partners must clear a certain IQ threshold, which I clearly do not. Misery mentioned something about him being an exceptional asshole, a seldom offered compliment from her. So if he doesn't like me, I'm not going to bawl. There's more pressing stuff taking up my brain power. Was there anything you needed? I ask with a polite smile.
To talk? Do you have a minute?
Of course, what's up? He doesn't tell me. Instead, he looks, and looks, and looks some more. His eyes are not black, not gray either. Somewhere in between. Reflective. They feel like tar, viscous, sticky, well-laid traps. I cannot tear mine away, but neither can I hold his gaze. "Are you here to behold the hybrid?" I ask without hostility. The wares I've met so far have shown me nothing but kindness, and their curiosity is a small price to pay for their welcome, especially considering that most humans would shoot me on sight. Here I am. I twirl around to give him the best 360 view of my aberrant self. Honestly, I think I just look human, but I cut off because his eyes, that thing they're doing, it's not normal. They glow and contract and... Cohen grunts. His head tips back, showing a strong neck and a working throat.
"What the fuck have I done to deserve this?"
He mutters. "Excuse me?"
Actually, I just remembered.
He lowers his chin and sighs. His voice is deep and gravelly.
I've been a piece of shit for most of my life, that's what.
"I don't follow?" Heavy steps thud up the stairs. It's Lo who joins us and asks,
"You told her?" "Not yet."
Lo nods, and I get my first hint that whatever Cohen wants from me, it's probably a bit more serious than, "May I ask about your hybrid diet and musculoskeletal system and whether you molt in the fall?" "Where's Misery?" I ask, suddenly terrified. "And Anna?"
"They're fine. Both downstairs."
Lo pauses.
"Do you want Misery here?"
Yes, kind of. But also I do miss being a functioning adult who can operate without her vampire security blanket. Nah. Lo turns to Cohen.
"You really want to tell her now?" "Might as well."
The two men stand silent, staring. Lo, like I'm a wounded kitten he's trying to corner for an injection, and Cohen, I can't get a good read on him, which might account for how alarming I find him. Or it could be the scars. The 3 parallel claw marks on his face, for instance. The one in the middle is the longest. It starts up in his forehead, dissects his brow, and continues down his cheek in a thin, straight line. He also has small ones on his upper lip, at the base of his jaw, past his collarbone. But none are hungry or red or new. None suggest that he's itching for a fight. He's big, too. As in, big. Just a couple of inches taller than Lo, but approximately 90 times more intimidating. "It's because Lo feels domesticated," a wise, instinctual voice explains from the recesses of my skull. "Lo can and will control and pace himself. Cohen is a wild card. Cohen is raw. Cohen will do whatever the hell he..."
"You are my mate,"
he says, with little inflection. So little I must have misheard. I learned it back in college. Linguistics elective, junior year. The rhythmic patterns of language contribute to listening comprehension. "Excuse me?"
"You and the vampire are close, right?"
he asks, full of that calm that borders on indifference. Is he making fun of me?
She explained what a mate is.
Slowly, I nod.
"What Misery is to Lo, you are to me."
Oh. Oh? Oh. Is this a, terminal diagnosis? His lips twitch.
"No cure, I'm afraid."
I see. I clear my throat. Well, this relationship sure escalated quickly. His words surprised me, but the way the corners of his eyes crease in amusement shocks me tenfold. His laugh is a deep, warm chuckle that makes my heart stumble.
"You have no idea, kid."
I cross my arms. Should you be calling me kid, given the situation?
"I'm not married to it. What would you prefer?"
Well, there's always my actual name, but if you insist on a nickname, I'd prefer something with a bit more More teeth. His eyebrow rises.
Root canal?
No. Come on, you know what I mean. Something that inspires fear.
Real estate market crash.
Okay, maybe less fear and more awe. Warrior-like. His once-over is skeptical.
You're what, 5 feet?
I'm 2.5 inches over that. And for your information, the other day, these stubby little legs butchered several vampires.
Look at you go, killer. Gus.
Lowe's voice startles me. I forgot he was there.
We should get back to the matter at hand.
Cohen and I exchange a brief, "Can you believe this narc?" glance.
I think that part of the conversation is over.
Cohen says, pushing nonchalantly away from the doorway.
She's been informed. She understands. We can all resume our normal activities such as running packs or...
He glances at my laptop.
Boycotting power outlets.
I stave off a smile. I forget one time and...
Serena?
Low, interrupting again.
Do you really understand what it means?
The urgency in his tone is a confusing contrast to Cohen's indifference. And then the full impact of it slams into me. No, I don't understand, because I haven't even stopped to consider it. Does it mean that he... On the mate thing, Misery was light on the specifics, and it's not as though Lowe unburdens his secret heart to me. Does it mean that he likes me?
Yes.
Lowe says, which perfectly covers Cohen's...
No.
I frown. Wow, this is bringing me lots of clarity. Thanks, guys. Lowe glares at Cohen, who's sporting a shit-eating grin.
Look, I'm sure you're a very likable person. It's not what this is about, though.
What is it about? Lowe massaged the bridge of his nose.
For Aware, finding a mate triggers a chain of physiological changes. Misery compared it to falling in love at first sight. And there's some truth to that, but...
I'm sorry, I cut in. Could you leave the two of us alone? I'm looking at Cohen, but the question is for Lowe, whose concerned scent signals a strong objection. In all fairness, a one-on-one with a possible nutjob who wants me to become his mail-order bride does seem like a terrible idea. But I suspect that if Cohen wanted to hurt me, he could do it whether Lowe was babysitting us or not. More importantly, I suspect that Cohen has no interest in doing any of that. Please, I add calmly. In response to Lowe's searching gaze, Cohen nods. Once.
Call if you need anything,
Lowe says gruffly before turning on his heel, an invite interestingly directed at both me and Cohen. Then we're alone. Somehow my stomach feels 10 pounds lighter. Weird. Will you come in, please? And, sit down? He does. No questions asked. Kneeling briefly to plug my damn charger into the damn socket. I pretend not to see it and close the door. Cohen slouches lazily on the chair next to mine, almost too relaxed, a large apex predator examining its quarry. Like we're about to discuss the new garbage collection schedule and not a major psychosocial milestone in the life of Aware. Maybe this mate business isn't that big of a deal. Lowe seems... I return to my chair, run my palms down the legs of my sweats. Very protective. Of me and of you, I think.
Isn't he fucking adorable?
Cohen's tone is pure fondness.
Always been like that, since before his balls dropped. Best wear I've ever met.
I smile. I'm glad Misery is in good hands.
And vice versa.
I tilt my head. It doesn't bother you that she's a vampire?
They obviously care for each other.
He sounds as though nothing else would ever factor into his approval, which I find very endearing. So, I run my tongue against the back of my teeth. Love at first sight, huh? Cohen winces.
Not quite. Lo's a bit of a romantic.
Oh?
A side effect of all that decency, probably. Colors his perception of the world.
But your perception is unmarred because you're not decent? He doesn't reply, but he smells like he agrees.
What's happening here has very little to do with loving or liking, Serena.
What does it have to do with, then? A beat. His lips curve.
Really?
I stare at him, stumped.
Ah, killer. I'm happy to spell it out for you if you need me to.
I do need you to. Like I'm 5, preferably.
Not sure I can make it anything under NC-17.
What do you... Oh... My cheeks flood with heat. After gawking owl-eyed at Cohen for a long stretch, I realize that I'm clutching my chest like a Victorian governess and abruptly let go. I shake my head, not wanting to come across as some sex-ed-deprived orphan who thinks that childbirth occurs when nose boogers reach critical mass. I'm not, although I used to be in my teens. Misery was the vampire collateral, obligated to live among humans to be killed if the vampires violated the rules of the ceasefire between the two species. I was her companion, an orphan randomly selected to be her friend and make sure that she wouldn't get too lonely, something no one gave a shit about, or too disruptive, something everyone was scared shitless of. Except that the randomly selected human orphan turned out to be more like the purposefully chosen human-were hybrid who needed to be kept under surveillance by the vampires to prevent the world from finding out that humans and wares are actually reproductively compatible and might therefore decide to not hate each other or even form alliances against the vampires. Plot twist. But at the time, no one knew that. Back then, my entire value was exclusively reflected in misery. My education hinged on hers, and since no one was certified to teach reproductive anatomy to a vampire, I didn't get sex ed either. Once we got out, though, we had unlimited access to the internet, and dates, and boyfriends, and, of course, sex. Except that was a lifetime ago, a handful of years that might as well be entire geologic eras. Back then, I was human. I wasn't terrified of the full moon or of what color my blood would spill if I cut myself. Once I began to realize that there was something very, very wrong with me, the entire concept of sex became laughably trivial. At the beginning of my abduction, I was briefly concerned that it might be forced upon me. When that wasn't the case, it was pleasantly forgotten. And now, here I am, thinking about it. Sex is a giant winged dragon stretching awake in my head. Can you... I swallow. These biological changes you mentioned, can you control yourself? The meaning takes a minute to sink in. When it does, I half expect Cohen to resent my question, but there's no trace of defensiveness in his firm.
Always.
It makes it easier to believe him. So, basically you just want to...
Correct.
He nods casually. Yes, I would love a cup of Earl Grey. Yes, I'll respond to a brief survey in exchange for a 10% discount on my purchase. Yes, I do want to I hope I don't sound conceited, but how is it different from the reaction of most human men I've met? I cringe the instant the words are out. God, I do sound conceited. I'm sorry. I promise I don't walk around thinking that my face launches 1,000 erections.
You're the most beautiful woman that I've ever seen,
He says simply. Like it's not a big deal. Like he's complimenting my taste in socks. Like I could resemble the reflection of a wart on a doorknob and it would change nothing for him. Which might be just what I need. My looks have always been a sore point for me, something ugly to be ashamed of. Sexualized too young, a friend with a psychology degree once said. Misery and I turned 12, and our paths diverged. She became longer, graceful, ethereal. I, softer, rounder. Suddenly, my body burst. I bloomed into something with hips and breasts, and people, mostly adult men, would look at me in ways that hopscotched between uncomfortable and dangerous. Maybe it's a good thing, Misery said skeptically, noticing the way Mr. Elrod would track my movements. Maybe it means that you're beautiful? I doubt men twice my age looking at me as a proxy for anything other than them wanting to take advantage. And that was the crux of it. Misery was the collateral. Misery needed to be kept alive, or an interspecies war would ravage the south of the North American continent. Above all, Misery was special, and therefore off limits. I, on the other hand, was a human orphan. Replaceable. A dime a dozen. Less than. My value was null, and the staff was fully aware. I saw it in their stares, heard it in the comments they never bothered to whisper, felt it in how intensely I had to request, press, beg, advocate to receive my first bra, or clothes that I wouldn't outgrow in a few months. I was there at their discretion, and without protection. If I wasn't careful, who knew what might happen? I knew. And when I was 12, I began wedging a chair under the door of my room every night.
I don't doubt you're approached by many men, but I'm not human, so I'm not sure how it differs.
He shrugs, once again bored by the conversation.
It might be just quantitative. In the end, it's hormones, sex. The rest, liking or loving, doesn't come with it.
I see. I drum my fingers over my armrest and lean back, observing. Not just Cohen, but also the way Cohen makes me feel. In my previous life, I wouldn't have spared him a single glance. Where Serena, though, studies the lock of black hair falling over his forehead, the clean-shaven, aggressively handsome face. He is too intense, too brash, too rough around the edges, and at least a decade older than me. I had a type. Cute, polite, solicitous, boyish, my age. Gentle guys who underlined their favorite prose passages in books we buddy read, and who were secure enough in their masculinity to borrow my moisturizer when they spent the night. I never enjoyed being overwhelmed. Cohen is the alpha of a pack that takes up a quarter of the country. Cohen confuses me just by breathing the same air. Cohen is so diametrically opposed to the kind of men I prefer. A protractor must be involved. The gist of this, I summarize, as though taking minutes for a meeting, is that you find me attractive.
That might be the dictionary definition of understatement, but yes.
I'm a little heated. But you won't, die of a broken heart over me? He sighs.
Humans are so fucking dramatic.
And wares are such dicks, I reply sweetly.
Lucky for you, you're a mix of both.
I bite the inside of my cheek, desperate to hide how entertained I am. Going by the swirl of amusement in his eyes, he's perfectly aware. Well, this attraction you have for me is clearly beyond your control, so I won't tell you that I'm flattered. And you seem like a great guy. You're, gainfully employed and look like you spend lots of time shirtless chopping firewood.
I don't.
No?
I'm where I produce my own warmth.
Makes sense. What I meant is, you're clearly a catch, but I know very little about you. I have no clue about your age, your last name, your favorite color. I study him. It's probably black. It's black, isn't it?
I'm actually partial to red.
Like human blood? He does not deny it. Okay, well, as I said, thank you for your consideration. Unfortunately, I'm not in the position to start a relationship, so I must decline your offer and...
What offer?
The one that you... I frown, because he did not make an offer.
This conversation is not an invitation, killer.
That is true, even though I'm not sure why I'm realizing it just now. Cohen is not hitting on me. He's not trying to cha-cha real smooth into my life. He did not decide that pairing up with me would perfectly round out Lo and Misery's nuclear family and allow us to host holiday meals at alternating intervals. There is no expectation of anything. But why did you want me to know then?
It's the truth. You should be aware.
He says it matter-of-factly, like real and shared are overlapping constructs. And you and the truth are particularly tight? He assesses me for a beat.
I'm not going to lie to you, Serena.
Well, I'm probably going to lie to you a lot.
Yeah?
His smile is almost charmed.
What kind of lies do you tell?
All sorts. I swallow, glance at my own knees. But only if it's for the greater good.
You sure?
Yes. What about you? Are you sure?
Sure of?
How do you know that I'm really your mate?
I just do. Trust me on it.
I do, surprisingly. In fact, I'm less concerned with what he feels and more with, how can I tell if someone is my mate? I want to know if I feel the same about you. He waves the question away.
You don't.
How do you know?
If you did, you'd be aware.
That's not true. Maybe the signs are there, but I'm missing them because I'm only half where.
You couldn't miss them.
My throat is dry, my stomach heavy with disappointment. Did I? No, come on. I don't want a mate, whatever that means. My sex drive's cobwebs have grown their own cobwebs. I've always needed bucket loads of time alone. Plus, I'm still figuring out what I am. This isn't the start of anything. Except, I do feel very safe here with you. I confess, retreating inward for a moment, groping at my unintelligible body and my tricky mind for clarity. Cohen's presence is cumbersome, and I feel like I'm stuffed too tight by him. But I'm experiencing a stunningly quiet moment. No anxiety, no choking dread of what's to come. I'm usually, well, it's been a bit draining finding out that I'm a hybrid. But right now, I'm not afraid at all.
That's because I'm alpha. We bring calm and order.
But I don't feel the same with Lo. He quickly discounts it.
Don't read too much into that. It's not a sign of anything.
But why am I even pushing back? He just gave me an out. Okay, well then, since this is clearly one of those unrequited lust situations we, all have to deal with sometimes.
Yes?
He seems amused, like he knows something I don't. Shouldn't he feel despondent I'm rejected? You're my closest friend's mate's closest friend, and I'd love to get along with you. So maybe we could be, friends?
What about polite acquaintances?
He counters. I cannot tell whether he's serious, so I nod. Deal. And you may quietly pine after me if you must. He exhales a rough, quiet laugh. It mostly sits around the edges of his eyes, but it envelops me all the same.
Thank you.
He doesn't seem too devastated, or maybe he's just the type to find humor in every situation. It's what Misery and I used to do whenever things went to shit, which was always. laugh about them, watch them go to shit even harder, become hysterical but in a diverting way. That's still who I am. Misery may be settled, overflowing with belonging, but I'm a fucking disaster. You wouldn't want me anyway, if it weren't for the whole biology thing. I'm a mess, I say, subdued, barely audible. He hears me, though.
Oh yeah, you are.
Hey! My chin juts out. I can say it. You shouldn't.
Serena, you're a half-human were who admits to being a serial liar, doesn't know how electricity works, and is undoubtedly swimming in complex PTSD. Believe me, a toddler can say it.
I really want to be indignant, but a laugh snorts out of me all on its own. And then Cohen is standing, heading for the door, and there's once again a weight in my stomach, one that seems to get heavier just because he's leaving, and heavier still because I'd like him to stay for a second longer. And then the understanding rolls into me, as inexorable as a little earthquake, that this is it, the rest of my life, and maybe I could slowly, cautiously, start living it. You know, I say when he opens the door and I'm brusquely reminded that a world exists outside the walls of this room. I actually think that maybe I could... He looks at me over his shoulder. My belly feels warm. You seem... Misery and Anna love you, which means that you're a nice guy. We could maybe, try to hang out sometime? Coffee, maybe? Or... I'm not sure what you guys do when you go out, but the thing is, I know you very little, but so far, I kind of like you. No, hey, I'd love to go on a date with you was ever uttered more clumsily, but it's okay. Because Cohen's eyes soften with amusement and indulgence, and maybe some affection, too. That's what makes his words feel like a razor-sharp knife sliding between my ribs.
I meant what I said, killer. This mate thing is about fucking. The part of me that matters isn't interested in you. Like me or don't.
He says kindly.
I really couldn't care less.
Chapter 3.
She expects little and is not easily offended. It makes pushing her away frustratingly hard.
Present day. Cohen Alexander, the feral alpha of the most dangerous pack on the continent, undisputed ruler in a wild territory known for its exceptional bloodthirst, listens to human classical music while driving. I did not see that coming. And yet here he is, post-vampire slaughtering, blissfully unaffected as he chauffeurs me back to the Southwest Pack, lightly tapping his long fingers against the steering wheel to keep rhythm like a connoisseur. Would it be insulting to openly manifest my shock? Do I care about offending Cohen? Yes, and yes, since I'll be alone with him in this car for the next few hours, at the mercy he may not have. Is this Bach? I ask, with no real clue what Bach sounds like. In my previous life, back when I was a human financial reporter whose idea of a mightily stressful time included judging the ripeness of watermelons or having to sneeze while driving, I gravitated toward pop.
Why didn't you shift?
Cohen asks instead of answering. His eyes never leave the road ahead. Sorry?
Why didn't you shift to wolf form to run from Bob?
Right. Who is Bob, anyway? The look he gives me lasts a quarter of a second, but perfectly relays what Cohen thinks about people who answer his questions with more questions. How lovely to learn that his patience and willingness to filter himself have not increased in the weeks since he shuttled me to the cabin. I fidget with the sleeves of the extra-large hoodie he lent me, and for the 10th time since I got in the car, I tell myself to forget the way he stared at my naked chest in the woods. It was a ruse, to distract the vampire, to save my life. He was never going to harm me, and I have zero reasons to be afraid of him. Well, I have one. He's objectively terrifying. I can't shift when the moon is this small, I tell him. It's the way it works with wares. When the moon is fat and round in the sky, we can barely resist its call and need all our self-control to avoid shifting to wolf form. The feeling of something awakening inside me, clawing to be let out once a month, always during the same lunar phase. That's what first clued me in that maybe I wasn't all that human after all. Conversely, when the moon is weak, only highly powerful and dominant wares can shift. I'm neither, and my ineptitude should be plenty believable to Cohen. If only.
And yet,
he muses in his deep voice.
Back when I first met you, you could shift at will.
Not when the moon was like this.
When it was smaller, if I recall correctly, and I do.
I force myself not to tense. Wares pick up on physiological changes like sentient lie detectors, and I nurse too many secrets to have someone as perceptive as Cohen on my back. Maybe you had me mixed up with someone else. He shoots me another dissecting, eviscerating look.
Does your sudden inability to shift have anything to do with the reason you decided to disappear on a 2-month holiday in the middle of the forest?
Yes, it does. And no, it's none of his business. The reason I decided to disappear, if that's even a word you can use for someone whose whereabouts were never not accounted for, is that the things I had to deal with in the past year include, in chronological but not traumatogenic order. I lift my hand and begin counting with my fingers. The slow realization that I'm not fully human, the even slower realization that I'm much wolfier than I ever believed, my abduction and subsequent imprisonment at the hands of the vampires, baby's first mass murder, in which I partook as the murderer, and, at long last, coming out to the rest of the planet as the first human-were hybrid. I thrust my splayed hand in Cohen's face like it's the world's most fucked-up bingo card, and bat my eyes at him. I think my need for rest and relaxation was justified.
Not to kill your buzz, but I doubt you get to claim a mass murderer commemorative coin if it was in self-defense.
He's probably right, and I don't feel bad about the 2, 3, 7? It's all a blur. Vampires I killed to protect misery. Still, rearranging my self-image from law-abiding citizen to opportunistic slaughterer did require some inward work. Ego concept adjustments, self-reflection, bawling, that kind of stuff. I gather my knees to my chest, pull the hoodie over my scratched-up shins, and ask, "How did you know, by the way?"
Know what?
That someone was going to come for me at the cabin?
Lo called me earlier today. 2 vampires, Bob, and some other jizz muffin, tried to hack the Southwest and triggered some intrusion detection systems. Alex, their IT guy, realized that they were looking for your location.
A beat.
And Anna's.
I cover my mouth with my hand. Anna and I have one thing in common. We're human-were hybrids. But while I went public with my real nature, hers is on a strict need-to-know basis. Because Anna is 7 years old. Is she...
Okay, yes. Bob was able to track you through your sat phone and followed you up north. There's no information on Anna, but Alex planted some to lure the other jizz muffin deeper into Southwest territory.
And?
Lo killed him, of course, but prior to his untimely demise, Lo's mate did that...
He makes a vague circular motion.
Hypnosis thing on him.
What hypnosis? Oh, the thrall?
Yeah, that.
Cohen's expression clearly states, not a fan. It's a common were feeling. So, misery thrall jizz muffin? What did he say?
A member of the Vampire Council is offering several life-changing amounts of money for a hybrid.
Which member?
The fact-finding didn't get that far. Either Jizzmuffin didn't know, or Lo got impatient and graduated early to the massacre part of the night.
That's unfortunate, but I'm inordinately proud. Good on Misery. And to think that she used to say I was the only person she could competently thrall. Cohen's glare is bemused, so I hurry to explain. Consensually. She practiced on me when we were kids.
She practiced on you?
Of course. How else was she supposed to learn? She needed a brain to train on, and mine was right there.
Maybe there was permanent damage. That would explain it.
Explain what?
The many things that are wrong with you.
I frown. Like what?
Your self-imposed isolation, how much weaker you've gotten since I last saw you, the fact that you smell exhausted, your affinity for lies, your refusal to shift even when your life depends on it.
You know, I challenge him mildly, if you're accusing me of something, you can just come out and say it.
Nah, it's more fun to corner you into admitting it.
He clearly has feelings about what happened tonight. They include frustration, worry, anger, and even a hint of distrust. I'm not sure how I know, since his stony profile hasn't moved a millimeter. Maybe I'm getting better at guessing others' emotions by scent. Like a real were. Look at me, the little hybrid that could. There is nothing to admit, I say blandly. Do you think Bob told anyone about our locations?
No, he's an idiot who entered Northwest Territory on his own.
Was, Cohen concedes, disturbingly pleased. Where justice is swift and brutal, and the Northwest's most of all. The pack is known for spending more time in wolf form than others, for being vicious beyond what is necessary to maintain their borders, and for holding grudges. The Northwest has fewer members than the Southwest, but its territory is wider and more remote. Which is why, when I decided that I needed to be alone, it seemed like the best option. But now that I have Cohen breathing down my neck, I'm rethinking things.
You're tired and we have a long drive,
He says, abruptly changing the topic.
Go to sleep.
I am tired, but what are we going to do about Anna? He frowns in surprise.
I told you, Anna is fine.
Anna is 7. We need to have a plan in place to protect her.
We?
We, I repeat. When I was 7, I was an orphan. When I was 7, nothing but horrible things happened around me. Too much of this hits too close to home. And I don't want her to ever feel like I used to.
Anna has Lo and the vampire.
Her name is Misery.
And an entire pack that is ready to die, and more productively, to kill for her.
I should help too. I can...
Serena.
There's an edge to his voice. His grip on the steering wheel tightens.
Did you hit your head earlier?
What? I instinctively massage the back of my skull. I don't think so. Why?
Just trying to figure out what caused the memory loss.
I don't have...
Clearly you forgot that you were assaulted about 45 minutes ago.
I didn't.
Really? That's fucking great.
There's a deep V between his dark, reflective eyes, one that makes his scars pop.
Then I won't have to remind you that you're 20 times more at risk than Anna is.
That's not true.
Anna is the sister of an alpha, and her existence is a well-kept secret. You have no family, no pack, no influence, no resources. You don't even have a home. You are virtually alone in the world, and you've been under surveillance your entire life, which makes predicting your next move very easy for a specific contingent of people. And don't forget that for the last few months, your face has been plastered on every single news segment all over the world. Now, for a thought experiment, if someone decides that they want to play mad scientist with a hybrid, who do you think they'll go for, killer?
Cohen is angry. Whether at my stupidity or at being saddled with me, I'm not sure. Still, the depth of my lack of everything is not something I want to contemplate at the moment. You are correct, I say calmly, feeling a burning pressure behind my eyes. And I'm not going to say that I can fend off whoever comes for me. However, if I know about a threat, I can prepare and take care of myself.
I will take care of you,
he says roughly. Oh. Oh. He sighs and runs a hand through his thick, unkempt hair. Cohen, you don't have to.
Serena.
I hear it in his voice, how little patience he has to spare. For the first time, it occurs to me to wonder what his night was like before he appeared to take care of Bob. And of me. The warning phone call from Lowe, the furious drive to reach me, the fear of being too late. The part of me that matters isn't interested in you, he'd said. And I do not doubt it. But even if the mate thing means nothing to Cohen, even if he doesn't care about me as a person, I'm still a hybrid who could bridge the gap between wares and humans. I'm under his protection, and hearing that I was in danger cannot have been easy. Thank you, I say with sincere appreciation, for coming to get me, for being there right on time.
Don't thank me.
Why?
I fucking hate it.
You hate to be thanked?
Yep.
Why?
If I'm doing something, you can be sure that I chose to of my own free will.
He falls silent for a moment. Then his nostrils flare and he turns to scan my face, his expression increasingly horrified. What? I ask. Is a moth crawling up my nostril, or... I pat my cheek with my palm and it comes back, wet. That's what's upsetting him. Oh. Cohen just killed someone without batting an eye, but cannot take me shedding a single teardrop. I'm fine, I reassure him. His alarm doesn't abate. It's like I've just been shot in front of his eyes. I'm okay, I promise. I'm just tired.
Then go the fuck to sleep,
he orders, panicky. Big, bad, murderous wolf in charge of thousands cannot handle girl crying. What a headline.
What are you waiting for? Do you need a bedtime story?
I chew back a smile, settle against the headrest. Why? Do you have any?
Me?
No. Where's? Us, I guess.
Sure, but they're bleak. Humans and vampires coming for us if we nip our teachers too hard. The gods of nature toying with their beastly children. Cosmic horror, that kind of shit.
Wow. Do children like them?
I didn't. Had nightmares about them for years.
I nod slowly. That explains it.
What?
The many things that are wrong with you. Even under the beard, I can see it. A small smile, a soft snort.
Go to sleep, Serena.
This time his tone is a gentle push that has me instantly yawning. It's an alpha thing, Misery said. They're great at making their suggestions sound like the best option for everyone involved. So I close my eyes and let the time and the road flow by, until I remember something. Cohen? I'm almost fully asleep, my lids too heavy to open.
Yeah?
I think you owe me an apology.
For what?
The way you stared at my tits. Silence. Then, instead of the, I'm sorry, or go to fucking sleep, I expect, he says,
I think you owe me an apology.
For what?
How spectacular your tits are.
God, he really is an epic asshole. You might be the worst person I've ever met.
Wouldn't be surprised.
He mutters. I fall asleep with a small smile on my face, and for a few hours, I don't think about how little time I have left to live. Chapter 4.
He's toweling himself off after a shower, and the call is on speaker. It gives him hope that he may have misunderstood. Are you serious? He doesn't wait for Lo's reply. As a rule, Lo doesn't joke. Who the fuck gave her the idea? Maddie Garcia asked. For fuck's sake, the human governor's the one who leaked her existence to the press to begin with. She can suck shit out of a straw. We cannot be sure. A pause. But yes, her team likely did. And when the knowledge of the existence of a hybrid wasn't enough to sway public opinion, she asked Serena to publicly come forward. Serena said yes. And you let her. I have no say in the matter. Do you realize the danger she'll be in afterward? Being known as my mate won't protect her in vampire or human territory. Serena believes that the benefits outweigh the costs. And Cohen... A sigh. However much you hate this, Misery loathes it more. He doubts it. But, Lo continues, if Serena's sister is willing to acknowledge that a lot of good can come from this, then you, too, should... I fucking won't. That bad? Lo asks after a long silence. No, it's worse than that.
2.5 months earlier. Human territory. The thing I hate the most, and there's plenty to hate here, is the sticky heat of the camera lights. It sends little beads of perspiration down my spine and makes the skin of my back plaster to my light pink, per Anna's request, blouse.
We cranked the AC all the way up,
one of the producers tells me, apologetic.
But Governor Garcia sent over 20 Secret Service agents to protect you. We're working on a skeleton crew, but the studio's not built for a crowd this size.
I smile, grateful, nod, appreciative, wonder if he knows that on top of the human agents, there are approximately 15 wares milling around incognito, half Cohen's, half Lo's. Maddie said that she'd provide security. I pointed out to them 2 days ago when they briefed me on their plan. Don't you trust her? Lo's diplomatic.
Yes, but...
completely overlapped with Cohen's curt.
No.
His favorite word, coupled with his favorite tone. I cocked my head at him, fascinated. Do you trust anyone at all?
With your precious life killer, how could I?
This is Cohen in a nutshell. Mocking and unreadable, and maybe even a little cruel. He does, however, get shit done.
Ron in 5,
the producer reminds me.
Anything else you need?
I'm good, thank you. A few feet away, the star journalist who'll conduct the interview is recording a teaser. The answer that every human has been seeking for the past month. When was the first known were-human hybrid born? How did she manage to stay undetected until her early 20s? What was her life like? Who is she? And above all, why is she coming forward right now? Stick around to learn more. I zone out, dissociate, try not to think about what's at stake. In a shocking revelation, the business of going on TV to speak on how alien one is can be a bit alienating. Solitary. Misery and Lo insisted on being here, but the less obvious my link to the Southwest, the better for Anna. Maddie's presence would only fuel the correct rumors that I'm her carefully chosen political pawn. And it's not as though I could have asked Danny, the last guy I dated before realizing I was aware, to be my +1 as I out myself as the hybrid whose existence has been leaked to the press. Hence, Cohen. The stage lighting fuzzes the crowd behind the cameras, but the tallest outline, the cross-armed, stern one, can only be him. I smile in his direction, fully aware that even if I could see it, there would be no response. He's so opposed to what I'm about to do, it's almost funny. His disapproval vibrates through time and space and anchors me to this moment. Nothing else here feels real. "You ready?" the interviewer asks, taking a seat across from me. She's older, elegant. Her scent betrays how disquieting she finds me, but her poker face is titanium solid. Honestly, I'm impressed. "That's what the viewers at home are seeing now." She points at the monitors. "An interview with the geneticist that I recorded yesterday." The road to this hothouse of a studio was paved with buccal swabs, blood draws, and lab testing. 6 independent groups of scientists have confirmed that I am an interspecific cross, Latin for freak, I believe, and not, as some pundits and social media trolls have decreed, a grifter making shit up for clout. "Was not believed possible. We don't have reports of hybrids, even from territories such as Europe, in which weres and humans live more amalgamated lives. What changed?"
The most likely hypothesis is that random genetic mutations have occurred within North American packs.
"Genetic mutations? Like what?"
It's impossible to say without more data. My hunch would be mutations in the genes that encode for gamete recognition, or regulatory genes. The bottom line is that these mutations made weres reproductively compatible with humans.
"And these mutations, they affect all weres all over the world?"
Unlikely. Were packs tend to be self-sufficient and isolated. For instance, packs such as the Northwest and the Southwest are known allies which may come with genetic exchanges between them. But according to most human observers, those two packs rarely interact with the New England packs. And the same is true for other North American and European packs. Very few connections.
"So what are the chances that humans and weres will become one single species?" The geneticist laughs.
I wouldn't worry about it. Keep in mind, most hybrids are not fertile.
"What about this one?"
She's highly unlikely to be able to have children, with humans or with weres. The difference in chromosome structure will make it hard for her to produce functional gametes.
An out-of-body experience. That's what this is. My soul is up on the ceiling, dangling monkey bar style from a truss, staring down at my unresponsive body as it learns that it might not be able to have children. For the first time. In front of dozens of people. From someone who laughs it off as a best-case scenario. It's okay, I remind my body as the inside of my stomach is being raked bloody. It changes nothing. It's the least of your problems. You knew that this would be supremely shitty when you agreed to it. Stay on task. Focus on... Made you decide to come forward and speak to us? The interviewer is asking. We're on air. I switch on, plunge back into the moment. Frankly, realizing that it was either that or letting others take control of the narrative. I smile the same confident, self-assured smile I used to pitch stories to my editor, or to charm the pizza place guy into giving me the slice with the most pepperoni. Since my existence was made public 3 weeks ago, a lot of inaccuracies have been reported. I'd like to set the record straight. I see. And to remind our viewers, the Herald, Ms. Paris's former place of employment, received information about the alleged existence of hybrids from an undisclosed human source. Its veracity was widely debated. Then, a few days ago, you made a statement to the press revealing your name. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story. Could you explain why you believed you were human until last year? People adore being served a good conspiracy theory. However, one must choose its platter and garnishments very carefully. Take my situation. I could tell the truth, that I was under surveillance my entire life because a few despotic members of human, were, and vampire societies were so power-hungry and pathologically unwilling to coexist, they engaged in a complex web of sloppy but decades-enduring deceit. Problem is, it sounds sketchy, far-fetched. The responsibility is too diffused. More importantly, it would only reinforce humans' hostility toward the other two species, and there are buckets of that going around already. That's why, after agreeing to this interview, Maddie, Lo, and I put our heads down and workshopped a few talking points. The title of our story is An Evil Human Ex-Governor Locked Poor Little Hybrid Me in a Basement Because He Hated Peace. It's palatable, easy to understand, might even allow the average human to feel morally superior. They would never imprison an orphan and lie to them. They could even be inclined to open their hearts to a victim of injustice. They might decide to see wares as people instead of glowy-eyed butchering machines. And in the end, this is what we hope to accomplish. Buy goodwill for Maddie Garcia, the new human governor, and enough public support to make reforms possible. My real nature was kept from me. The former governor was afraid that as a hybrid, I had the potential to become a symbol of unity between wares and humans. An unwelcome one, since his political career was based on divisiveness and fear-mongering. You're talking about former human Governor Davenport, who unexpectedly died in prison 2 days ago? Yes.
It wasn't us,
Lo was quick to say when the news broke of the governor's death. A little too quick, considering I hadn't even asked. You sure about that?
Tragically, yes.
Cohen sounded disappointed.
Though his vampire and human accomplices may have had something to do with it, his death is very fortuitous for them.
My demure nod and murmured, yes, may he rest in peace, should earn me several acting award statuettes. He knew that I was half-were. How? That we're still researching. Unfortunately, I don't have many memories of the first few years of my life, or of my parents. All we know is that by the time I was 7, I was living in a human orphanage in the city. I suspect that through some routine checkup, one of the doctors realized that I was part were and alerted Governor Davenport. None of what I just said is a lie, which is highly unusual on my part. And what did Governor Davenport do? At the time, he knew I was genetically half-were, but I presented as human. Still, he thought it best to keep an eye on me. And that's why you grew up in the Vampire Collateral's mansion, as Misery Lark's companion. She was the second-to-last collateral before the program was discontinued. Correct. And when did you start exhibiting were traits? About 2 years ago. By then, you were living freely in human society, correct? Was Governor Davenport still watching you? I nod. He had me abducted and imprisoned for several weeks. Why? I believe he felt threatened by the human public's possible reaction to my existence. At the time, Maddie Garcia's gubernatorial campaign was picking up steam, and she was later elected. It was clear that many voters wanted to see some change in the were-human relationships, and Governor Davenport thought my presence might galvanize them even more. Did he act alone? As far as I know. Blatant erasure of the vampires and wares he was in cahoots with. I'm sure I'll hear all about it when we meet again. In hell. How did you get free? Oh boy. I shifted to wolf form and escaped. So you are able to shift? I am. Is it a lie? I'm not even sure anymore. But it's a new skill for me. In what ways are you human? Well, my blood is red. My strength and senses acuity are somewhere in the middle between a were and a human's. I see. Serena, this must all be very painful to relive. Thank you for sharing it with us. What about the rumors that there are others? Others? Other hybrids. The Herald's article suggested that you might be one of 2. And this is the real reason I'm here. Everything else, Maddie, peace, reforms, public opinion, well, it all matters, but not as much as shoving the spotlight away from Anna. That's why I spent the last week leaning across the porcelain sink of Lowe's bathroom, rehearsing my frown until it was flawless. When I see it furrow my brow on multiple screens, I decide that all that practice was worth it. If there are other hybrids, I've never heard of them, but I'd love to meet them. The interviewer leans forward a little, ready to dig. I recognize the ambitious gleam in her eyes, the thrill of the chase. I was like her. I used to ask the hard questions. I wanted the truth. Now all I want is to get this over with. The article that outed you, she says, alleged the existence of a younger female hybrid, one who lives with the wares. Oh, right. Yes. I force a kick of understanding to spill onto my expression. I wonder if the source was mistaken. What was said about the other were used to be true of me when I was younger. Maybe that's where the confusion originated. I shrug cluelessly. The article itself did state that the source could not provide evidence on the existence of this second hybrid. The interviewer agrees. My posture doesn't change, but I feel my muscles melt into the chair. I had a single fucking job and I did it. I'm so ready to go home and throw up in the bathtub, but this lady is still asking questions. You've been staying with the Southwest Pack. Do you miss living among the humans? Yes, of course, I say, instead of a more truthful, not at all. The thing is, humans have been less than outstanding to me of late. My former colleagues at the Herald wrote an op-ed about feeling betrayed and traumatized by the way I deliberately misrepresented myself in a professional setting, no less. A waiter from a restaurant I never even set foot inside went on record about the time I ordered a steak and promised a 40% tip to make it extra rare. Pete, an engineer I went on 3 dates with, sold his story to a tabloid. I always suspected there was something wrong about her. She didn't seem to enjoy what most women do. His dick, he meant. I can't believe I'm getting internationally dragged for refusing to screw a guy who told me that I looked just like his mother. So, yeah, humans are on my shit list, and I don't miss them. What I do miss is the period of my life in which the word problem could apply to the printer not working. However, I add, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to spend time with wares and learn their customs. And what do you say to those who believe that hybrids such as you are a threat to society and should be eliminated? I smile pleasantly, like she didn't just ask me, what's it like when people want to watch you croak with their beady little eyes? Gotta love journalism. They are free to believe what they like, but centuries of conflict have benefited no one except those in power. I think that the genetic bridge between the two species could be the harbinger of a better future. There are a few more softballs, and I spout a few more platitudes, which should get me a 7-figure aphorism book deal any day now. Once the interview ends, Cohen waits for me on the side of the stage, looking as pleased as ever. Which is not at all. Are you her, alpha? The interviewer asks, taking him in. She smells terrified. And aroused.
Sure,
Cohen drawls, right as I snort. He's more like my babysitter.
And she's more like a pain in my...
Let's go, I nearly scream, tugging at the sleeve of his plaid shirt. He's the only person in the building not wearing business attire. I'd say he didn't get the memo, but knowing Cohen, he sent it back with, I do whatever the fuck I want, scribbled all over it. In blood. Most likely. In the elevator, it's me, him, and a gaggle of human agents standing behind us.
Did you know?
He asks under his breath, staring ahead at the doors. My heart plummets. He's talking about what the geneticist revealed about hybrids having children. I have no clue how, but I'm certain of it. No. His jaw shifts from side to side. In the network's lobby, a valet timidly approaches him.
Sir, your car is waiting outside.
Cohen's eyebrow, the one dissected by scars, arches at an angle that clearly states, "I've never been called sir before, and it better not happen again." I turn my head to hide a smile, and that's when I hear it.
The gall of coming here and forcing Secret Service agents to guard her, like we won't be first in line to get rid of her.
The man in black behind us is mumbling in his buddy's direction, low enough not to be overheard, if Cohen and I were humans. But we aren't. And the agent is apparently that stupid, because he continues,
Can't believe her fucking kind.
I spin, ready to politely request that he repeat it to my face, but Cohen wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me into the hard heat of his body. From the outside, it probably looks like a playful, affectionate gesture. I take it for what it is, a firm command not to kill.
Not with an audience this big, at least.
He murmurs lightly against the shell of my ear. Without letting go of me, he uncoils to his full height.
Listen, bud,
he tells the men, at once easygoing and assertive. This is Cohen, being in charge, hurting people, straightening spines. I wonder if the agents know he's an alpha. For me, it's impossible to miss. Those eyes, his overpowering scent, how difficult it is to tell him anything approaching no.
I don't like her kind either. Do I think she should have come here? Fuck no.
The agent blinks. I can almost hear his skin break into goosebumps.
Women, they belong in the kitchen. I don't, though.
I can't see Cohen's face, but the smile in his voice is blood-curdling.
I get around. Would you like to apologize to the lady, or would you like to learn what that means?
The man's scent is pure terror, mixed with a drop of shame. He started shit, but doesn't want to lose face in front of his colleagues.
Is this a threat? If you have to ask, I must be doing something wrong.
Cohen shifts me and hooks me at his side. The agent's friend, older and clearly wiser, takes about 5 steps back and reaches for his weapon. So does every other person in the lobby. Cohen ignores them all.
You have 2 options, shit muncher. You can apologize to the lady this very instant, or you can wait till later to be fucked up. Your choice. And don't worry, I won't be disappointed either way. I'm not afraid of your animals. Send them after me and see what, highly offensive. Whatever have I done to make you think that I wouldn't kill you myself?
Something in Cohen's tone must alert the man that this is no joke. His throat bobs, his cheek ticks. After a few seconds of angry deliberation, he hisses at me,
I'm sorry.
My shoulders slump in relief.
Not that hard, was it?
Cohen beams. He holds out his hand, grasping the other man's in a friendly, peacekeeping shake that lasts less than a second.
Careful, buddy. Looks like you hurt yourself.
The man lifts his arm, puzzled to find thick, red blood streaming down his pale flesh, past his wrists and into the sleeve of his suit. He seems to be unable to grasp what just happened, and I don't blame him, because neither can I, at least until I notice the 2 vertical cuts slicing his wrist. They are claw-shaped, deep, and they run parallel to the long vein in his inner arm. In fact, they barely missed it.
If you make any more comments about this girl over here and I find out,
Cohen says, too low for anyone but the 3 of us to hear.
It'll be your throat.
I shiver. The man breathes hard, clutching his wrist to his chest.
Show me you understood.
He nods quickly.
Very good. Come on, Serena.
Cohen's arm wraps around my shoulder.
I need you to make me a sandwich.
I let him lead me to the door, feeling as though I'm moving through water. Cohen? What just happened?
You gave an interview that stuck a bullseye on your back, despite my repeatedly stated and very valid objections.
No, I meant... Stepping outside is like walking into a wall made of screams. Unsurprisingly, my presence here has attracted a crowd big enough that the network busted out the VIP barriers. Abomination! Never forget what the wares did to my people. Liar! You're a liar!
Blessed with the power of blood and the blood of power, the flesh will be reborn and take new shapes.
The last one is my personal favorite. Cohen's, too, judging from how his pupils turn into slits. But there are half a dozen, "We love you, Serena, you're so brave, you're still one of us" signs. And I smile at their owners as Cohen pushes me forward and opens the passenger door of the car for me. He grabs the edge of the roof to protect my head. When I slip onto the seat, he leans against the door and says into my ear,
You did good in there, killer.
The shrieks, the interview, the man bleeding in the lobby, it all becomes background noise. I look up at him. Don't bother hiding my smile. High praise.
Didn't say you did great,
He mutters, closing the door after me. We do have sandwiches for dinner, but Cohen's the one who ends up making them, with a little help from Anna. Chapter 5.
His seconds like her. They have from the very start. Traitors.
Present day. I wake up floating several feet above the ground and promptly decide to go back to sleep. This is nice. I am, for once, not cold. My bed smells pleasant and woodsy, not at all like rancid nightmare sweat. The pillow is the perfect consistency. Everything about the situation is cozy and restful, and I see no reason to interrupt it until a worried voice pierces through my cocoon of joy. Please tell me that she's sleeping and not unconscious. My eyes flutter open, and two realizations hit me. The person speaking is Amanda, Cohen's closest second. And I'm very much not in bed. Cohen is carrying me inside a cabin that doesn't look too different from the one in which I'd spent the last weeks. One arm hooked under my bent knees, the other cradling me to his chest. My head nestles in the side of his throat where the scratch of his beard tickles my cheek. The events of last night wash over me in rolling waves. Look at me, living to see another day. What time is it? I ask.
Almost done.
We must be a few hours away from my cabin, then. Are we in the southwest? That's where he's going to take me, right? Back to misery and low?
Still northwest. We stopped at one of our safe houses.
Lazily, I paw at Cohen's shoulder and stretch in his arms. I can walk.
Me too. Want to start a club?
Can I be president?
Treasurer, at most.
No deal. I yawn into the spot at the base of his neck, which causes his grip to falter first and then tighten. Seriously, you can let go of me. He does, but only because we've reached our destination. He deposits me on a worn-out but clean sectional and then proceeds to look down at me with a frown.
You okay?
He asks, gruff.
Anything feel loose inside?
Loose? Like what?
I don't fucking know. An artery?
I decide to ignore the question and ask, do you know what a man bun is?
A what?
Must not have made it to the wares. I was just wondering whether the lumbersexual vibes were on purpose. He scowls, leans down, cups my nape with one hand while the finger of the other slides through my hair, now matted with sweat, mud, and Bob's blood. His grip is gentle, soothing. What are you doing?
Feeling for a bump.
Why?
Might explain the sudden onset of aphasia.
I snort out a laugh. Come on, Cohen. Tell me you at least yell timber every once in a while. The only thing he's ready to tell me is that he'll have me institutionalized. It's for the best, then, that Amanda sinks down next to me and wraps me in a hug. Look at you, not even a little bit dead. She grins. By the time she pulls away, Cohen is gone. Despite your high-stakes, violent existence. I snort again, looking at her round face, flawless, dark skin, full lips. She's around Cohen's age, even though she could pass for a high schooler. That's where the similarities end. She's kind and humorous, and I don't believe I've ever heard her call someone a rotten cockwomble. I missed you, she tells me. She and I met only recently, but we got close very quickly. Cohen wouldn't allow me to move into the cabin without periodic supervision, and tasked her with coming to check on me once a week or so. I don't really consider myself in the market for new friendships, not at this stage of my life, let's call it. But there are only so many games of I Spy one can play, 17 to be precise, before starting to miss meaningful conversation. By the second visit, we were dumping on each other like coal trimmers on the Titanic. Pretty cathartic, if mostly abridged and highly redacted on my part. You don't look too well. I smile. Yeah, so I hear. Sorry some asshole vampire interfered with your search for, inner peace. I am profoundly embarrassed that my cover story for needing to stay at the cabin required me to utter words like harmony and serenity with a straight face. Sometimes you just do what you have to. It's okay. It's been very restorative. I lie bald-facedly. Wares can usually pick up fibs, but they struggle to make sense of me. Being a hybrid has its pros. Well, pro, singular. Thank God Cohen was in your area to meet with huddle leaders. Amanda takes my hand. I was shitting myself when Lo told us about the vampire tracking you.
I was not,
Jorma says, stepping inside the room. He's another of Cohen's seconds, a stern, statuesque man with white blonde curls and icy blue eyes. Jorma loves rules, unnecessary clerical work, waiting in line, and, hazarding a guess here, bland foods covered in protein powder. His childhood dream was probably to become a hall monitor. I've seen him smile only once, and it was a terrifying process, like he'd learned how to move his facial muscles from a book. I hope it never happens again.
Serena has bested several vampires in a fight before.
He nods at me in approval.
No reason to worry about her.
I should be grateful for what's obviously as close to a compliment as Jorma gets, but his misplaced faith just makes me want to shrink into the couch. Yeah, thanks, I croak. The last second in the cabin is Saul, who, unlike Jorma, has never filled out a form in his life, communicates mostly through grins and winks, and is the biggest, loudest flirt I've ever met.
Honey,
He says instead of hello. He takes me in with a pained expression.
the hoodie chic, blood-spattered final girl outfit suits you. The hair, not so much.
I pout. But my stylist said it was so me.
You deserve a refund.
He bends to kiss my cheek.
You look rough. Need a hug? Chamomile tea? A coloring book with some pencils? All of the above?
Every time Saul comes up in conversation, someone feels the need to mention how incredibly handsome he is. But I don't see it. Maybe it's because I know that he's Amanda's ex. Maybe he just doesn't do it for me. I guess I'm more into...
She's fine,
Cohen orders, returning to the room with something in his hand.
Stop fussing.
It's an odd thing to say, considering that it's followed by him kneeling in front of me and taking the heel of one of my feet in his palm. He runs a damp washcloth all over the little abrasions the forest floor left on my skin, the ones that are already starting to heal. The warmth feels so indecently good. I swallow a moan.
You're fine, aren't you, killer?
He asks, holding my eyes. I nod, a little breathless.
You need a bed and some rest.
Saul continues, undeterred. And a hot meal, Amanda adds. Should I?
She's an adult were who doesn't require coddling.
Cohen interrupts, once again a bit jarring to hear, especially as he rolls thick, soft socks up my shins. They reach just below my knees. I might just go to my deathbed wearing them. Doesn't mean we can't worry about her, Amanda points out.
Last week, Colin came back from a sweep with his arm nearly hanging off, and you all laughed in his face. As is appropriate when one loses a fight against a bear.
Jorma says, straight-faced. Saul seems to agree.
I'd forgotten that you'd declared it against the law to be excellent to each other, Cohen. Make sure you write it down then. Once again, if we had an HR department, they would be so busy dealing with...
Saul's phone pings. He trails off to read a message, and when he looks up, he's all business.
Alpha, Lo is ready to talk.
Cohen nods. I expect him to walk out to take the call, but Amanda fiddles with a cable, and a moment later, a flat screen I hadn't noticed slowly whirs to life. Several people appear, all of them known to me from my time in the Southwest. There's Lo, of course. The red-headed second, whose name has clearly rotted out of my mind. Alex, the IT guy who taught me how to play Grand Theft Auto, and... Look who ran out of toilet paper and decided to rejoin civilization, Misery says with a wide smile. Her pale elfin face is as close as I'll ever get to having a home. I guess it's fitting, then, how foreign she looks of late. She stopped bothering with contacts or filing her canines, which fills me with joy. For the first time in her life, she's happy, protected, and invested in the world around her. Are you jealous of her relationship with Lo? Amanda once asked me, and I get why she'd think that. Growing up, it used to be Misery and me, just the two of us, hand in hand against the world. Now it's Misery and Lo, and the cute child she's somehow stepmommying despite having no business being left alone with someone whose fontanelles have barely closed. And yes, me too. Somewhere out yonder, in the periphery. But I told Amanda that I wasn't, and it's the truth. I don't think I'm capable of jealousy. It's a feeling that requires the assumption that something is due, and I never developed that. Years in an orphanage, then more years as the collateral's baby doll, will beat the possessiveness out of anyone. Still, change requires adjustment, and secrets require distance. When I realized that I needed to step away, I mixed truth and lies, said I was overstimulated, and asked for an isolated place to acclimatize to my were senses. Misery and Lo didn't love the idea of me leaving the Southwest, but they believed the tale I spun. Want to know who didn't believe it? Cohen. Why some guy I'd met 2 months earlier was better than my lifelong friend at reading through my bullshit is something I have no intention of pondering. Just kidding about the toilet paper, Misery adds. I know you people just shift into wolves and lick your own butts. Next to her, Lo winces, but pulls her closer. If things go to shit tomorrow, today, in 5 minutes, at least I can be reassured that the person I care about the most is in excellent hands. I'm genuinely happy for her. Though maybe a little less when she tells me, Serena, you look like shit. Seriously? I scowl. Is no one interested in sparing my feelings? Misery's and Cohen's nope are perfectly in unison. He takes a seat next to me, close enough for our thighs to touch, legs stretched out on the coffee table and calves crossed. The picture of relaxed boredom.
So?
He starts.
What the fuck just happened, and who do I kill?
I refrain from pointing out the obvious. Bob the vampire, and you already have. Low sighs.
We are producing a list. Nice.
Cohen sounds ready to roll up his sleeves.
I'll take the first 10 names. What happened up at the cabin?
Low asks. Yeah, Serena, Misery adds. How hard did you maul the guy who tried to come for you? I freeze, loath to admit how much of a wimp I am.
He won't be bothering her anymore,
Cohen says flatly.
She made sure of it.
Definitely not the whole truth, but Misery equivocates and gives me a proud, fangy smile. Actually, I start guiltily, if Cohen hadn't been there. I stop because suddenly the screen is fully taken up by a pair of piercing, light green eyes. They blink at me as a small, sleepy voice asks, Serena, did they tell you I lost 2 tooths? The angle shifts and a small tongue wiggles in and out of a wide front gap. For way longer than is needed for a demonstration. Anna. My heart nearly bursts with love for her. For some reason, my hands start trembling. Nope. I try to firm up my voice. They rudely kept it from me. I thought so. She pulls back, just enough for me to see her give the adults behind her a disappointed look. Someone will bring me money. A fairy. A creepy fairy made of tooths. We've been over this, Pest. The fairy takes the teeth, but she's not made of... Misery waves her hand. You know what? Sure. The damn fairy is made of enamel and pulp.
Anna, it's too early for you to be up.
Lowe says, failing to sound stern.
Remember that you promised that after saying hi to Serena, you'd go back to bed.
Okay. Bye, Serena, she says cheerfully, stopping to kiss her brother on the cheek and to blow a raspberry on a resigned Misery's arm. I watch her disappear, trying not to think about the fact that there are people out there who would be willing and capable of hurting her, until Cohen says,
I thought the Vampire Council had agreed to stop fucking with wares. It's a complicated situation,
Lowe acknowledges.
As you know, Owen, Misery's brother, has been trying to consolidate control over the Vampire Council and convince them to agree to a trilateral peace treaty with the wares and the humans.
With mixed results given the frequent mentions of his suddenly receding hairline, Misery informs us. It's unclear whom the recap is for. Probably me, the one voted most likely to forsake an internet connection and melt into the underbrush.
After Serena's interview,
Lowe continues,
human public opinion has become highly favorable toward wares. Disclosing the genetic compatibility was a gamble, and it paid off. The alliance Maddie and I have formed is stronger than ever. Peaceful coexistence, demilitarized areas, softer borders. None of this would have been possible even 6 months ago. And the vampires are feeling left out?
Saul asks. The vampires have been invited to the playdate, Misery says. But for interspecies alliances, the council needs a supermajority, and some members think it's all a trick to weaken their position in the southwest area. Cohen snorts.
These crusty vampires really believe other species think about them that much, huh?
That's exactly what I said, Misery points out. They share a look, brief but full of contempt. Shocking how well they get along. Basically, Misery continues, someone on the council wants to blow up the alliance between the wares and the humans, and they put a bounty on Serena's head, and now any vampire in want of a fortune is after her.
How did they track her down?
Cohen asks.
Only Amanda and I knew her location. That is my... well, I don't know that one would say fault per se, but...
Alex timidly clears his throat, wringing his hands. I suspect he finds regular Cohen terrifying, and angry Cohen blood-curdling.
When I gave Serena the satellite phone, I, recorded it with her initials to keep, track of it.
He finishes in a hush.
How thorough of you. Why not add a couple recent pictures just to give the kidnappers a visual aid? Actually,
Alex swallows.
There may have been one.
Never mind Alex. I am scared of Cohen. I slide my hand on his leg, feeling the warm flesh of his thigh through his jeans. His muscles clench tight, then abruptly relax. Do we know which council members set the bounty? I ask. Misery shakes her head. Owen has a network of informants and thinks that Councilwoman Salemio or Councilman Ross might be behind this. Others might be involved too. In a way, it's not a bad thing. If they are caught participating in something that might start an interspecies war, they'll be instantly killed, and their seats will pass to their heirs. Salemio Jr. and Baby Ross are assholes, but they're not stupid. They know that entering the Trilateral Alliance would be for the best.
So, why are their parents still alive?
Cohen asks. His leadership philosophy seems to be, if inconvenient, why not dead?
They've been covering their tracks.
Lowe admits reluctantly.
Without proof, Owen can't make accusations.
Cohen grunts, unhappy with the concept of due process.
What do they even want with Serena?
To prove she's an imposter, to use her DNA to dilute the symbolic power of a were-human hybrid by creating were-vampire or vampire-human hybrids. Who knows? Misery massages her forehead like the sheer idiocy is giving her a headache. But they're willing to part with a lot of money to have Serena delivered to them. Alive and... She presses her lips together, stares at me with those unblinking lilac eyes. Serena, did you just shrug? What? No?
She did.
The redhead mutters.
I saw her too.
Jorma says.
Yep.
Saul, could it have been a shiver? Amanda asks. Maybe I shrugged. I glare around the room, defensive. Is it like against pack rules? It's just, Misery gestures vaguely. A weird reaction to have when someone tells you that there are hordes of financially strapped assassins after you. For one, they're not assassins. They want me alive so they can scrape DNA off the inside of my cheek and use it to grow baby werebananas. And honestly, I shrug again. Consciously, this time. I knew my name was in a bunch of little black books. Now it's in more, bigger black books, but I've maxed out my levels of distress. Perspective is a hell of a drug. It's fine, really. I tell several increasingly understanding pairs of eyes, proud of the way I seem to have convinced everyone. And then I meet Cohen's gaze, who clearly has never encountered a lie of mine he couldn't shuck like sweet corn. I am concerned for Anna, though, I hasten to add, tearing my eyes away. She's already a bunch of stressors stacked in a trench coat. There are only that many kidnapping and murder attempts a child can endure before developing serious issues and self-destructive behaviors. We wouldn't want her to grow up and, say, go to grad school. Don't worry, Misery reassures me. Every day I drill into her that we'll be disappointed in anything but a DJing career. You're such a good role model. I know. Right, Lo? Lo just looks exhausted, like he did every day of the weeks I spent at his house. In his defense, we are a lot. How did the vampires even learn about Anna? I ask. I thought her hybrid status was strictly on a need-to-know basis. It is. So far, only high-ranking Northwest and Southwest members and her physician know. And the vampires? They're not sure, Misery says. But they're hoping. Put yourself in their shoes. Someone's offering a shit ton of money in exchange for a hybrid. You're a sure bet, but hard to track and known for having disposed of multiple vampires. Anna's a child. Much easier to take.
Serena.
Lo interjects.
The most important thing right now is to make sure that you and Anna are safe and off the radar. We're going to get you back to the Southwest by tomorrow, and...
But that's a terrible idea. Once again, everyone turns to me, except for Cohen, who keeps looking ahead as though I can't shake the impression that he knows what I'm about to say.
Excuse me?
Lowe says. They're going to come back for me.
They're not going anywhere near you.
Cohen mutters, arrogant and a little too certain. No one else can hear it, but my cheeks feel hot anyway. With the financial incentive that high, they're not going to give up. That's the point. Misery looks at me like she suspects that my brain fell off into a septic tank. They're not going to stop, and so we need to hide you away. No, you need to hide Anna away. She frowns. Anna, yes, and you. And I'm going to be hidden so poorly it'll take them no effort to find me. I'm going to be in plain sight. I'm going to be such an easy target, it won't even occur to them to expend resources to locate another hybrid. I smile. And when they come for me, we'll use them to figure out who's behind the bounty. Chapter 6.
He's going to take her lies and peel them off one by one. Then he'll force her to show him what's underneath.
My perfectly reasonable plan, aimed at preventing the slaughter of a very cute child who once pointed at a drawing of an antelope and asked me if it was a duocorn, is received less than marvelously. The protests are so vehement, I cannot help wondering whether they misheard me. Maybe they think I'm planning to hijack an SUV and run over the mother of newborn kittens. It would explain the full-throttle stream of objections, which includes words like
unacceptable,
low,
death sentence,
Saul,
terrible idea,
Alex, must be the human half speaking, 'cause this sounds crazy, Amanda, and
this feels wrong on so many levels, some of which must be legal,
Jorma, as well as an additional assortment of grunts and protests. Misery, who's taking to being an alpha's mate a little too well, commands me to come to bed in the Southwest right now, without dinner. Wrong meal, Misery. Also, I don't take orders from the chick who once gave me toenail fungus. Shut up. Acknowledge me as your alpha.
Love, we've been over this.
Lowe murmurs, patting her knee.
It's not how it works.
And bring me gifts of gold, frankincense, and peanut butter. Misery, I've seen you flick boogers at passers-by. I was a child. You were 17. But she won't stop protesting and snarls that I'm too valuable, too important, too loved to be used as bait. God, what an inconvenient time for her to finally get in touch with her emotions. I'm not suicidal, I tell everyone, nor am I suggesting I walk unarmed into vampire headquarters. We can safely arrange to... I stop to hide a yawn in my palm, and that's when Cohen declares the meeting over and stands.
I'm taking her to bed.
It speaks to his authority that not a single eyebrow lifts. My abused feet make contact with the floor, and I grit my teeth. Cohen instantly picks me up, one strong arm snaked around my ribcage as he presses me to his side, toes dangling a few inches from the ground. It's undignified and pathetically befits my status in life. Once again, I am capable of walking, I murmur against his shoulder. His beard bristles against the tender skin of my temple, ticklish but pleasant. He runs much warmer than me. The wonders of genetics not split between species with wildly different baseline temperatures.
I heard rumors, but dared not believe them.
He walks through the first door on the right. There is a bit of shuffling me in his arms. Then he pulls back the covers and deposits me on a soft mattress, between sheets that smell like lavender.
Show me tomorrow, after your souls have healed.
It'll be the performance of a lifetime. I shiver at the sudden chill and pull the hem of his hoodie down my bare thighs. I feel once again that something about Cohen, how imposing he is, the kind of menacing that colors the air around him for miles. It comes not from height and muscles, but from something else, something undefinable with human words, the only ones I have. Vocabulary. That's what stands between me and understanding Cohen. Maybe with time, I tell myself. And then reply, "What time, Serena?" You get it, right? Why I want to take the attention off Anna? Downstairs he didn't say much, just sat next to me, a quiet, dark center of intense energy. It's not that I want his approval, especially after he made it clear that he couldn't care less about mine. But the other's opposition to my plan is not rational. It comes from some soft place deep within their bellies. Misery loves me, and so does Lo, if only for some spousal transitive property. Being in charge, though, means constructing complex trade-offs, and Cohen is nothing if not in charge.
Yes, this is for you.
He deposits a satellite phone I've never seen before on the nightstand and holds my eyes disapprovingly as he plugs the charger into the outlet. Shit. Did he try to call to warn me about Bob earlier today? I'll never know, 'cause my phone was dead and I left it back at the cabin. Should I reiterate that I am, in fact, able to take care of battery-operated devices? Thank you for this.
You already thanked me, and I told you not big into gratitude. Either return the favor by coming to my house and dusting the light fixtures, or shut up.
No, this is not about saving my life. I sit up on my heels. Thank you for taking my side. About Anna.
Is that your takeaway?
He scoffs.
I'm not taking your side, Serena.
Downstairs, you didn't object.
I didn't object because I don't need to. It's upstanding of Lo and the vampire to try to convince you not to do something idiotic.
His eyes bore into mine and he leans forward, palms against the mattress, caging my thighs. He's a wall of heat, all forest scent. This close, I could easily trace all the little scars on his face.
I'm simply gonna lock you up, killer. If I have to chain you to my fucking bed to keep you alive, I will not hesitate.
I refuse to cower backward. You really are a dick. Well, duh, his gaze clearly states.
If you're into self-immolation and dying, I can easily arrange it for you. No need to involve other species.
This is not self-immolation. It's a strategy, putting oneself in danger in order to gain something, taking one for the team, like Misery did when she married Lo. Cohen's eyebrows rise.
Those two are sickeningly in love. Whatever she's taking, it's not for the team.
I wince. Thank you for this highly disturbing mental image of my sister.
You're welcome.
And yes, it worked out great, but she could have gotten mangled and eaten. She could be hanging out with Lo's gut bacteria. We all make sacrifices. Look at Lo. He's my age and has to take care of a whole-ass pack. You're like 35, had much longer to grow accustomed to your role. His expression clouds.
I'm not 35, Serena.
I flush and scan his sculpted, complicated face. He doesn't look old, just like he's been through shit. It's the whole... I lift my hand to his face, gently stroking his beard. Facial hair and stuff. Ages you. I could trim your hair. It'd take me 10 minutes tops. I used to do it for Misery.
I'm 36. Even more decrepit than you thought.
Oh.
I know. Highly disturbing that wares are allowed to advance to such a ramshackle state.
That's not what I...
But rest assured, killer, that I am not so enfeebled that I won't tie you up in my basement if you endanger yourself.
The thing about Cohen, he is an asshole, but a reasonable one, which means that the more unhinged his threats become, the less believable they sound, and the stronger my impulse to just laugh in his face. But what about the martyr character arc I've always wanted?
Not on my watch, not in my territory, not under my protection.
I shift higher on my knees to gain a few inches. It brings our noses in touching range. Cohen, you know it's a good idea.
If by good idea you mean bullshit, the problem with your plan, and I'm using that word generously, is that you do not have the resources to pull it off.
Then help me. I try to wrap my hand around his wrist, but my fingers don't meet. You care about Anna just as much as I do. What if I stay in the Northwest? Where's your den? Olympia? Take me there. Parade me around. We'll make it so easy for the vampires to find me, they won't even investigate Anna's whereabouts. They'll come for me. Your patrols will capture them, and Owen will gain control of the council. Please, at least consider it. He straightens abruptly, freeing himself from my grip with no effort. A small shudder licks up my spine, and the way he looked at me earlier, the weight of his eyes on my bared body, it all flashes through me like a bolt. For a moment, I am, I don't know, eager, uneasy, heated, full, empty, heavy, good but bad. I don't know. I don't know what I am or how I feel because my stupid body isn't mine anymore, and there seems to be no one like me in the whole damn world.
You need food,
He says, heading for the door.
I'll have Saul bring you something.
My stomach rolls in vehement, impolite denial. I'm not hungry. Cohen folds his arms, inspects me like he has a medical degree and I'm at my yearly checkup.
You're not thirsty either, unusual for a were.
I'm only half were.
You are.
It's disquieting, frankly, the way he sees through the layers of bullcrap I painstakingly apply to my skin every day.
Maybe we could hunt together, find some game, fill that belly of yours.
His eyes lower to my stomach, and I'm suddenly hot. I told you I can't shift right now.
Ah, yes. I forgot that you're not very powerful.
He says it, not very powerful, in a deep, rumbly voice, making it clear that he thinks I'm a load of dung posing as a person.
Moon too small?
I nod.
Can't wait for the full moon, then. I'd love to see your wolf form.
He says it suggestively, but not in the try-hard way of a third date dropping hints that they've been wondering about the view from my apartment. This is a purely intellectual pursuit on his part. I'd love to read that article on microdosing. I'd love to snorkel in the coral reef if the opportunity were to arise. I'd love to catch you in a lie. Still, something twisted in my brain registers it as inappropriate and dirty and disturbing and glorious and... I have seen Cohen's wolf form. The glossy black fur that reminds me of his hair, the large paws, that white tuft right on his chest above the spot where his heart beats, the size of him. He is very much Cohen at a level I cannot put in words. He could be standing next to a dozen identical animals, and I'd still be able to single him out. God, am I about to use the word aura?
In the meantime, I'll have Saul bring you food since you look so gaunt.
I do not.
Right. Picture of health.
I grin. No need to mince your words. Just say I'm fugly, call it a day, and...
Serena?
He growls. His stare, the dull black of his eyes, is abrasive, sands me down to the skeleton.
Sleep. When you wake up, I'm taking you back to the Southwest.
What? No, that's where Anna is. Please don't, just think about it.
If you keep lying to me, I can't properly protect you. And if I can't protect you, I won't keep you around.
I'm not... Which lie? He snorts softly.
You tell that many?
I fidget with the sleeve of my hoodie. I lie a lot.
You shouldn't. Telling the truth can be therapeutic.
I narrow my eyes. You know what else can be therapeutic?
Punching me in the nuts?
That's exactly what I was going to say. How did you know
You're pretty fucking predictable.
He's leaving again, and I hate him so much, especially when I have no choice but to yell after him, "Fine." He doesn't stop. "I'll tell the truth." Keeps walking. I squeeze my eyes shut and force myself to admit it. I haven't been able to shift in months. Chapter 7.
It's not the only secret she's been keeping. It's not even the worst one. For now, though, he'll play. The alternative is unacceptable.
Cohen takes his sweet, sweet time to turn to me. His surprise at my confession couldn't fill a puddle.
Was that so hard?
I clench my fist. Since you obviously already knew, why did you make me say it?
Hearing you verbally acknowledge your limitations brings flavor and spice to my life. Why were you keeping it a secret?
I don't know. Maybe I just didn't want you looking down on me.
I will never not look down on you, chiefly because of our height difference. When did it start?
A while ago?
Was it before or after I allowed you to be alone at the cabin?
You allowed me?
Under repeated reassurances that you could take care of yourself, killer?
Before, I already couldn't shift. His jaw ticks.
Here's the deal. You're not an idiot.
Wow, what a compliment.
Sure. Keep that in mind when I ask you why the fuck you are acting like one. How long?
It's genuinely hard to tell. A few days after I moved to the Southwest.
How many?
I try to recall. Maybe a week or so. The first time I tried and wasn't able to was the day after Anna returned. The day after Cohen and I met. I also started feeling poorly and...
Feeling poorly?
Tell him, I order myself. Tell him. Tell him everything. It'll make things so much easier. But it wouldn't. It would be incredibly selfish. Things would be easier for me and significantly more complicated for everyone else. Nothing bad. You're right, my appetite has been low. Nausea, issues sleeping. One of the Southwest physicians, Dr. Henshaw, said it's stress from... I shrug and smile. Artfully, if I say so myself. When it comes to my recent past, the ratio of what went wrong to what could have gone wrong is so high it's objectively funny. Take your pick. Basically, I just need to wait it out and chill. Hence, the cabin.
Are you in pain?
I shake my head instinctively. His expression looks so dubious, I wince. It's more like discomfort. Cohen doesn't want to believe it, but it's obvious that he's not sure where the lie's at.
For someone juggling this many secrets, you're pretty terrible at keeping them.
I'll try to do better, Alpha. I bat my eyes at him, which makes his scowl deepen by a factor of 10. Could you please not tell Misery and Lo?
Oh, you're hiding shit from them, too?
I'm an equal opportunity liar. And really, it would just give them one more thing to worry about, when Anna should be their...
Priority. Yeah, you've mentioned her.
My craning neck weeps in gratitude when Cohen takes a seat on the edge of the mattress. His posture is lazy, but his eyes stay sharp.
Underwear custom, I cannot keep this from Lo. He's your alpha.
Is he, though? I didn't, go to the DMV to sign paperwork.
To the what now?
And I didn't take a blood oath. You said it yourself that I have no pack.
You are not an official member of any pack. You are, however, affiliated with the Southwest. The alternative is for Were Society to deal with you as a rogue Were, and you do not want that.
I don't understand. Why does it matter?
Correct. You don't understand. Were packs are not chummy extended families, killer. To safely set foot in a pack's territory, you'll need to be affiliated with that pack or with their allies.
And if I'm not? He gives me a flat look that, okay, got that loud and clear. Can I change? If I were affiliated with the Northwest, then it would be okay for Lo not to know, right?
That would make me your alpha.
Would you mind that? He stares like I'm trying to sell him a pouch of magic beans.
To be clear, I know that I'm being played. I'm just allowing it because I love the idea of telling you what to do that much.
I cannot help my smile. Very well. Deal. Now that I'm officially a Northwesterner,
Not a name we go by.
in the name of Alpha member confidentiality,
Which doesn't exist.
I ask you to please not tell Misery that I'm, regressing to my human self. She already has plenty to be nervous about. I chew on my lower lip for a moment. Will you take me in, then? It'll ease the pressure off the Southwest, and I feel safer when I'm with you. His tongue prods at the inside of his cheek.
You do?
I nod, wondering why it's the truth. I'm sure Lo and his seconds are just as capable. They may even have more of an incentive to protect me since, well, Lo has never felt the need to remind me that the part of him that matters could never be interested in me. Yeah, I do.
Well, that's too bad because I don't want you to feel safe.
You don't? Glaring, he leans toward me, full of something vicious that I cannot name.
I want you to be scared shitless, Serena. I want you so fucking terrified of me you won't even dream of not doing what I say. I want you to feel like your soft little throat is in my hands, and I want you to be so afraid that I'll tear into it that when I tell you to do something for your own fucking safety, you won't consider saying anything but yes, Alpha.
The last words are hissed just inches from my face, the puff of his breath hot against my cheek. And the thing is, he is terrifying. He could carve me open like an overripe pomegranate, and he's definitely capable of forcing me to do whatever he wants. I've seen the way even his seconds look at him, love and trust and respect mixed with circumspection. I've heard Lo and Misery whisper their worries. I'm aware that there's an edge of unpredictability to Cohen. And yet the only response I can muster to his threats is a small, apologetic smile. He didn't ask for me to be his mate. I didn't ask to be a hybrid. And yet, here we both are. I cannot help myself. I lift my hand, and with the backs of my fingers, I stroke the skin of his cheek. It's the lightest touch, barely anything, but it sends currents trembling down my arm, clamoring for more. Cohen's muscles tense, and he flinches from my touch. With a roll of his eyes, he unfolds away from me, and cold seeps back into my bones.
You're such a fucking nuisance,
He murmurs, almost softly. I know. I press my lips together. Thank you again for...
Serena.
I know, but I have to say it, and...
Just mulch Saul's rose beds and we can be even.
He spins on his heel. Is he leaving? Are you going to bed? I ask after him.
After I'm done.
He doesn't specify with what. Where will you be sleeping?
There are half a dozen beds in this cabin.
What a non-answer. And on top of thank you, he must also not be big into good night, because he opens the door and... Cohen? He stops, turns to me with an expression that's equally patient, insulting, and dismissive. The quintessential Alpha has shit to do look. Just I swallow. The mate thing. His face doesn't move a millimeter. His biological predestination to want sex with me seems to interest him less than the favorite yogurt flavor of the 15 to 21 demographic. The rest of your pack? Do they know? He shrugs, one-shouldered. Truly, he does not give a shit about the stuff I spend my nights overthinking.
Everyone does.
You didn't... It's not a secret?
We made sure everywhere knew, Serena.
Oh. Why?
No sane were will touch you if they think you're important to me.
If they think. I scratch the back of my head. Do they think we...
No, we made that clear too.
So they know that I'm your mate, but we're not together.
Correct.
And doesn't it bother you?
Why would it?
I don't know, just big bad alpha, everyone's boss. I thought you might want to...
Spare myself the humiliation of having been rejected?
He huffs a laugh.
Serena, there are much worse things than that.
Are there? I'm not so sure. The good and the bad of my life correlate strongly with feelings of being wanted. Or not. But Cohen is not a human orphan, let alone one whose claim to fame is being useless in therapy because of an overgrown case of infantile amnesia. Like me or don't, I really couldn't care less. God, how many times do I have to make him tell me before I turn it into a long-term memory? I'm sorry, I don't know why I asked. I'm just tired.
Right. If only you had a bed to sleep in.
His sarcasm is a jolt of electricity. I hate you, I say mildly.
You need me to check the closet for monsters?
Nope. I already know where those are.
Glass of water, brush your hair 100 strokes, the fucking chamber pot.
I let out a small laugh and shake my head, and before I can force my good night upon him, Cohen is gone. My heart feels cavern hollow. I ignore it, spend 5 minutes punching my pillows into shape, and fall into a deep sleep. It starts like it always does. That is to say, nicely enough. I wonder how universal a truth it is that the closer to the end we get, the more mundane our oniric activities become. Mine used to be ridiculous, equally fun and horrifying, but lately they're about only one thing: sex. It just seems so unambitious. I could be dreaming of castles or deer with jello antlers or pizza pies in the sky. Instead, it's all work rough palms wrapped around my kneecap and bare, sweat-slick skin. Outdoor scents, sticky, dripping, hazy warmth. Bites into unyielding muscles, rolling murmurs, whispers of something dark and good I can never make out, and laughter pressing into my throat. Red cheeks, a hot olive flush, heavy, lingering touches, aches that don't hurt, twitches of pleasure, a white-knuckled grip, the pulse of something hungry and needy, a hitch of breath, a sharp inhale, low bass, vibrating through me, a quiet exhale, hard and soft, muted swallows, a sloppy, lazy rhythm. It's not even sex, at least not as far as I can tell. Just the components of it, the pieces and not the whole, cluttering my mind, taking up every corner. Like I said, it's nice enough, until I wake up. An agonized moan slips out of my throat, and I press my palm to my mouth. I don't waste time. I know by now that hoping for the rippling pain to subside is no use. My temperature would spike even higher, and the heat would probably kill me. Fisting the edge of the mattress, I manage to roll out of bed and crawl to the bathroom. Once I'm a heap of perspiration and tears and shivers on the soft shower mat, that's when the fun starts. Some nights, I only deal with the fever. Others, more and more frequent, my stomach demands its due. Luckily, when the first bout pours out of me, I'm standing right by the toilet bowl. It smells like acid and sickness and rot, and I gag even more. But once that's done, the pain recedes long enough for me to catch my breath. So I focus on the real issue. I'm about to burst into flames. It could be an exaggeration, or not. Will my organs melt out of my orifices if I skip the next step? It sure feels like it. So I elbow myself into the bathtub and flick on the cold water. The first cool splash against my sizzling skin always has me sighing in relief, but it's ludicrously short-lived. It'll get better, though. Once I'm neck-deep, I'll stop feeling like a small, violent mammal has crawled inside my abdomen and is gnawing at my flesh while breathing fire. For now, though, my heart hammers against my ribcage, my body arches and contracts, and I swallow the pain of 100 bones crumbling. And since it's all I can do, I sit, bury my face in my knees, and wait. Chapter 8.
She calls him out of the blue. He hasn't saved her number, but it's etched into the hidden layers of his skin.
I need a favor.
A favor? And am I... He stops and briefly covers the phone's mic with his palm to tell Jorma that yes, he did sign whatever the hell was on his desk this morning. Am I your favor guy now?
Do you want to be?
No. I don't like doing nice things for people. Her low laugh makes his body do things.
The thing is, when Anna was being targeted, Lo said you hid her.
I did. She wets her lips. He can hear it.
He said that the Northwest is the best place to disappear.
A pause. Is anyone after you?
No, nothing like that. It's more like I really need a break. 2 months earlier. Southwest Territory. Kinda disappointing how little difference there is between human and were physicians' offices. I probably should have known. When I asked Lo if the Southwest had a, holistic healer I could see or something, he looked at me with his resting, I must have drop-kicked a lot of puppies in my past life to deserve this face, and said,
We do. We call them doctors. They have degrees and such.
Clearly, I'm the problem here. The first time misery brought me into vampire territory, I expected capes with standing collars, scarlet velvet, a menagerie of aloof Mexican free-tailed bats. Instead, I found commercial buildings and suit-wearing finance bros who crowded the elevators and screamed into their phones as though their lives depended on cryptocurrency. Even Owen, Misery's twin, was less like a demonic scion of darkness and more of a lost, indolent fuckboy with daddy issues. Then again, my impression of him might be influenced by the fact that he hit on me relentlessly from the moment I entered the nest till the second I stepped out. I never told Misery, and I'll bring this to my shallow grave. Very soon, apparently. Dr. Henshaw's office, tragically, is a new addition in a long line of unmet expectations. The plaque on the door, followed by a whole-ass MD, the lack of evolution vector concept art in which an Australopithecus transitions to human and then to wolf, 0 terrifying forceps, disinfectant wipes that smell exactly like the ones I used for my apartment. As I said, disappointing. The setting and the news.
Serena,
he calls. He's a kindly older man, good at his job. My issues stump him and challenge his self-perception, which accounts for half of the urgency in his tone. The other half, it cannot be easy, delivering the kind of information he just did. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault, I say, hopping off the exam table with a smile. I stuff my top back into my jeans. The weirdest part about this is that as far as my days go, I was having a great one. Today, I haven't puked, haven't passed out, haven't felt like all my mucous tissues were drenched in muriatic acid. Is it my fucking birthday or what? I wondered on my way here. Spoiler alert, it's not. Please don't feel bad about this, I reassure him. It's totally okay.
Serena, I'm not.
He pauses to stroke his thick, gray beard.
Like I said, cortisol surge disorder is a very common illness for weres and the leading cause of death.
But it's very unusual for a were as young as me to have CSD. I'm not responding to treatment, and my condition is deteriorating faster than you've ever seen before. I smile to show him that, yes, I've been listening. When I first came to Dr. Henshaw, my biggest fear was that he would tell me that my odd hybrid biology was too much of a medical head-scratcher to give me a diagnosis. It never occurred to me that my disease might be easy to identify but untreatable. To his credit, Dr. Henshaw did everything he could. He consulted several of his colleagues. He shared my anonymized labs with specialists. He compared notes, asked for advice, and ordered additional tests on their behalf. And today? Well, today.
Even if I am not able to do much for you, there are still accommodations to be made. You'll need palliative care to treat your symptoms. We can and should involve your family and your closest friends, like Lo and the vampire, and give them as much time with you as possible.
It's okay, I say. I am calm. Not that I've ever been one for dramatics, despite Misery's accusations that I'm severely unstable for crying over videos of dogs reuniting with their owners. The ease with which I'm digesting the news that I'm about to become maggot feed is almost more disquieting than the knowledge itself. I'd rather not tell anyone. His eyes widen.
Lo is my alpha. I feel uncomfortable withholding information that...
I'm sorry about your discomfort, I interrupt, gentle and firm. But before I walked into this room for the first time, I made sure that you were not mandated to report your findings to Lo, and you said...
Only if they threatened the safety of the pack.
The 11 between his brows deepens, like he's looking for a loophole.
Serena, nearly all people with CSD display aggressive episodes as their disease progresses. You've already experienced blackouts and sleepwalking. The other day you said you clawed into the headboard of your bed overnight.
I promise I don't need the recap. I attempt an amused smile to soften my words. We were both here for the last 2 months, trying pills, injectables, even minor surgery. But I steadily got worse, and Dr. Henshaw's even-keeled, "We just haven't found the right treatment yet," became a frustrated, "You're not responding as well as I'd hoped," then unspooled into frowns that I interpreted as, "What the fuck is wrong with your body?" Then today, he said somberly,
My colleagues and I are in agreement that your body cannot sustain this level of adrenal imbalance for much longer. It's simply not compatible with life, both from a were and a human physiology standpoint, and the rate of your decline.
It's okay. We tried. Didn't work out. But that's life. You win some, and you lose some. In which case, it becomes death. How long? I ask him. He doesn't waffle.
3 to 6 months.
Okay, that's fine. I can work with that. I cannot thank you enough, I say sincerely. Maybe after I slog my way to greener pastures, this could be my legacy. Gratitude. Wouldn't it be nice to be remembered as the hybrid who didn't ask to see the manager when things didn't go her way? You've done so much for me. I would write you a positive online review, but I'm not sure whether attempted to fix a hybrid would get you killed, so...
Serena, I strongly advise sharing what is happening with Lo. If nothing else, because you could easily hurt someone during an episode. You live with Anna, too, who...
I would never. I stop and force myself not to act defensively because he's not wrong. If I shredded a piece of wood in my sleep without realizing it, what would stop me from shredding? You're correct. I go on my tiptoes to grab my jacket. The pack is at risk with me around, but there are ways to deal with it.
Such as?
I could ask for some isolation. Misery knows that I've been overwhelmed.
The vampire won't like it.
She's used to stuff not going her way. She's a bitter pill swallower of great skill and experience.
Did she not agree to wed Lo to find you?
Dr. Henshaw tilts his head.
And you plan to leave her with a lie?
If I think it'd be best for her, yes. I've expended a lot of effort in the past few weeks to hide my condition from the people I live with. I have no intention to stop now. Nice guilt trip, though.
It was worth a try.
I grin at him, wondering when it will sink in that I'm about to die. The atoms that make me will be eaten by worms and turn into fungi and undergo redistribution within the universe. Why do I feel so little? My medical records through the years, the ones I gave you, you still have them? He nods. Feel free to make copies and share them with whoever you want. They'll come in handy as Anna grows up and... My voice cracks. For the past decade, I've refused to let my circumstances define me. Fuck being an orphan, or poor, or the collateral's lady in waiting. Fuck being a victim. Fuck navel-gazing and wallowing in my wretchedness. And then I met Anna, who's an orphan and a hybrid. She's everything that I used to be, and the compassion I've never been able to extend to myself overflows whenever I think about her. Whoever intends to hurt her will have to crawl over my cold, rotting corpse. Literally, perhaps. Mine is a wear illness and likely has nothing to do with me being hybrid, I tell the doctor. But my medical history might help, if Anna ever runs into issues, and I did tell you that I'm happy to donate my body, right? Make sure you, dissect me and all, to learn.
Serena.
Dr. Henshaw's light eyes search mine.
You should not forego palliative care.
If the pain gets too bad, I'll come back to you. But you know I've been surveilled my entire life, all because of my biology. Something that happened before I was even born has dictated the last 2 decades of my life, and I think if you try to wrap your head around it, you might be able to understand that I'd rather not spend the last months of my life being poked and prodded. I just want to be, for once.
Don't you want to spend time with your sister?
Not if this illness turns me into a different person. Misery and I were alone for so long. A year or so ago, when I realized that something was wrong with me, I was terrified that if I disappeared, it would destroy her. And the thing is, it will, when it happens. But she has people that'll help her pick up the pieces now. I smile. It's heartfelt. That's the biggest gift I could ask for. I wrap my hand around the door handle, ready to leave, when Dr. Henshaw asks,
What about the Northwest Alpha?
A beat. What about him?
Are you not his mate?
I look at him over my shoulder. He won't care. It's only hormones. Sex. The doctor cocks his head.
I highly doubt that's true.
Cohen's a grown man. I blink, feeling a burst of anger. I cannot worry about Cohen. I need to make sure that Misery and Anna are safe and taken care of, and does Dr. Henshaw not get it? He can handle wanting to fuck someone and being told no, I say, voice acid with worry and something that feels too much like regret. If he can't, that's his problem. I walk out, pretending not to hear Dr. Henshaw tell me that if that's the impression I'm under, either I was lied to or I'm lying to myself. Chapter 9.
Jersey's only question is, are you sure? He shakes his head because no, of course he isn't. I hope I'm wrong about her.
And if you aren't?
Carolina asks. It changes nothing.
Present day. In the afternoon, I hobble downstairs wearing a thick sweater and rolled-up sweats that belong to someone much more vertically gifted than me. My headache pounds through the roof of my mouth. I feel thoroughly banged up. Whether it's from playing hide-and-seek with Bob the Vamp, from sleeping in a bed of ceramic, or from the simple curse of living in my unpredictable sack of meat, I have no clue. Look at me, spoiled for choice. "What is your preferred morning upper?" Amanda asks with a wide smile when I find the kitchen after some wandering. "Coffee? Tea? Methamphetamine?" I lift my eyebrows. Is that a common breakfast option in Airbnbs? I could synthesize some real quick. She's joking, I think. Not sure. Faced with proof of the existence of stuff like biologically mandated mates and hybrids and the legality of child beauty pageants, it's hard to discount anything. I'm a single internet rabbit hole away from becoming a hollow earther. I'm good, thanks, trying to avoid stimulants. Where did Cohen go? I woke up deeply aware that he wasn't around. Not in the house, not roaming the woods outside, not anywhere nearby. I'd say GPS tracking is a Were superpower, but mine doesn't extend to anyone but him. Off having a chat with a few of the huddle leaders. Aren't you a huddle leader? Me? Oh, because I'm a second? Nope. But that's how it works in those pack, right? I think so, yeah. I take a seat and hug my legs to my chest. The temperature is chilly, though one wouldn't be able to guess from Amanda's shorts and tank top. Clearly one of us is a real Were. World's easiest find the intruder. How do you guys do things? I ask, then rush to add, if you're allowed to tell me. Of course I am. You're one of us. She reaches across the table, briefly covering my hand with hers. Her flesh against mine feels so intensely wrong. It's all I can do not to free myself in repulsion. A totally appropriate reaction to a kind gesture. I've never been particularly physical, but this hormonal stuff is making me as avoidant as Misery. Our pack is divided into geography-based huddles, just like the Southwest, but being a huddle leader doesn't translate to becoming one of Cohen's seconds. Then are the seconds elected separately? Elected, ha! She slaps the table. We're seconds because Cohen wants us to be. Period. We do things a bit differently here. Less democracy and more despotism. Her grin is unapologetic. The Northwest is made up of 5 peripheral huddles and a core. The 5 huddle leaders make up the assembly, which is a council of sorts. They bring their territory's needs to the alpha, advise him, keep him in check, that kind of stuff. If you have the assembly, why do you still put up with an alpha? She chuckles. We're not human, Serena. We are biologically hardwired to coalesce around a worthy figure. She tilts her head at me. You're aware. Not a full one, maybe, but you feel it too, don't you? The importance Cohen has as a symbol. Unity, strength, safety. I guess it's like faith in a way, but also not at all, and she lets out a small laugh. I don't know how to explain it, but you understand, right? I don't know if I do. Not the way she'd like me to, at least. I nod anyway, and she seems pleased. Cohen will be back soon. He just needed to discuss a situation. I bury my hands inside my sleeves. Am I the situation? Nope. Oh, heat creeps up my cheeks. I promise I don't go about my life believing that I'm the center of the universe. You kind of are at the moment. Honestly, if I were kidnapped and manhunted at the rate you are, I'd assume too. But this is something else. Hopefully nothing to worry about. Like the vast majority of humans, I grew up suspecting that if I ever met a were, I'd be skewered into a kebab before I could politely inquire about their customs and traditions. Most information publicly available on them was speculation, often contradictory, always incomplete. I get it. Wares not wanting other species to know their business, sworn enemies and all that. Still, it was very inconvenient for me. When I realized that I was one of them, their secrecy made it impossible to predict what their reaction to a hybrid would be. And that's what prevented me from reaching out and asking for help. But even in my hardest days, when my body clawed at me with needs that I couldn't decipher, and I contemplated walking into a pack's territory, waving a white flag and letting the chips fall where they may, I never, not once, considered approaching the Northwest. Out of all the packs on the North American continent, they are the least conflict-prone, mostly because their territory doesn't abut the vampires. They are, however, surrounded by various human settlements, and while they don't exactly co-host monthly block parties, I could find no indication that their borders have historically been as contentious as the ones between the Southwest and the humans. The Northwest Pack has perfected the art of, as Cohen would put it, minding their goddamn business. And yet any mention of them induces brick-shitting, in humans and in their own kind.
It's the zero-strike policy,
Alex told me while I was staying at Misery's. She and Lo would frequently disappear to do newlywed things that, in my humble experience, should have taken no longer than 15 minutes. Alex noticed me listlessly wandering around the garden and graciously took me under his wing for a couple of remedial history lessons.
They don't tolerate any invasion.
Isn't that true of every pack?
Most packs will kill the intruders and call it a day. They won't line their perimeters with vertically impaled corpses.
A long pause. Impaled on...
Oh, just your regular, stakes.
Why would they do that?
To remind their neighbors of the exact location of their borders.
He looked as nauseous as I felt.
You have to admit, Cohen's logic is solid.
I don't think I have to, actually.
Anyway, they're equal opportunity haters. They've done this with humans, but also with the Canada and Midwest packs, so no one messes with them anymore.
So nice to discover that the dude who'd told me I was his mate was impalement happy. Cohen and Lo are allies, though, I said, to soothe myself.
Yep, the North and Southwest were never enemies, but they became close allies because Cohen's aunt was the mate of Roscoe, our former alpha. When Lo turned 12 and started feeling a bit too alpha for Roscoe, Roscoe sent him to the Northwest, an exile in everything but name type of deal.
And Cohen took him in?
Yeah, basically raised him. Rumor has it that Cohen didn't want to play nanny, but it was obvious that Lo would one day be alpha, and he couldn't let him become too fucked up.
Alex laughed, but I wasn't so certain that Cohen had been joking. They're different, though, I mused. Lo is much more about diplomacy and less about impalement.
They are. But I was in the Northwest for several months a couple of summers ago, doing some IT work. I get why Cohen's considered a great alpha.
By whom? I asked skeptically. Himself? It was important to me that Cohen Alexander was a mediocre man, alpha. My pride and self-respect were at stake.
Everyone, really. He reunited the Northwest after the pack had splintered into different factions.
All of a sudden, I could see the faint green undertones of Alex's skin. He smelled warm and nervous and... scared?
By the way, I heard about the mate thing.
Ah, yeah. What an unfortunate direction for this chat.
And you know how the first week you were here, I kinda asked you out?
I do. In my dreams, I violently slammed my skull against the wall.
You said no, and it's totally fine. But would it be possible for you to...
A deep breath.
Never, ever, ever mention it to Cohen?
Oh. Alex, Cohen and I are not...
And if you do mention it to him, could you maybe give me a heads up so then I can, burn my fingerprints with my sister's curling iron and go underground and maybe buy some fake documents?
I could have an orgy on Cohen's yard and he wouldn't give a shit, and... I liked Alex. He was, most days, the smartest person in the room. He reminded me of the kind of guys I used to date. Friendly, kind, cute. And the idea of touching him made my stomach roll and my insides putrefy. I'm sorry I said no, but you do not want to hook up with someone who doesn't even know what species box to tick on the census form. Is there any strife? I asked Amanda now, between Cohen and the huddle leaders. No, or no more so than usual. Cohen does thrive on pissing people off. It's his main pastime. Is it okay to say that about your alpha? If it's true, which it totally is. She grins and rotates her shoulders, arching up in a stretch. I can't quite swallow a gasp when my eyes stumble on her nails, elongated into sharp, lethal weapons. When she yawns, her canines are no longer blunt. Oh, shit! She laughs and immediately backtracks her shift. It's been months since I was last in human form for over a day. Not used to it, I guess. Anna told me something similar. When I was in the north, Uncle Cohen spent 4 days in wolf form and never changed back, she said, sounding the same mix of titillated and scandalized as when I'd explained to her that, no, Sparkles was not going to have kittens because his testicles resided somewhere at the bottom of a vet's composting bin. R.I.P. Sparkles Jr. and Sparklet. And it was a new moon! So cool! Here, wolf is the default. Human form is somewhere between an unavoidable hassle and an embarrassing constraint that affects only the least dominant wares. Feel free to shift, I tell Amanda with a smile. Why don't we go on a run together? My stomach drops. Wait, you have that call, right? What call? The Southwest geneticist, Juno? She has something to share, but Cohen wanted me to remind you that you don't have to talk to her if you prefer not to. Shall we just go frolic in mud? Amanda asks hopefully, and as little as I want to discuss genetics, I take a big girl breath. Actually, I'm dying to catch up with Juno. A meeting with Juno the geneticist, lovely alliteration, can mean only one thing. She inserted my DNA sample into a big science machine, and the big science machine spat out information about my blood relatives. For my entire life, I've felt ambivalent about learning anything regarding my parents. Not your average orphan's attitude, though maybe it is. I'm sure some of us seek to uncover our past to better define our future and all that therapy stuff, while others are as blasé as I am. Children raised like me develop a unique brand of pragmatism, born of the knowledge that nothing will stand as a shield between us and reality. On my 2nd grade career day, when I told a teacher that I wanted to become a journalist, and he laughed, saying that I was more likely to be found dead in a ditch by 18, no helicopter mother waltzed in to have a stern talking to with the principal. When the cafeteria served us spoiled chicken and the dormitory looked like a splash pad of projectile vomiting, no loving father made sure we stayed hydrated. when the creepy orderly with the easily discoverable felony convictions insisted on watching us change after PE, no probation officer came to arrest him. We had to take care of ourselves, so we did. Some pining for our lost families was involved, sure, but holding on to an idea, just like holding a grudge, takes up a significant amount of energy, one that could be used to, well, bully other orphans, in my less than uncommon experience. If Ruth from the group home had been more in touch with her emotions, maybe she wouldn't have forced me to drink toilet water for refusing to give up my sandwich. So I haven't spent my life searching for my parents, because there's little room for this to work out in a satisfying way. Either they wanted to get rid of me, tragic, tear-jerking, the stuff where trauma thrives, or they were forced to, tragic, tear-jerking, the stuff where trauma thrives. Neither option comes with a happy ending. Sure, there's room for variation in the levels of rejection, self-loathing, and generic mal de vivre I'll experience as my backstory unfolds. But unless Juno's report comes with a time travel machine and a redo, in which Mommy, Daddy, Fido the Golden Doodle, and I picket fence it in the suburbs, and maybe in which I get to spit in Ruth's coffee just once, I doubt any good will come of it. Ignorance, bliss, that kind of stuff. And yet, about 2 months ago, after hearing my prognosis from Dr. Henshaw, I decided to not return home to misery right away. Instead, I stopped by Juno's place and told her that, at last, I was ready for her to compare my DNA with the available databases to see if she could find any relative of mine. Maybe being reminded of my own mortality made me curious. Maybe I'm afraid to be insubstantial and that no part of me will be left once I'm gone. Maybe I'm just filling time, sitting at the desk in the bedroom where I slept last night, wrapped in a thick blanket. I'd love for misery to be present for this, but it's the middle of day when vampires are at their sleepiest. I don't want to bother her. So when I accept the call and see her next to Juno, mouth wide open in a huge, fanged yawn, my heart squeezes. "She does not need to be here," Juno tells me, pointing at her. Misery says. "I kinda do." Juno ignores her. "I explained the concept of confidentiality to her multiple times." "Serena wants me here, right? She can stay, I guess," I say with an exaggerated, disaffected tone that has her blowing me a kiss. Juno is almost pathologically humorless. Nice, though, and the flowchart I use to decide whether to consider someone a friend is made up of a single question. Have they tried to kill me or misery? No? Fantastic. Let's have a spa day. Go ziplining. Overshare about recurring UTIs. First, I'd like to say how sorry I am about your experience with the human genetic counselor. He was being interviewed as an expert and had no right to disclose information about your reproductive health to the public. Oh, I swallow. It's fine. I'm sure they didn't mean... It's unacceptable, and your and Cohen's anger is perfectly justified. He's been suspended pending investigation. When did Juno talk with Cohen about my anger? Secondly, I'm sorry it took me this long to contact you. I'm sure you've been anxious about the results. She absolutely has not, Misery informs her cheerfully. Her avoidance is the stuff psychiatrists' dreams are made of. Juno blinks. Well, Serena, either way, the reason this took months is that I had to run your father's DNA through several WER databases and... My father? You mean my father was aware? Yes. She seems taken aback. I thought you knew. It was widely shared in the human news. Maddie felt that the public would want to know, and I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not your fault if I spent the last few months hiding inside a walnut, and... I shake my head and wait for my perception of myself to adjust. I never fully articulated it, but somewhere, In a corner of my mind made up of no words and many, many vibes, I assumed that the were was my mother, probably because that's the case with... I'm not like her, I say. The relief is a physical, tangible thing. Not like who? Anna. Juno nods. Indeed. Does it mean that we'll have different outcomes, too? Outcomes? Of what? Just different challenges or issues. She won't have a terminal diagnosis at 25, will she? Presumably. We're working on a sample of 2, but you already manifest in different ways. You are closer to human, redder blood, lower basal temperature, less acute senses. Anna may not shift, but she couldn't pass for a human the way you did at her age. So, yes, we can assume that different genotypes will lead to different phenotypes. Misery tilts her head. You seem happy about it. Oh, no, I'm not. I notice my grin on the screen. I look on the verge of swing dancing on top of the keyboard. Probably because I am. Just tired. Go ahead, please. Juno buys it. Misery is somewhat trickier, but I've been hiding shit from her for years now. For her own good, I remind myself, careful not to look at her as I change the topic. How can you tell that my father was the were? We took a look at your mitochondrial DNA. Right, and mitochondrial DNA is mostly passed down from mother to child. Noticing Misery's thunderstruck expression, I ask, what? Nothing. Just look at you being all sciencey. I had a mandatory biology class in college. And you retain knowledge from that low C? Stay out of my transcripts. But they're such a riveting bedtime read. And it was a C+. You woman in STEM. She deserves being flipped off, and Juno's throat clearing signals her agreement. I used DNA comparison to find your genetic relatives, but in the Southwest, there are no individuals with DNA segments identical to yours. Does that mean no relatives? We can be reasonably sure that your father was not Southwest. Bummer. Misery looks disappointed, like she wanted for the 2 of us to have this in common, for her home to be my home. So I expanded my search to other packs, Juno continues, which complicated things. Misery snorts. The other alphas giving you access to their precious little data was not on my bingo card. That's good, because they didn't. However, once Lowe reached out, most of them did agree. The ones who didn't, they came around later, after Cohen had a chat with them. It's obvious from her blank face that chat is not the right word for what happened. This is where things get messy. I wasn't given direct access to the databases. Their geneticists ran Serena's DNA. We have no choice but to trust that they did their job well and that their databases are accurately maintained. And you do? She hesitates. I think so, yes. Serena is a hot commodity for many reasons. If a pack had any ground to claim her, they absolutely would. And they did not. Misery scratches her head. Dude, did you spring up from a cabbage patch? Maybe. Could I be from another continent? That's one explanation. Lowe has contacts in Europe, so we're exploring that. More likely... Juno pauses. Her eyes meet mine. There's one American pack whose structure has gone through several transformations. Most of its records were lost. Okay, and will you tell us which pack that is, or... No need, I interrupt Misery, because I already know. It's the Northwest, isn't it? Chapter 10.
She is braiding her hair, bends her head forward, sectioning the strands and paying no mind to the world around her. Doesn't notice him lingering at the door. Her bare nape is there for him to stare at, pink and vulnerable and accessible. It's so flagrantly indecent he must excuse himself.
It's Misery who asks the only sensible question. How do you lose a genetic database? I mean, Cohen's temperamental and all that, but even he wouldn't just misplace. Destroyed is a better word for it. I believe it was an accident. What kind of accident? Juno hesitates just a fraction of a second. A fire, I think. 20 years ago. I remember what Alex told me. Does this have anything to do with the fact that the Northwest was divided into different factions? I'm sorry. Another infinitesimal pause. I don't know much about the circumstances. I exchange a wordless glance with Misery, who picked up on the same offbeat vibes. What about my mother? The word sounds disturbingly odd in my mouth. Do the humans have databases? Nothing as thorough as ours. Their registries are mostly opt-ins, biotech companies that offer personalized screening. That covers a small percentage of the human population on this continent, but I'll try. I scratch the side of my neck, weighing my options, taking the temperature. I'm disappointed, more than I thought I'd be, but it's fine. I don't need to know. Serena, I realize that this is a sensitive question, but Misery mentioned that you do not remember much from your childhood. Is that true? I nod. Is there anything about your earliest memories that might help us refine our search? Not really, no. I barely... What's your name, honey? Do you know how we can get in touch with your parents? She'll be in the car for several hours. Let's make sure she's not conscious for that. Are you stupid? I hate the dumb ones. Can she have a different bed, away from mine? It's no big deal, just the desert. Have you not seen a prickly pear before? I shake my head. I started linearly encoding my childhood memories when I was 7 or 8, but I have some spotty recollection from before. The earliest is being in Paris, a small human town north of the city. It was April, and they estimated my age at about 6. I was told that I wandered into the child services office with no idea how I got there. My tone is always detached when I talk about this, because I never feel as though I'm the one who went through it. No one local knew me, not even when they expanded the radius of their search. I couldn't remember my own name, and the nurses got tired of calling me the girl. One of them named me Serena, after her mother, and, well, it stuck. 2 decades and still going strong. Sadly, not all of us can be named after the literal state of being in agony, Misery says. Her grin pulls me back into the present. I return her smile. A missed opportunity. It pains me to admit how inflated my ego has become, but given the years of cloak and dagger surveillance, I assume humans have thorough files on me. There are none, Serena, Juno says. Well, that's certainly humbling. We believe they were destroyed by Governor Davenport's team. She purses her lips. That's okay. For now, at least. If you recall anything else, give Lo or me a call. Or me, Misery scowls. Now that I think about it, Serena, send me your new phone number, so I can keep you updated on Sparkle's bowel movements as you requested. I requested cute pictures. Please stop sending cat turds. Nah. Her gaze flicks somewhere past my head. I know it must be symptomatic of either overwork or severe depression, but I'm loving the shipwreck survivor with no access to blades look, Cohen. I turn around so fast I nearly pull a muscle. Cohen is behind me, standing at the door.
Be good, vampire,
he tells Misery, in that affectionate tone that he uses only with her and Anna. It should be at odds with his usual orneriness, but somehow fits him like a glove, and sends odd pangs to my chest. I bet he does care whether they like him or not. I'm never good, Misery replies, and a beat later I hear the video call being shut down. How long have you been here? I ask him. He lifts a shoulder, widens his arms.
What is time?
How much did you hear?
I don't know. Everything?
I frown. Pretty sure being alpha of this pack doesn't give you a pass to eavesdrop on people.
Pretty sure being alpha of this pack gives me a pass to run people through the paper shredder and make dinosaur-shaped nuggies out of what's left.
He may have just threatened to macerate me, but at least he's funny about it. You heard the plot twist, then?
Which one?
I might be part of your pack. He stares, unreadable, until I continue, we could be related. I could be your cousin. He scoffs, unimpressed.
You're not.
How do you know?
I have a cousin. Looking at her does not feel like looking at you.
I glance down, hot all of a sudden. Hang on, am I flattered? None of what he just said could be construed as nice.
Come on.
He directs me with his head.
We're leaving.
For where? You're not taking me back to the Southwest, right? I ask as I rise.
We'll see.
Cohen. I hurry down the stairs after him. You said that if I told you the truth, you'd go along with my plan.
Did I?
Yes. I fist my hand in his flannel. It looks like yesterday's, but green and without vampire blood. Please, I say when he graces me with his gaze. He's standing in my space, or maybe I'm in his. Let me come to the den with you. For all we know, it's where I was born.
You want to be my cousin that bad, huh?
I roll my eyes. You know, being all secretive and mastermindy is not really as charming as you.
Relax. I'm not taking you back to the Southwest.
He must know that I'm this close to hugging him, because he leans closer and orders.
Dial it down.
What?
That look, like I'm about to take you to this shelter to pick out a new kitten. It's not going to be fun. I won't put you up in another isolated cabin in the middle of nowhere.
Where are we going then?
You said you want to be bait.
His smile is anything but pleased.
Time to put you on a hook, killer. You need to eat,
he says once the car is out of the driveway. I stare up at the hemlock spruces that line the road, nose pressed against the cool glass, and murmur, I'm good. The thing about this place is, the farther north we push, the more beautiful it gets. Dramatic, a little mysterious, lush and rich. I spot a million shades of green. Everything towers. Endless jutting trees, spongy moss, water flowing always, everywhere, vibrant and otherworldly, and so alive. It makes me feel alive, too.
You're lots of things, and good is not one of them.
I glance at Cohen, who's not unlike the landscape, outdoorsy and remote and moody, wild and overcast. Must be nice, I muse.
What?
Being you, knowing everything.
It is, yeah.
He agrees. Any other unfulfilled strata in my pyramid of need that I should know about?
You're sleep-deprived, a little dehydrated, but the hunger is what concerns me the most.
I told you, my appetite has been...
Low. That's fine. We'll find something you can keep down.
Behaviors like this used to be an instant date ender. Yeah, you do want another drink. I promise, you'll love this movie. You need someone who really gets you, babe. Let me take care of you. But with Cohen, they don't really faze me. Maybe it's because with my exes it felt like posturing, little kids playing dress-up. Cohen, though, takes care of thousands of people. His job, his vocation, the mission statement of his entire life is to figure out what the wares in his territory need. It's not so far-fetched that he could take on one more person, even if I might just be the most burdensome yet. Are we ever going back to the cabin where I was staying?
No, it's hours away.
He scowls.
Why? Want to bring flowers to Bob's grave?
First of all, you left Bob's corpse in the very place where it dropped. He's probably been eaten by the beavers.
Beavers are discerning.
Secondly, no. It's just all my stuff is there.
Your what?
My clothes.
I'm sure we can buy you a new burlap sack.
Okay, well, thank you. But I have other stuff there that I can't replace.
Like what?
I quickly cast around for a good answer. The infamous sat phone, my sports drinks, neither is worth driving hours for. Maybe the strong painkillers that Dr. Henshaw gave me for when things get really bad, Serena, and they will. But I cannot tell Cohen about them, just like I cannot tell him what I really want to go back for. So, I lie. My plushie.
Your plushie.
Yeah, Anna gave it to me.
Did she now?
She bought it for me with her monthly allowance, which is nearly as high as my salary used to be. Misery is not strict with that child. I sleep with it every night. He looks at me like he's considering laying down a tarp and butchering me on it. It's important to me, I continue weakly. What, you don't believe that a family can be a girl and her pink stuffed penguin?
I emphatically do not.
You're so bigoted.
Glad you finally noticed.
There's no point in arguing with him. I perform a huge, dramatic yawn and let my head fall sideways against the window, pretending to take a nap. His snort spells out how little I'm fooling him, but I don't care. As much as I'd love to stab him, his scent is safe and warm, as shrouding and all-consuming as the Douglas fir. I try to forget the cabin. Above all, I try not to think about the letters I stuffed at the bottom of the dresser. And after a while, I sink into the first restful sleep I've had in a long time. Chapter 11.
Unknown number.
You are now officially in charge of my sister, so be aware that if she gets so much as a skinned knee, I will fuck up your life. I will steal your identity and ruin your credit score. I will plant evidence of white-collar crimes on your computer. I will take control of your webcam and film you while you're picking your nose. I will hack your PAC directory and impersonate you and send everyone emails about how much you'd love for them to come over and snuggle with you. I will sell your information to the dark web and clone your credit cards and make donations to pro-cancer charities in your name, and if you ever buy a smart car...
Unknown number.
999F.
Unknown number.
Ligature 64 99F.
Unknown number. Unknown number.
009.
Unknown number.
Sorry, Anna stole my phone. Where was I? The coarse caress of a palm against my cheek wakes me up. A strand of hair tucked behind my ear. My eyes flutter open and search for the dashboard clock. I napped for over 3 hours. Holy shit.
Told you, sleep deprived.
Cohen's hand is gripping my headrest. So far from my face, I must have dreamed of his touch, which is on brand for my recent maelstrom of psychosexual neuroses. The fact that my stomach is not twisting and turning, even though I've been abhorring all forms of physical contact, is proof of it. Where are we? I ask, sliding out of the car. A few 100 feet from us, past the evergreen shrubbery peppering the shoreline, and a sandy beach that looks untouched by man, there's a lake. Or I inhale once, deeply. Again. Salt. Sea. Is that a river? The coast?
An estuary. If you follow the shore all the way north to the end of the inlet, that's where the ocean starts. Follow me.
He walks uphill, opposite to the water. I linger for a moment, listening to the seagulls soaring overhead and squinting at the splashes of the dolphins. No, seals in the distance. Then I hurry after him. Are we in the den?
Yes, Olympia, humans call it.
I glance around, taking advantage of the slight elevation of the terrain. We're on top of a rolling hill, and below us is what looks like... No, it is a city. It sprawls for miles, gently following the curves of the river, spilling farther inland. There are clusters of buildings, roads, electric poles, bridges. It could house thousands and thousands of people, but it's also disarmingly horizontal, I murmur. Cohen's expression is quizzical. So different from human cities. There isn't a single high-rise, and it's also... The marine breeze flows through my hair. Strands stick to my lips. A little ghostly? There are so many houses, but few cars and so few people walking around. Oh, I flush. It's not that there aren't many people. Are they... I bite my tongue because, of course, the wolves milling around at the edge of the forest are wares. Simple animals are never that large, nor do they have such all-seeing expressions. Above all, they wouldn't join a chorus of howls after spotting Cohen. Which, judging by his reaction, is a typical welcome home. He lifts his hand in greeting, a small smile on his lips, and leads me to a cabin right at the outskirts of the woods.
Third quarter's not even over yet.
He must notice my confusion and continues.
The pull of the moon is still strong enough that over half of the Northwest can easily maintain wolf form. Give it a week and you'll see plenty of people walking around.
I climb the steps that lead up to the wraparound porch, a little embarrassed by the mockery in his voice, and admire the log exterior and tall windows. It's pretty. Rustic. The door is unlocked, and Cohen opens it without knocking or announcing himself. Must belong to someone he's close to. A friend, or a second, or a girlfriend. Does he have a girlfriend? Is that why he was so dismissive when...
Why do you smell so worried all of a sudden?
He asks, ushering me inside. Nothing. I take a few hesitant steps, wondering if I'll be mistaken for a home-wrecking intruder and deboned. What a way to go that would be. But I doubt it'll be mine, because with my first deep breath, I know who the cabin belongs to. You live here, I tell Cohen, accusingly. His scent is everywhere. It coats every object in a blanket of good and calm and safe and... Did I mention good? I feel it stick to my nostrils and the roof of my mouth. It's like he took off his shirt and gave me permission to lick his skin and... What the hell? No! This is your house, I repeat, less reproachful, more sullen.
Yep.
The door was unlocked, and you were out of town.
I'm the alpha of the pack, Serena.
Fair enough. The likelihood of his space being invaded without an invitation is probably lower than someone gifting him a pet hippopotamus. Plus, there wouldn't be much to steal. This place is not like Lowe's house. Large, crowded, and cluttered, an obvious labor of love. Cohen's decor style of choice seems to be, I was going to hang a picture or two but got distracted. My bad. The door opens into a single large room. Kitchen on the left, living area on the right. He's clearly not much for knickknacks and ornaments, but judging from the shelves full of books, he likes to read. On the coffee table, I spot a laptop. Some additional furniture, sparse but beautifully handcrafted. A couch, a hallway that'll likely lead to the bedrooms, and that's about it. No TV, no stereo system. The appliances in the kitchen are the kind that would fetch less than the shipping cost on eBay. The fridge is an older model, not much taller than me. Did you make this? I ask, tracing the wood grain of the beautiful cherry table.
A while ago.
Really?
Yeah, shop's in the back.
So you do chop firewood?
I work wood, not the same thing.
Lumberjack, I mouth to myself. You don't spend much time here, do you?
Not lately, no. Just write me a list and I'll get you what you need.
Which is when my heart stops, because I understand why he brought me here. I need the mother of all escape plans. I can't stay at your house, I say, calm, reasonable. I'm an adult. I'm not panicking.
Why?
Because, I attempt a playful smile. I'm a kleptomaniac. I'd steal your razors and shaving gel, and clearly you're in dire need of them.
Serena.
Not to mention, I snoop around. You'd have to hide all your porn magazines.
I have Wi-Fi, killer.
Well, turning on incognito browsing is a pain. He folds his arms.
It's good that you're funny. Next time someone tries to saw you open to study your half-human gut microbiome, you can shoo them away with a jab at their masturbation habits.
He strides down the hall, and I run after him. Cohen, seriously. We pass a bedroom that smells so ruinously mouth-watering, it has to be his. Enter another. I don't think this place is a good fit for me. He opens the cabinet in the ensuite to inspect its contents.
Because?
Well, this is not really an isolated area, and I haven't learned how to tune out sounds yet.
Poor baby Ware.
He turns to me. Suddenly, I see compassion in his eyes.
In that case, we'll find a place where you can be alone in the middle of nowhere.
My heart soars. Really?
No.
He says mildly.
Fuck that. You'll stay where I put you.
I slump. Cohen is not a defenseless child, or a vampire who passes out in the brightest hours of the day. I'm sure that if I have a violent, sleepless walking episode, I'll get exactly what I deserve. But what if he's the one asleep? Not to mention, he can be highly perceptive, and that meshes poorly with my secrets. I need to be isolated to properly rot in my dysfunctions. Thing is, I try again, I really like living alone.
Maybe you had shitty roommates.
He says casually, opening a closet. He grabs a set of fresh sheets and lifts them to his nose. They must pass muster because he drops them on the mattress.
I, on the other hand, am a fucking delight.
I watch him unearth several pillows. Does it not bother your back, Cohen?
You mean the supermassive weight of my ego? No, it does not.
Oh, come on. How did you know?
You're gonna have to come up with more creative insults than that, Serena.
On the way to the bed, he taps my nose with 2 fingers and starts unfolding one of the pillowcases. I take a deep, bolstering breath. I really wouldn't want to impose.
Pretty fucking late to worry about that.
He says distractedly, continuing to make the bed. Well, I scowl. I'm sorry. I didn't ask to be a hybrid hunted by every single species.
You didn't. You didn't ask to be my mate, either.
He stops, mid-fitting a bottom sheet, to look me square in the eye.
However, you did ask me to take you in and use you to lure vampires away from Anna. That was your mistake.
His mouth curls in a small, sardonic smile.
I won't be sleeping in the cabin with you if that's what worries you.
I flush. No, that's not what... Wait, where will you be sleeping?
Outside.
He says, like I deserve to take remedial wear classes just for asking. You sleep outside?
Yes.
In the great outdoors?
Yep.
Every night? A brief pause.
Not every night.
Oh, good.
Just every night in which I have time to sleep.
You mean that you don't sleep every... You know, don't answer that. and I used to think that my job was stressful. Did you just never outgrow your backyard camping phase? Oh, you sleep in wolf form,
Like God intended.
he says, with the tone of someone whose opinion of God's will is that it's secondary to his own. Rationally, I know that Cohen wasn't born with a pack to boss around. There must have been a time in his life in which people surrounding him would not have thrown themselves under a banana car just because he snapped his fingers at them. And yet I can't picture it. I can't stay with you, Cohen. I need to be on my own.
Do you need to, or do you want to?
Does it matter?
No, you'll do what I say anyway.
I close my eyes. Maybe I should just go back to Lo and Misery.
Who notoriously have nothing and no one more important than you to worry about.
He drawls. I press my lips together.
Word of advice, killer?
He murmurs.
Stubborn and stupid is just a couple letters difference.
You're not the best speller, are you? A smile pulls at the edge of his mouth, and then mine. We share a long look, equally frustrated and amused by each other. A weird string strains between us, tugging at me, reminding me that I like him. I liked him from the start. I don't want to fight with him. Maybe I could tell him. He would understand, I think. He's gruff and abrasive, a little mean, but also aware of cumbersome stuff like duty, responsibility, love. He wouldn't judge me for doing what I needed to do. Maybe he'd help me through my last few months. Maybe I wouldn't be so alone. That just sounds good. So good, I nearly say, Cohen, I need you to know something. But he would never keep a secret that big. And then Misery and Lo and Anna would know, and I want better for them. So I ask, in my most hard-ass tone, what do I have to do to get you to let me stay on my own? He pauses, staring at me in that serious, uncompromising way I should be afraid of.
You want to be on your own?
I nod, eager.
Okay.
He drops the pillow, flicks his fingers for me to follow.
I'll allow it, if you prove to me that you can handle it.
During the 10-minute drive, I experience mountains of relief, picturing Cohen dropping me off at a quaint little cottage after proof that, at long last, I have acquired the ability to plug a charger into a socket. I should have expected something more like me on a gym mat, wearing borrowed shorts and a white tee, standing in front of a tall blonde woman who looks like an underwear model tough enough to survive an extinction-level event. She's inscrutable in a pants-pissing way.
This is Brenna,
Cohen says, much closer to her than he is to me. I don't know why I notice, or why it makes my belly heavy.
one of my seconds. She manages this gym and trains most younger members of the pack in hand-to-hand combat.
They exchange a small smile. Clearly, they go way back.
Serena here said that if she's expecting an attack, she can fend for herself.
Would you like me to prove her wrong? Brenna sounds bored. I doubt she thinks much of me. Then again, do I think much of me?
I need to make sure she won't die on my watch. Lo's mate likes her.
He adds. You do have a soft spot for Lo, Brenna agrees, like it's his fatal flaw. This is unnecessary, I say. For one, regular wares are much stronger than vampires. And, in a scenario in which I live alone, I would have weapons. I don't mind if she uses a weapon, Brenna offers, challenge shimmering in her eyes.
Well, she can't. And highly trained vampires defeat wares in combat all the time.
He gestures toward me with a small flourish.
Show me that you can be the last one standing in hand-to-hand, and I'll let you live wherever the hell you want, okay?
I can tell he expects more protests, so I smile sweetly. Okay. And add under my breath, Alpha. His jaw twitches like he did not like that, but I must be in the mood to taunt him. You didn't have to take me all the way here. You could have sparred with me yourself. I tilt my head. Unless you're afraid of me. His expression flattens.
Sure, I'm afraid. It's not that I have better shit to do than to wrestle spoiled little girls who love wasting my time.
My stomach drops. It's unnecessarily mean, the way Cohen holds my eyes for a beat, as if to savor the hurt in them. Then he fondly clasps Brenna's shoulder, whispers something in her ear that has her smirking, and settles on the bench farthest away. I hate him. Ready to start whenever you are, Brenna says once he's out of earshot. I hate her, too, by extension, which is unfair, but it does fuel me. Misery and I have taken a lot of self-defense, and I have some moves tucked away. Not sure how they'll play out after months of poor sleep hygiene, a diet mostly made of stomach acids, and my current condom full of chicken stock level of fitness. But I don't care. Brenna expects nothing from me, and I can use it to my advantage. I didn't think Wares went to the gym, I tell her with a small smile. Wares do everything humans do, but better. So maybe I don't hate her. Maybe I sort of like her. It's Misery's fault if I have a thing for tall blondes who use fuck-off humor to shield their true selves. I'll write my sister a strongly worded email of condemnation. But there's something I need to know, and I decide not to hem and haw over it. You and Cohen? Yup. Light on her feet, she moves closer. We start circling each other. Cool. She throws a jab at my torso. I hop back and dodge it. For some reason, my chest hurts anyway. How, long have you been together? We no longer are. Oh. I evade a few more punches and try a low attack, but she gets me with a leg kick. I fall on my ass, but manage to roll back up before she can... I don't know. When does this stop? Pinfall? Knockout? First blood? She's not going to kill me, right? You didn't break up because of the mate thing, right? I ask, already panting a little. As if. You're not the hub of reality. She snorts. It was 1,000,000 years ago, and there was no breaking up. The fucking ground was falling from under our feet. She aims across at my head, which I barely slip. I counter with a jab to her ribs, quickly followed by a light kick. I land both. And they must hurt, if not her flesh, her pride. Brenna glares, and that's when she begins to fight in earnest. I half expect the way she grabs my shoulders and even her knee to my stomach. I block the latter, but she takes me down with a body lock that... Fucking ouch! Listen. She pins me to the mat, holds me down as she whispers right against my face. I'm not some jealous woman quivering at the sight of a pretty trophy girlfriend, but you know nothing. Things could get really tough here in the Northwest. Cohen could use an adult instead of a cute little ball and chain combo that only slows him down. Hard not to take what she's saying personally when, if the mood were to strike, she could easily choke me. I may be ignorant of Ware and Northwest customs, but in my defense, people haven't been forthcoming with information. What do you want to know? Ask away, 'cause I'm not gonna baby you. Your weird hybrid shit and that rosy-cheeked, wide-eyed look, they're not adorable to me. I was thrown in the deep end when I was a decade younger than you are now, and no one tossed me a rope, not even a damn stick, and I'm stronger for it. You'd benefit from fewer gloves and rougher. I jerk my hips and push against her neck, creating enough space to flip us around. I twist her hand, pull it under my armpit, and lock her in an armbar. Why was the Northwest divided? I ask. Since she's so eager to talk, I'd rather it be about something that isn't me. That's a much smarter question than I expected from you. She chokes out, failing to free herself. Yeah, well, I used to think of myself as a smart person. Used to? Not realizing what species I was for the better part of 2 decades had me reassessing. I huff. That must fuck you up real good, huh? I don't envy you. Why? It's been so fun. I think she might be chuckling. I strengthen my grip and ask, when did the pack split? 40 years ago. Little less. Why? A disagreement between the former Alpha and the Assembly. The huddles separated and became self-governing. The Alpha remained in control of the core. The 5 huddles made for about half of the population, so it was an even split. Were the huddles and the core at war with each other? What? No. More breathless laughter. We interacted constantly. I was born in the moon crater's huddle, but my mom was working in the den when I was 5 or so. Cohen and I learned to read at the same school. So what happened that made the core and the huddles reunite? Outsiders tried to destroy us. The Northwest's strength comes from its unity. I must have gotten too engrossed in the conversation because Brenna frees herself. We both shoot to our feet, and then it's a flurry of hooks and push kicks. She tries to corner me, but I move laterally. I strike her with my elbow and aim at her knee, but she's no longer underestimating me. And that's a shame. Was it humans? I ask. The threat, I mean. Isn't it always? She tries an inside trip. I attempt a clinch. We both fail. There's so fucking many of you. It's no surprise you're involved in everything. I step back, gain space, reset the fight. I can feel the beginnings of bruises blooming under my skin. How did Cohen reunite the pack? He cleaned up, made promises, took on and won countless challenges. She moves forward, throws a body shot that I slow down with hits to her chest. I lost my parents and my infant sister in the span of hours. Do you think I gave a shit about a breakup? Her strikes become more forceful, and I can no longer parry them. She dives in, shoulders against my abdomen, and forces me to the floor again. Fuck! I try to squirm away, but she's heavy on top of me. The worst part is, we're both breathing heavily. Her blue eyes bore into mine as she tries to set up an arm bar, this time on me. I wouldn't have wished this on him. This? I choke out. You. My heart drops, even though there's no cattiness in the word. She's just sorry, I think. Sorry for Cohen, for the way he's saddled with me. And I'm almost curious enough to ask her why. Brenna, what specifically about me is not full package material? Because we're positively besieged by choices here. Is it the fact that I'm a hybrid? That I don't know how to be a proper were? That there's a bounty over my head? That I grew up with a vampire? That I'm unemployed? A snort of a laugh hiccups out of me. Honestly, it's genuinely amusing how poor a fit I am for the alpha of this pack. Brenna is less than entertained. I don't want to be unfair. Your life has been hard, but I hope you will leave soon, Serena. I appreciate that you're trying to protect Lo's sister, but I hope you'll know better than to stick around once this is over. It would be so easy to snap back if she was being deliberately rude, but she's obviously in pain, and too distracted to notice her slackening grip and the opening she's giving me. I rip my arm free, shift our positions, and swing my legs over her body. Putting pressure on the joint of her elbow, I watch her thrash for a few seconds. It's there in her eyes, the moment she realizes that there's no way out. I'm not going to stick around, I puff out, winded. I'll be out of your hair before you can swat me away. And you don't have to worry about Cohen and me, we're not together. The mate thing has no bearing on our relationship. We're not secretly in love with each other. We're not even fucking. Oh, I know. Her smile is strained. Believe me, we all know. Good. He explained the situation to you. I glance up and find him staring at us. At me. If he's angry that I won, he hides it well. There is a shadow of a smile around his eyes, at the edge of him, that resembles pride. I hope what he reads in my wide, smug grin is, "Guess I'll be living on my own." And maybe he does because he nods once, as if conceding that I'm right. I open my mouth to say something obnoxiously victorious, and that's when I realize that my celebration was premature. With an explosive burst, Brenna lifts me off her. She breaks free and takes full advantage of my absolute shock to wrap an arm around my neck from the rear and... "He didn't need to explain any situation to anyone," she whispers in my ear. "There are 3 things I believe with utmost certainty. Death will come for all of us. No matter what, the sun will rise every morning. And Cohen is never, ever going to touch you. Not even if you beg him for it on your knees." She lets go of me so abruptly, I fall back against the mat, disoriented, dizzy, breathing in big gulps of air. When I open my eyes, Cohen is staring down at me, mouth upturned in an unsurprised smile.
"For your sake, killer, you better not leave dirty dishes in the sink."
Chapter 12.
Cute how she thinks he'd ever let her out of his sight.
I lost fair and square, so I follow Cohen out and keep my mouth shut, gingerly moving my bruised, achy body. Any half-decent guy would solicitously ask whether I'm okay, but that's clearly not him. He walks ahead, ignoring me, and when he comes to a sudden halt, I nearly bump into his back. On the hood of his car, there is a small parcel, carefully wrapped in brown paper. Someone wrote with a black Sharpie, "For the former human." Instinctively, I round Cohen to pick it up. A second later, I'm airborne. His arm is wrapped tight around my waist. My feet no longer touch the ground. His hand presses into my belly and pulls me closer to his chest.
Out of curiosity, do you have a death wish, or are you just being sewer-brained?
I tug at his arm with little success. I'm still suspended. "Oh yes, the ultimate suicidal activity, opening my own mail."
Serena, that is not normal.
"Packages?"
Packages for half-human hybrids who are under my protection and whose existence is under threat by multiple parties.
He shifts forward, aiming his words at the shell of my ear. A shiver travels through my spine.
Since you appear to need reminding, if some sketchy-looking cum duck pulls up in a white van and asks you to help him rescue his puppy...
Okay, I get it. He inhales deeply against my back. It's like we share a single body. "Can you tell who dropped it off?" He shakes his head.
They covered their scent.
Does Brenna have security cameras?
Yes, but I doubt they picked up anything or she'd already know.
Which means...
Just that the person who delivered the package knew where the blind zone was.
Is that a short list?
No. The point of the cameras is to monitor outsiders, not pack members.
Cohen lets go of me and a new dance ensues, in which the package is reasonably ascertained not to contain explosives or biological hazards, then brought inside the car. Makes total sense, I say. That the Alpha with responsibility over thousands of pack members would take on this super risky endeavor while a random unemployed hybrid watches at a safe distance. My life is totally worth more than yours, I say sweetly. He pretends to ponder the matter.
You're right. I should just off you myself and get it over with.
I bite back a smile and watch him slowly tear into the paper. There is a card inside, which has Cohen's features tensing with worry. The note, unsigned, simply says, "From your mother." Underneath, there is a silver necklace, a moon scratched by 4 claw marks.
Washer and dryer are down the hall.
Cohen tells me back at his house. It's like we never left at all.
There's a bathroom in your bedroom.
There is. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a tub, which is a crucial part of my nighttime routine. Fortunately, I think I spot one in Cohen's ensuite, as he hands me a stack of towels that feel softer than a seal's pelt. I bury my face in them and inhale deeply. Traces of soap and his skin fill my lungs, and I flush a little when his eyebrow lifts. Thank you. The plot twist I did not expect, given the scantiness of the furnishings, is the piano. I stare, intrigued. It's mahogany, at once smooth and softened by time. Little scars, faded spots. Do you play?
No.
Then why?
Family heirloom.
I guess that explains the way it's pushed against the wall in the far corner, almost hidden. I want to investigate, but Cohen's tone doesn't encourage follow-up questions. Back in the kitchen, he opens the fridge. It contains a single item, a purple box of something called unicorn waffles. My eyebrow arches.
From when Anna was here.
He mumbles, and I'm pleased to detect some sheepishness. No waft of cold air, though, because the fridge isn't even plugged into the power outlet. Guess I'm not the only one who doesn't know how electricity works, I murmur under my breath. Cohen slams the door closed, hooks his finger under the base of my jaw, and forces me to look at him.
Want to say that again to my face?
Not particularly. I bat my eyes at him and don't bother to free myself. I'm resigned to staying here, and I must admit it, he smells nice. His touch feels nice. Being here is nice. Nice, nice, nice. My mind's spinning a little. Are most Northwest members too badass to consume food? Do you only eat in wolf form? That must be it. He can't very well bust out his grandma's silverware and fine dine with truffle risotto and densuke watermelon if 80% of the time he's got paws and carnassial teeth. Poor squirrels, getting chased up the gutter.
Squirrels have it coming, smug little shits.
He grumbles. He cocks his head and surveys me closely, as though something just occurred to him. He inches forward and forces me to take a step back until my spine meets the counter.
Close your eyes.
What? He grasps my chin.
For once, do what I say and close your damn eyes.
I acquiesce, since he's now my alpha and my landlord. Try not to shiver at his proximity. What are you doing?
Same thing I do with unruly toddlers. Keep your eyes closed.
Excuse me?
Take a deep breath. Another. Good. Another.
His voice lowers to a rumble, not deeper than usual, but more resonant, soothing and authoritative. It projects right inside my head, and listening to its bidding is like an itch that I could help scratching, but why would I when obeying feels so good?
Relax. I want you to think about the last time you were in wolf form.
Of course, if that's what Alpha wants.
Don't imagine yourself as a wolf. Focus on the way it felt, being surrounded by the noises of the forest, the other creatures, the scent of the soil and the trees.
His words are calm, but feel as intense as a spear running through my abdomen.
Remember the last time?
I'd gone on only 4 or 5 runs before my problems started, but they were beautiful, magic. Nature has its own loving way of making sense to a wolf. Everything is body, immersive, physical, easy, sun-drenched, rain-soaked, a stride toward something meaningful, reaching, forward, reaching, 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 even as everything slides out of...
Stop,
Cohen orders. His hand slips to my cheek, a gentle, soothing stroke.
It's okay, Serena. You're okay.
Reluctantly, I open my eyes, somehow shocked to be standing in Cohen's kitchen. What happened? My cheeks feel sunburnt. My shirt and my hair are soaked in sweat, so much so, the white fabric plasters to my breasts and my pebbled nipples. It's wet t-shirt contest material. Spring break. Filthy. Cohen is staring too. I clear my throat, cross my arms over my chest. What just happened?
Not much.
His voice is rough-edged. He swallows. It takes him a bit of time and a lot of effort to lift his eyes to mine.
Sometimes when the block is mental, it can help. Being guided.
You mean being commanded by an alpha? It didn't work, though. What does that say?
That there are other reasons at play.
He wets his lips, takes a step back, and then inhales deeply, like the air around me is toxic and he needs a break.
It was worth a try.
Why do I look like I just spent 12 hours in labor?
Because your body was trying to shift, which is a strenuous and energy-intensive activity.
I didn't, though.
Your cells still worked for it.
I push back my damp, lanky hair. Maybe I won't be able to do it again. Shifting, I mean. Even if Dr. Henshaw said that people with CSD usually can shift almost till the end, how fun to be the exception to the rule.
Then you won't.
He shrugs. The ropes of muscles in his shoulders seem to say, I couldn't care less.
As long as I know what I'm working with, I can keep you alive.
I nod. My head is starting to pound. I just want you to know, I really am grateful about the fact that...
Serena.
He grunts.
What did we agree on?
My mind is blank for a moment. Oh, right. No gratitude. My bad. Wait, can I say my bad? I produce my most angelic smile. Are apologies okay? He sighs.
Just go to bed, killer. You're going to have a long and unpleasant day tomorrow.
Am I?
Yep, it's hybrid parade time.
Please tell me it's not what it sounds like. He folds his arms.
It's exactly it. You want to lure the vampires to you? We'll have to make sure they see you with me, which means that I'll have to show you off a little.
How, though? There are no vampires walking around the den.
They gather information in other ways. Vampires and humans fly drones over our territory all the time.
And you let them?
Yep, that's how we manipulate them into thinking that they know more than they do. It's highly offensive how inept they think we are, but since it's to our advantage, I'll give it a pass.
His smile doesn't reach his eyes.
They probably already suspect you're with me. We just want to give them proof.
Why would they suspect it? His stare is level.
Because with me is where I would keep my mate.
I lower my eyes. He's right. So right, I change the topic. About the necklace.
I told you.
His voice hardens.
It's probably just some 10-year-old trying to impress his friends with some dumb prank.
Still,
I'll investigate the package and the note and then return it to you.
do you think there's any way that my mother could really... A knock at the door stops me. Jorma peeks inside. He nods politely at me, then says,
I have been calling you, Alpha. Must have missed it. Actually, you hung up on me, twice, as soon as I mentioned the paperwork for the killed vampire.
A deep, irritated growl rises. From Cohen's chest, I believe. I can help, I offer. I kinda like paperwork.
Go to bed, Serena.
But...
Now!
He glares at me like there's little he wants more than having me out of his sight, a less than auspicious start to our cohabitation. I sigh, wave goodbye to Jorma, and stalk off like I really am an unruly toddler. My night is delightfully dull, in that it involves lots of sleeping and no puking. True to his word, Cohen skulks outside the cabin in wolf form. My eyes catch his through the window when I sneak into his room to steal more pillows. And his duvet. They keep me warm, smell good, are soft. With a few additions, my bed feels like sinking into a hug, and I have no regrets. When I get up in the morning, he's already awake. I spot him sitting on the porch, bare-chested, like he just shifted back to human form and only pulled up a pair of sweats to spare my delicate sensibilities. Since I'm not allowed to verbally express gratitude, I decide to repay his hospitality by scrounging around his cupboards to make coffee. When I bring him a mug, I realize that he's not alone. Oh, I blink at the wolf curled on the porch, right at Cohen's feet. Hi. His scent tells me that he's male, fully grown, healthy. I wonder if I should introduce myself and, I don't know, hold out my hand to shake his paw. Then, upon a closer look, I notice his size. The shaggy gray fur, the bushy hanging tail. And it dawns on me. Hang on. You're not aware. You're just a... wolf. Cohen huffs a gravelly morning laugh.
Not even.
What do you mean?
He's half dog.
Wait, really? Can I... But yes, I can. The wolf dog eyes me, eager to make my acquaintance. I set the mug aside and let him sniff my hand first, then butt against it. My fingers comb through his thick fur, and the loll of his tongue as I scratch around his ears feels like pure joy. You are so handsome, I laugh when his tongue slobbers against my cheek. Let him do it again. Yes, I'm a hybrid too. Let's be best friends. Who are you?
He hangs out around these parts.
Cohen says, amused.
From time to time.
What's his name?
He's a wild animal.
I know, but what's his name? Cohen's brow furrows.
He doesn't have one.
What? Why?
What does he need a name for?
I don't know, for when you talk about him?
With whom?
The vet? The store clerk when you buy his kibble? Cohen looks like I just suggested that we take the river otters and put them up at a 5-star hotel. Okay, clearly you don't do that, but... Abruptly, the wolf dog tenses and gallops away. Don't leave! Did we offend you? I pout, until I spot the squirrel he's chasing.
Those fuckers,
Cohen mutters, clearly empathizing. He turns to me, scans my face, then my body under the flannel I stole from his closet to sleep in.
You look better,
He declares.
Less like you're going to collapse and start fertilizing the meadow.
Hard to believe after I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror this morning, something I've been studiously avoiding. You're just saying that to be kind.
If I've given you the impression that I'm kind, something is very wrong, either with me or with you. Ready to make your debut in Northwest society?
Almost.
Almost?
He's amused.
What important business do you have on your plate, killer?
I pretend to think about it. Then, still cross-legged next to his chair, I lift my 2 closed fists and ask, "Which one?" He sits back.
There's nothing in your hands, Serena.
Doesn't matter, it's all in my head. Choose.
What the hell is this now?
He sounds fed up, a little pained. It's a game Misery and I used to play growing up. We couldn't exactly go out shopping and buy presents most of the time, so when we wanted to do something nice for each other, I show him my fists. Choose one. He points at my right, which is for the best. You get coffee, I tell him, holding out the mug.
Hang on. What would I have gotten if I'd chosen the other?
A hug. His eyes widen, then squint.
What if I want to change my answer?
First of all, we both know you don't. I nudge the mug up at him until he has no choice but to accept it. Secondly, you can't. This is like when Misery decided that she wanted me to clean her room instead of giving her a kiss on the cheek. Cohen frowns.
I want a kiss on the cheek.
You can't change your mind after you pick. That's the whole point of the game. And the kiss wasn't even an option for you.
Bullshit. I want both options.
No way, I snort. That's not how the world works. You can't have your cake and eat it too. When you make a choice, you miss out on what you didn't pick. There's always a price to pay. In real life and in the game.
It's a dumb fucking game then.
He looks at his coffee like it's made of decaying organs.
How do I know that you didn't switch the prizes?
I gasp. How dare you accuse me?
You are an infamous and self-admitted liar.
But I would never violate the sacrosanctity of the game. I rise to my feet as haughtily as I can. Enjoy your coffee while I get dressed. It's not until I'm in my room that I remember I do not own a single stitch of clothing. Chapter 13.
Look at her. Just look at her.
Once again, I show a shameful lack of restraint at the way the coast unfolds before my eyes. I take in the rugged shorelines, gasp dramatically, and say, "Oh my God," about 15 times, pressing my forehead to the cool glass of the passenger window to get a better view. Everywhere my eyes land is blue and green, dense and jagged, beachy, woodsy. When Cohen catches me craning my neck backward to study a sea stack, the car slows down for me to admire the view. Or maybe there's a speed limit? Who knows? This place is so peaceful, so mysterious and nostalgic. The vegetation is not unlike the forest around my old cabin, but that was inland. The ocean makes it even more breathtaking. In my previous life, I longed to travel, but that required money, and I tended to use what little I had on other luxuries. Eating, for instance. Not sleeping on park benches. Paying taxes that financed my very own surveillance. How very full circle of me. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen, I declare, and Cohen's self-congratulatory smile has me shaking my head with laughter. You know you have no reason to look so smug, right? It's not your coast.
It is my territory.
Sure, but it's not like you built that offshore rock formation over there.
As far as you know, and you might want to stop contradicting me in the heart of my region where my every word is law.
All I'm saying is you can't take credit for it. He gives me a flat look.
I can tie you to an anvil and throw you from that cliff, though, and no one will ever know.
I chuckle, wondering how many of these threats he follows through with. It's not the huge compliment you're making it out to be. I lean into the back seat to pilfer Cohen's zip-up hoodie. He doesn't need it because he has furnished jeans. I'll repossess it. Use it as a blanket. I've only ever been in the Southwest. We're working out of a pool of 2.
At least you like mine better than Lowe's.
We're still talking about the landscapes, right?
Yeah, sure.
I laugh again, and we roll into a place that looks like the quaint seaside towns I sometimes see in movies. The ones where fiscally conservative people go for weekends of antiquing, dinner parties, and discreet cheating on their spouses. Where are we?
A bit outside the den. A friend of mine owns a store here.
Look at you guys having stores. He pulls the handbrake.
And indoor plumbing. And statistics.
And sarcasm?
You catch up quickly. Come on.
There's a decent amount of foot traffic. Shoppers, children playing on swings, and, of course, several wares in wolf form. They lounge under trees, perch on branches, lie next to the statue of a book in front of a local library. They acknowledge their alpha and then study me with a sleepy, lazy sort of curiosity. Hi! I wave my hand in the direction of a group huddling in a nearby pocket park. They blink in response. I instinctively recognize it as a friendly greeting. I guess standing next to their alpha goes a long way. Should I go introduce myself? I whisper at Cohen. Is that part of the hybrid parade? He snorts. His palm finds the middle of my back and pushes me toward a sidewalk. Wouldn't it be the polite thing to do? I truly don't know. When I was with the Southwest, I didn't exactly socialize. I holed myself up in Misery's house, let Anna braid and unbraid my hair upwards of 40 times a day, and retreated into my room whenever someone new would visit.
Killer, you're proof of concept that humans and wares can fuck, fruitfully so. Not only are you the most recognizable face on the continent, but there'll be a photo of you in every time capsule shot into space for the coming century. You're good without introductions for the next couple of years.
He opens a door and signals for me to go ahead.
Come on, let's get you some clothes.
I do need them, considering the rate at which I'm stealing his, but do you know how I can access my bank? His hand slides up, between my shoulder blades, and guides me inside. He doesn't reply. I do have some money, I insist.
You do? No need to flex, Serena.
I mean, I just need to...
This conversation is very tedious.
He sounds distracted as he glances around. Well, prepare to be tedious even more. You're not going to pay for my stuff. It's infantilizing. His dark eyes travel down my body, slowly.
As if I could ever do that.
He drawls. My cheeks burst into flames. The rest of me, too. His gaze doesn't let go of me. I'm about to blurt out something supremely stupid when...
Cohen! You're early! A first?
Our heads whip around as the most elegant man to ever walk this wretched globe emerges from the back. I admire his wingtips, the perfect tan of his skin, the bounce of his gravity-defying tawny forelock. I used to be handy with a can of hairspray, back when I had a job that required personal hygiene, but boy do I have a lot to learn from this dude. The two men exchange one of those almost hug handshakes.
Serena, this is Carter. Carter, Serena, who we won't bother pretending requires introductions, needs something to wear that fits her. Does she?
He gives me the once-over, purses his chiseled mouth.
She seems to like your flannel.
Cohen's grunt is unintelligible. I attempt a smile, but it comes out tense, which he notices.
You're not afraid, are you?
It's not really a question, and I decide to be truthful. Just intimidated by how sophisticated Carter looks. It doesn't help that my pants are Cohen's sweats rolled up about 5 times, giving me an exquisite toddler wearing life buoy at the pool, je ne sais quoi.
You can handle it,
Cohen says. His hand slides under the collar of my flannel, between the layers of fabric that rest on my neck. All heat, no skin-to-skin contact. He squeezes me with something that could be reassurance, or a threat of strangulation.
Since you've had so much exposure to my good looks.
Carter and I burst out laughing, then stop when we notice Cohen's narrow-eyed stare.
Absolutely,
Carter says, recovering faster.
It's a valid narrative choice. The scruff, I mean.
He scans Cohen like he's a vision board.
The story I'm picking up is that you are resourceful enough to survive 40 days and 40 nights in the desert by sucking the moisture out of a prickly pear. If it isn't what you're going for, only if it isn't, may I recommend a haircut and a shave? Don't criticize my looks. It hurts my feelings.
Your what? I ask. Cohen gives me a deadpan look. We just want what's best for you, I explain. Carter nods.
And what's best for us? The alpha is the face of the pack, and right now we're looking pretty...
disheveled, I finish.
We are wolves,
Cohen retorts.
We eat our prey alive. We shove our noses up each other's junk. We roll in shit to mask our scents. Point taken,
Carter concedes.
Although some would argue that no wolf has ever stooped so low as to walk around with an unkempt and obviously unpremeditated top knot. Carter.
Cohen growls.
Get Serena something to put on right now or I'll top knot your intestines. On it, Alpha.
Carter bends his head once, deep, and escorts me to the back of the store.
Cohen said you need a bit of everything?
It's not quite true, since I have no plans to venture away from the cabin or to interact with anyone who'd judge me for spending my life in a bathrobe. I don't foresee many cocktail parties in my near future, and I don't know that this is the best time for me to take up scuba diving. Just the basics.
Perfect.
So, jeans, sweats, thermal shirts, sweaters, a heavy jacket. Carter's store is great, and I don't want to impose any more than I already am, so I agree to whatever he has me trying on, even though my skin has been very sensitive for weeks and the denim and wool scrape against it like emery boards. The texture of fleece makes me wish there were enough traffic for me to walk into. A normal evolution of your condition, said Dr. Henshaw. Make sure you dress to minimize your sensory issues. I used to be fastidious about my appearance. I spent a huge chunk of my first few paychecks on building a wardrobe, and I miss it. The professional grays and beiges, blue hues, strategic little splashes of color. My power blouses, Misery called them, power slacks, power blazers, power turtlenecks. That's exactly what they were. Me asserting the little power I had scrounged for myself, after years of hand-me-downs and uniforms that never fit my ever-changing teenage body. I used to take a lot of pride in looking the way I chose. Learning how to dress, how to style my hair, how to do makeup felt like a radical act of agency, joyful and fun, liberating, finding myself. But the sallow, emaciated girl blinking at me in the changing room mirror is no one at all. Her dark hair hangs limply from a middle part, far too long. Her collarbones are sharper than knives. Her identity has been peeled off layer by layer.
Everything okay?
Carter asks from beyond the curtain.
Does the jacket look nice?
It looks like shit, because I look like shit. I guess I saw myself as the kind of person who'd hold on to her dignity in the face of great hardship. Apparently, I'm just a damn slob, and the thought has me snorting out laughter. Great! Love it! The process takes about 20 minutes. Cohen stays out of the way, leaning back against the glass door like the world's most obstructing bouncer, never taking his eyes off us. He answers his phone a couple of times, has a few low-pitched conversations that could probably be marketed as highly soothing white noise and sold for eye-watering profit. I smile at him whenever our eyes meet. He doesn't respond.
Cohen,
Carter calls, tossing a plastic package at him.
Will you grab some more of this for her?
It's underwear. Cohen Alexander is choosing and paying for my panties. The situation is so ludicrous, I can't quite bite back a hysterical chuckle. Before we walk out with half a dozen bags, Carter whispers in my ear to please
do something about the facial hair situation.
And Cohen flips him off without bothering to turn around. In the car, though, I realize that we didn't stop at the register. Hang on, are you guys some kind of currency-less post-capitalist utopia? Cohen blinks.
What?
You didn't pay. Is it some kind of alpha feudal right? His eyebrow lifts.
You think they don't know where to send their bills?
The next stop is the department store, where wares obtain their food when they're not in the mood for marmot kebabs. Must be where the Northwest purchases unicorn waffles, I muse, which earns me an ear flick. This place is much more crowded. Most of the wares in the parking area are in human form, getting out of cars with their families or loading groceries into their trunks. A couple walks by the edge of the lot, holding hands, fully naked despite the chilly breeze, and disappears past the trees.
We'll get you food and other shit you need.
Such as?
If you think I'm going to giggle while saying feminine hygiene products, you don't know about the number of young were couples I've caught in compromising positions and subjected to the sex talk.
I laugh. No offense, but there has to be someone better suited to that.
Fuck off,
he says mildly.
I'm great at explaining the dangers of parasitic STIs and the importance of mutual consent.
Why can I picture that so well? Shouldn't you guys hire a professional?
There is one, now. Back then, we didn't have lots of people with degrees.
Yeah? I look up at him. From this angle, I can't see his eyes very well. What changed? Did you get scholarship programs or something? He huffs, amused.
We just grew up, Serena.
It's a bit of an odd thing to say, and I want to dig deeper. But more wares turn toward us. They wave at Cohen, smile at me. A small group introduce themselves, the warmth of their welcome undeniable. I thought they'd hate me, I say as we walk through the sliding doors.
Why?
I don't know, because I'm a freak? Because I'm putting the entire territory in danger? Because I'm taking up their alpha's time? Pick your poison.
Most people really do see you as a symbol of unity.
He fetches a cart.
And the ones who don't know better than to say anything about it.
I remember the necklace, Cohen's near certainty that it was just a prank. Maybe it's the only way for pack members to protest my presence. The Southwest has been pretty shitty to misery. Still is.
Vampires are more controversial than humans, and the Southwest is a hotbed for conflict. 3 species practically living on top of each other? Fuck no. Plus, Lowe's only been in charge for a couple of years and inherited a pack from a neurotic nut job whose decades-long power structure was built on fear-mongering and misleading information. It'll take him a lot of work to undo that.
What about you? Was your previous alpha a nut job? His jaw shifts, as though he's biting the inside of his cheeks. He eyes some fruit, pensive.
Our former alpha made mistakes, but none came from a place of malice, like Roscoe's. We've had issues with some of the neighboring human settlements, but we also owe them. That part of our history speaks too loudly to be ignored.
Well, that's certainly very convenient for us half-humans. He picks up a bag of oranges, takes a step toward me.
We live to serve.
For a moment, I think he'll... Is he going to hug me? But no, he's just dropping the fruit in the cart.
Why's your heart beating like that, killer?
My stomach flips. I'm about to blurt out an excuse, but a young woman interrupts us. Alpha, do you have a moment? She's holding the hand of a boy of 8 or so who stares at me open-mouthed. When I wave at him, he hesitantly waves back, somewhere between starstruck and petrified. Maybe I should offer him an autograph, capitalize on this new fame while I still can, sell jerseys, run for office, sign partnership deals. It's nightmare fuel. The rest of the shopping trip is marvelous. It's my first time walking around in public since before my abduction, and I can almost make believe that my life hasn't changed in every way. I could be Serena Paris, journalist for the Herald. This could be the store closest to my apartment. The brands are different. The junk food selection is appallingly limited, and I cannot help giggling at the size of the fur care section. But overall, there is something delicious about discovering that wares like goldfish crackers, too, except theirs are shaped after the phases of the moon. The box says Lunar Bites, and I text Misery a picture. "But are they peanut butter?" is her response. I buy ingredients for a few of the dishes I enjoy cooking, more out of habit than hunger. A couple of people introduce themselves and shake my hand. Nice, if unpleasant. I read the back of a bone health supplement jar, study the herbal teas, feel the texture of every single blanket they have for sale, pick up a candle, smell it, lavender, vetiver, a hint of vanilla, decide that I love the scent and inhale it again, put it back on the shelf, investigate pillows I don't need, find the softest and rub my face against it. It's so mundane and wonderful and cozy, the banality of the supply chain, the quiet thrill of BOGO sales, the rack of sparkly unicorn ears that Anna would totally squeal at. Cohen follows a few steps behind. I think he wants to be discreet, give me space, but I don't need much in terms of feminine hygiene products, because I've never had a period. I'm okay with using his shampoo. He smells really, really good. And he already gave me a spare toothbrush. Moisturizer feels like a hassle. I used to be a sunscreen evangelist and truly believe everybody should use it. But people like me, i.e. those who won't live long enough to develop melanoma, are exempt. It was nice, I tell Cohen in the car.
Grocery shopping?
I nod, unsure how to explain that I haven't felt this normal and grounded in forever.
If this is a beloved pastime of yours, you may continue doing my grocery shopping at no cost to you.
Cool, I'll be in charge of buying your
unicorn waffles. Look at you, holding on to jokes like your life depends on it.
It's what I've got, I think. I lean back against the headrest, roll my chin up to look at him. Thank you for... I immediately start laughing when he begins to protest.
I told you to.
Come on.
Just dust the goddamn fixtures.
Listen, just... I rub my eyes. He immediately falls quiet. Do you think the vampires know I'm here by now?
I'm certain.
I tilt my head. Are you ever not?
Not what?
Certain. Are you ever insecure?
Not really, no.
Is it an alpha thing? He shrugs. No. I think it means it's a me thing. You're welcome. The conversation pulls a little laugh out of my mouth, even though it never even happened. What a florid internal life I have. Well, I say, here's hoping that it'll rub off. He shakes his head and reaches out to me. His rough, warm fingers push a few strands of hair behind my ears, and heat glows in my belly, up my spine, zaps at my brain like a light bulb turning on. It's an odd thing for Cohen to do. It surprises him as much as it does me, I think, but he doesn't pull back. It's like the rest of the world has taken a break from existing. It's just us. Actually, I whisper, I had an idea to show the gratitude I cannot verbalize.
We already discussed it.
His voice is a low murmur, too.
Dusting.
The problem is you do not own a duster. You barely own fixtures.
I'll buy more useless shit to keep you busy.
No, I was thinking, what about... It's my turn to reach out, and he's obviously not used to this. To people, to me, initiating physical contact. Guess that's what happens when you're the predator at the apex. Not a lot of spontaneity and liberties taken. But he doesn't jerk back when I tug at a wisp of hair brushing against his neck. What if I fix this mess? Give you a makeover?
A what now?
You know, the issue we discussed with Carter. The one where you look like a medieval peasant who's about to die of the whooping cough. I'm a pro. I might be coming undone. Or maybe some very dumb spirit has possessed me, because I let my wrist drag against the skin at the base of his throat, as if to rub off on him. More, my instinct screams at me. More, make him smell like you. But Cohen's breathing speeds up and he twists his head away, after shuddering in something that could very well be revulsion. I force my arm to retreat, clear my throat. At the very least, I'm a very experienced amateur. Misery had a mullet phase.
Uh-huh.
He sounds raspy.
Was that before or after she scrambled your brain?
During, probably. When did he start the car? It's hard to think in here. My brain feels fuzzy. Anyway, I can do you, too. He winces, runs a hand down his face.
Do you even fucking hear yourself?
And I can shave you. I mean, I used to shave my legs, back when I made an effort to look presentable. All the time. Well, not all the time, just before dates. But I've never nicked an artery. That I know of.
Reassuring.
He grumbles, putting down the window. Fresh air blows inside the car, and we both take deep breaths. I feel instantly more clear-headed. Please, let me make you pretty.
I'm already pretty. I'm fucking stupendous.
I sigh. Oh, if only you could use suppositories to...
To cure my malignant narcissism?
How does he always know? Listen, I just want to make you presentable. You said that you don't have time to go get a haircut, but I'm already in your house and you're my live-in nanny. Think of the ease.
Has anyone told you that you're kind of a nuisance killer?
A guy. Once or 10 times. I grin. But I could be so much worse.
I'll take it as a threat.
The car stops. Somehow we're back at his cabin. Excellent awareness of your surroundings, Serena.
I have to go meet someone,
he tells me, taking the bags inside. The only thing left for me to carry is Anna's unicorn headband, which is already shedding glitter around Cohen's trichromatic home. Who?
A friend. It's about your necklace.
Ah, have you discovered who dropped it off?
I have not, which is a problem in and of itself.
So it's not the mother thing. He sighs.
I don't know yet. I'll be back in a few hours. If anything weird happens, anything, call my phone. And yell, Amanda is watching the northeast and call in the southwest.
What about attacks from above? I tease. There are no chairs in the kitchen, so I try to lift myself onto the counter, but it's too tall. No were-stork second on air patrol.
If a bald eagle dove in from the sky to abduct you, my life would be so much easier.
His hands close around my waist, lift me up like I'm a feather.
And fine, I'll get more goddamn furniture.
He lingers for a fraction of a second, his nose hovering by my temple, and I hear a deep inhale, a slower exhale, a gust of warmth against my heated skin. My forehead wants, demands, clamors to lean forward and kiss Cohen's collarbone. I manage to hold it back long enough for him to step away and for the possibility to be removed. safer this way. Remember how he said that he didn't care about you when he called you a spoiled little girl? It was less than 24 hours ago. He's not nice. I'll get everything ready then, I yell after him as he saunters off, for our little spa session. He flips me off without glancing back, and it's not until later, when I'm unpacking the bags and going through what we bought, that I find 3 important things. The first makes me blush and roll my eyes and wish that I had a shovel to bury myself in Cohen's garden. Every single pair of underwear he selected for me is red. Bright red, dull red, wine red, blood red. All kinds of red. I'm not equipped to process it, so I focus on the second, which makes me smile. At first, I think he may have replaced the plushie I mentioned. Then I realize that the little pink penguin in the bag is hard, made of plastic. A few seconds of fiddling with it tells me that it's a pocket knife with a foldable blade. It's cute and thoughtful, especially considering that I no longer have claws at my disposal. It has a different, deeper kind of heat spreading through me, and I don't want to overthink it, so I shift my attention to the third thing. And I stop breathing. Because every single thing I glanced at, grazed, examined, eyed, or even considered when we were at the grocery store, every single thing I decided to walk past, every single thing I told myself I didn't need, every single thing has somehow made it here, inside Cohen's house. Chapter 14.
He overhears her talking with Pavel. Hey, is it true that humans put gnomes in their gardens?
Oh, yeah, it's totally a thing.
Spine-chilling. Her laughter adjusts the spin of his atoms.
They start arriving in the late afternoon. I spent several hours cross-legged on the couch, trying to reconstruct my lost letters, until the door bursts open. 2 men walk inside like they were just handed the deed to the place. They're both tall, both well-muscled, and both completely naked.
Oh, Serena, what's up?
The first says. The second just grins, waves at me, and bends over to stretch his hamstrings, giving me a thorough view of his butthole.
I slept wrong last night,
he moans.
Everything hurts. Is that why you were so slow? Fuck off. At least I have an excuse.
I blink, wondering if this is a new symptom of CSD. Vivid dreams of naked men bickering in Cohen's living room. That's when an ash-colored wolf with thick fur and green eyes trots inside, comes to stand between me and the 2 men, and growls in their direction. In a quick symphony of bones cracking, keratin shrinking, and muscles unfolding, it transforms into a familiar shape. Amanda. Naked, of course, and pissed. You guys are way early, and Cohen doesn't want anyone he hasn't pre-approved along with Serena.
Oh, we did not...
The men exchange looks of sheer terror.
Sorry about this. We're going to...
One points at the door. No, please, stay. I quickly hide my writing in the pages of a book and rise to my feet. You are... Amanda sighs and points at the one with freckles and a spiky red mullet. Colin. She switches to the barrel-chested guy who clearly skips leg day. Pavel. Nice to meet you, I say, relieved by the lack of handshakes. No, really, I'm glad you came over. I'm even getting used to your junk just dangling there. Colin cocks his head.
Is it not supposed to? Maybe human genitals are usually retracted?
Pavel suggests.
Ah, yes, in those cloacal openings.
Colin nods knowingly.
like koalas and alligators. Precisely. Now that I think about it, I remember reading somewhere that humans shit and piss from the same hole.
Guys, Amanda snaps. Do you want Cohen to come back and find you here? They pale. Colin clears his throat.
Actually, we're pretty hungry. We'll go hunt some dinner and be back later.
I can fix you something, I offer. A vein starts pulsating on Amanda's forehead, so I hasten to add, I wasn't doing anything anyway, and Amanda, you're here and you're pre-approved. Cohen won't mind. In fact, Cohen's behavior is less predictable than a stock market crash, but a little over an hour later, when he returns to find Amanda and 5 more of his now clothed seconds, eating meatballs, salad, and freshly baked bread, no one ends up impaled on his claws. They all scramble to their feet to salute as he comes in, like he's the strictest teacher at the boarding school, but return to their meal and conversation quickly enough. Do you always have guests sitting on the floor? I ask him when he walks up to me, handing him a bowl of scraps. And could you take this out? For Twinkles?
For who now?
The wolf dog I met this morning. I sent Anna a picture and she picked a name for him. Cohen crosses his arms, refusing the bowl.
What about a feral mutt covered in mud screamed Twinkles to her?
I believe she decided that he's Sparkle's long-lost brother and she's committed to the theme. Elle, since Cohen won't, will you put this on the porch? I smile at the girl, who looks like a very badass kindergarten teacher. Thank you so much.
Did you cook for my seconds?
Cohen sounds less than enthused. Yeah. Isn't that why you brought me here? To keep your home? His face has me snorting out a laugh. I tried to stop her, Amanda says, joining us, but I couldn't. Cohen glares at her.
You were unable to physically prevent a hybrid half your size from producing a vat of homemade marinara sauce?
Well, the thing is, she's kind of a good cook. Aw, thank you. Want another helping? Yes, please. It's on the stove. Nice. By the way, boss, what did the humans say? Anything useful? Cohen shakes his head as Amanda disappears past him with a soft, bummer. He and I are left alone in the middle of the crowded room, and I go back to chopping veggies for my stir-fry.
Serena.
Hmm?
What the fuck are you doing?
It's this chicken dish that...
Why?
You're the one who invited over some of your seconds so I could meet them, without warning me beforehand, by the way. Thank God for Amanda.
I invited them because I wanted you to know who these twat waffles are in case you need something from them, not to play house and entertain them.
But they were hungry, and I love to cook, and I never get to do it for anyone. It's always been a bit of a pipe dream of mine, showing off my culinary chops, feeding others. I enjoyed food a lot before and became good at preparing it, but never got to do much with those skills. In my ideal, remarkably unremarkable future that will never be, I go to a job I love, come home, make dinner for someone whose face was in my head and heart all day long, and spend the rest of the night watching boring TV shows with them. Of course, it'll never happen, and it sounds so basic. I'm almost sure that if I had a chance to play in that particular sandbox, I'd grow bored of it in 2 weeks. But maybe I wouldn't. Mundane things can feel so exotic when your entire life has been one plot twist after another. Really, I don't mind. Would you like a plate of...
No!
He barks, but more people are trickling in and he's too busy telling them that...
Serena doesn't want to see your sad, wrinkly scrotum, and neither do I, so stop being a turd and put on some goddamn clothes.
To spend time in the kitchen.
It's a human thing,
Colin explains to every newcomer.
They have cloacas.
I smile and work on my fruit salad. Cohen has a lot of seconds, I tell Jorma half an hour later, on the porch. There are over 20 people milling around, and someone explained to me several live too far away to show up.
Not everyone here is a second. Some brought their relatives. That girl over there, Elle's partner. And that's Brenna's brother. The woman and the twin toddlers? Pavel's family.
Disappointing.
Why?
Was hoping the babies would be involved in pack leadership. Jorma looks at me like the concept of humor slashed his tires and shat in his rose bed. But it's pleasant, being with a group with this level of camaraderie. There's obvious affection going around, the kind that reminds me of my relationship with Misery. People who grew up together and went through shit. It's etched in their omnipresent scars, the lines on their foreheads, the crinkles at the sides of their eyes when they smile. There's always someone around Cohen. He trusts me enough to not be my shadow, but every few minutes I feel his inquisitive, lingering looks. Everything okay? I reassure him with a nod, but I still struggle with streams of information too intense to filter quickly and slip to the back of the house for a breather. Is he doing? I overhear someone asking and immediately stop in my tracks. The sun has set, and a gentle sea breeze rustles through the trees.
Same old.
It's Saul's voice. Highly doubt it.
Oh yeah, he is so fucking...
Laughter.
gone. She killed him, and now she's haunting him. But he's not gonna admit it, or make it her problem.
Does she know?
Never will. So, same old.
That's rough. And the favored shit?
We've been looking into it. It's not too unlikely.
I thought we kept track of.
Well, yeah, but we were busy.
Right, I remember.
You were 8.
Laughter.
There are missing pieces, but he won't tell her unless he's sure. Maybe not even then.
A ring clinks against a beer bottle. If it was me, I'd rather not know.
Yeah, no one deserves that. What about you? How's stuff up north?
Not bad. Did I tell you about the mountain goats incident? The wind picks up, and I take advantage of the sudden rise in noise to sneak back inside. My thoughts bubble. Is it unhinged and self-centered to assume that Saul was talking about me and Cohen? I'm debating the matter, but a gaggle intercepts me, and I end up having a really nice conversation about cross-species exchange-traded funds with Carl, a lovely hipsterish guy who clearly regrets making my acquaintance the second I step away for a glass of water. Are you insane? I overhear Elle asking him. Hitting on Cohen's mate?
Dude, no. We were just talking.
Just remember to tell Cohen that while he's hanging you with your own large intestine, someone else suggests.
Shut the hell up. He would never.
No, he has never, because no one has ever hit on his mate before. I shake my head and rinse a few glasses, once again combing through what Saul said. When I turn around, I find Bowden, I think is his name. Brenna's brother, though they don't look much alike. Clean cups are on that rack, I say with a smile.
You have no right to be here.
I blink. Okay, clean cups are still on that rack. I lean back against the edge of the sink, studying the boy. He's tall, my age or younger. Not movie star handsome, but could snatch a TV role. He's also highly dominant, I believe is the word, and the awareness sits in the marrow of my bones. Not as much as Cohen or Amanda, though. Not yet. Whatever juice they use to baste future alphas, he's going to need a few more passes. Still, it's clear that he feels like he has something of value to say. I fold my arms and wait for it, and he doesn't disappoint.
You're a half-human who grew up with a vampire.
Misery Lark. I nod. She's my sister.
She's a leech.
True, and therefore not the slam-dunk insult you believe it to be. But if you have more biographical facts about Misery you want to get off your chest, by all means.
I think that people with your allegiances have no place in the Northwest,
he says slowly. His demeanor is calm, but I can tell that he's furious, and in pain, and very unwilling to really listen to me. There's no point in engaging in this conversation, and I wish I could be more like Misery. Take provocations as pathetic attempts at riling me up. Shrug them all off. Never be upset. The problem is, I've maxed out the amount of shit I'm willing to take. Well, I think that people who grew up with the privilege of moral grandstanding could give some of us a little more credit.
It's basic decency, not moral grandstanding.
Yes, it is. I push away from the counter and step toward him. Good and evil are wide brushes that can't always paint the fine details of real life. Lots of vampires and humans and wares have done terrible things, but Misery is not one of them. And as I'm sure you know, my presence here has been approved by your alpha, so if you have a note for the complaint box, you may take it to him. I did not ask to be born a hybrid, and I'm not some little princess on vacation from her blessed life of leisure, so you can take your snark. I cut myself off. Bowden's eyes have doubled in size, and while I'd love to assume that it's my little speech is doing, they're trained on a spot behind my shoulders. When I look over, Cohen's a couple of feet away, looking bored.
Mouthy, isn't she, Bowden?
He sighs.
Never thought I'd be into that, and yet, bane of my fucking existence.
His eyes flit to mine.
Don't stop on my account,
He says with a lopsided smile.
I love watching asses being ridden. It's my favorite kind of porn.
Bowden tenses, with anger, embarrassment, or a mix of both.
If I were alpha of this pack, she wouldn't be allowed here.
I cringe a little because he feels so young. One day, his frontal lobes will develop. He'll think back to this interaction, and his friends will have to remove all sharp objects from his household. Cohen, too, seems mostly embarrassed for him.
Bowden, given the number of new sphincters this girl just tore you, I don't need to tell you.
He stops and makes a pensive face.
Then again, I do love indulging in gratuitous displays of authority, so here you have it. Serena is my guest. Bother her again, and I'll make you regret it. She's not your guest?
A sneer twists Bowden's mouth.
Half of the members of this pack want her dead. Is that so? Yes, and we all know that you despise her just as much as everyone else does. Do I? You're just stuck with her because she's what?
Bowden seems to have found his limit. The one thing he isn't willing to bring up.
Come on.
Cohen urges calmly.
Say it. What is she? Your mate. Ah, yes, I'd forgotten about that.
Cohen slaps his own temple with the heel of his palm. He continues, monotone.
Since you're so sure that everyone here despises her, including me, let this be known. Fuck with my mate, and I'm going to kill you so slowly, draw it out so long, tectonic plates will move and create whole new mountain ranges, and when the rest of your family comes to avenge you, I'll do the same to them, and if your friends come, I'm not going to fucking stop, not even if all that's left of the pack is me and her. I will paint this entire territory green before I let anyone in the pack spill a single drop of red. Okay?
My belly swoops with liquid warmth. Bowden's fist clutches so tight, I brace for an attack. But next to me, Cohen never tenses, like he knew from the very start of this conversation that Bowden would eventually hang his head and say,
Yes, Alpha. Good.
He clasps the boy's shoulder with a grin.
Now get out of my kitchen and go put product in your hair, or whatever the fuck it is that you do in your spare time.
Cohen wraps his entire arm around my shoulder, the heel of his open hand bouncing loosely on my chest, and pulls me into him. It's less a gesture of affection and more of a statement, so I don't take it personally. But neither do I break away the second Bowden disappears. Cohen's heat is like thermal water. Like one of those pillow chairs Misery loves, the ones that are terrible for your posture. something to sink into. That sounded mean, I say softly.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am mean.
He says it like he couldn't care less, but feels like he should. Kind of endearing.
And no one's touching you on my watch.
Noted. I clear my throat, because my heart is beating in it. Cohen is just very, very close. And his touch, unlike everyone else's, doesn't make me want to fling myself down a scarp. That was some intense stuff. I'm flattered.
Don't be. The threats were highly embellished, and less about you than about keeping pack assholes in line.
Right. Yeah. It's not disappointment, the bitter taste in the back of my throat. Or, not precisely. I figured. He pulls away, and my body wants to follow him. Since I can't, I once again try to hoist myself onto the counter. Once again, his hands find my hips and settle me on the surface. This time, they linger. A ravenous, whiny little thing starts beating deep inside of me. Is Bowden going to be the next alpha? I ask to distract myself.
I doubt it. There are a handful of young pack members that are as dominant as he is and don't even behave like skid marks on the thong of the universe.
Cohen's still. Not too close, but not far either. Warmth flares into something liquid as I stare up at him. The beard, the long hair, they don't just hide his good looks. They are a mask of sorts. It's impossible to tell how he truly feels about anything. A lock has escaped the infamous topknot, so I reach up and push it from his forehead. Does it worry you that you could be challenged at any time? Misery has given me a very graphic rundown of how wares become alphas, which involves physical duels that often end in death. It's possible that she was just being dramatic, but she heavily implied the presence of cartoon fight clouds, torrents of blood, and confetti made out of skin flying about. That one day a new alpha will come along and try to take all of this away from you? He laughs softly.
Killer, none of this is mine to be taken. An alpha doesn't own a pack, and whoever tells you otherwise has no business overseeing a gas station toilet, let alone thousands of wares. It's the opposite. The pack owns the alpha like it would a tool, and if a newer, better tool shows up, I'll gladly step down.
There is no resentment in his tone. You don't hate it, do you?
What?
Being alpha. He cocks his head.
Why do you sound surprised?
I don't know. I guess Lowe seems to feel much more conflicted about his alpha status.
Lowe had a whole other life planned. He is a trained architect. I only know how to be an alpha, as demonstrated by the fact that when he brought me to a museum, I sat on a sculpture that cost more than the gross domestic product of most packs.
Why?
Because it looked like a fucking chair.
I laugh, and it makes his mouth twitch upward in a curve that is so charming, I need to trace it. But then he continues.
Alpha is all I've ever been, and all I'll ever be.
What about after?
There might not be an after. But if there is, I guess I'll find a hobby.
What hobby?
No clue, I'll have to figure it out.
A sudden, stupid idea pops into my head. I hold out my fists and say, pick one.
Not this fucking game again.
Pick one, I insist more forcefully. He sighs like I'm forcing him to muck a stable and points to my right hand. Thank God. I don't know what his reaction to me gifting him an online architecture class would have been. I'll teach you how to play the piano. His brow furrows.
You can play?
Of course. The collateral and her companion are well-rounded young ladies. Honestly, Misery was so terrible at it, I felt bad for our tutor. I pretend to shudder. I'll give you lessons, and you'll have a hobby that's not, just standing there and being tall and imposing and alpha.
Can't you just play something for me?
But that won't make you a well-rounded young lady. His laughter is a groan. Plus, I need to earn my keep, and it's not like I can defrost your freezer. Come on, I can teach you a chord every day. I hop down from the counter, wrap my hand around two of Cohen's fingers, and pull him toward his bedroom. We get a couple of curious looks on our way, but I ignore them, and so does he. It's not like I'm planning to ravish him in the closet anyway. I just want to... Sit, I order once we're in front of the piano, and despite his usual overburdened sigh, he obeys. The door remains wide open. Chatter and laughter seep in from all around us. Back at the Collateral Mansion, the piano came with a little bench that could house two. Cohen's just has a round stool that is not wide enough for the both of us. Hang on. I glance around. This is going to be a problem, considering his strained relationship with sittable furniture. Let me drag another chair. Before I can go in search of one, he tugs at my wrist and pulls me between his knees. My ass hits the hard muscles of his quads none too gently, and his left arm loops around my hips, the back of his hand resting on the upper part of my left thigh. He angles me so that my legs occupy the slice of space between his.
Let's just get this over with,
he grumbles, low against my ear. My heart skips around for a minute, and there is no way he misses it, but... Okay, sure, fine. Just one chord. He picked it. He won it, fair and square. Any objection to C major?
Nope.
Cool. I swallow, take his right hand in both of mine, and gently splay his fingers. Thumb, index, ring. Here, I whisper, and they seem to fall on the white keys instinctively, almost too easily. Maybe someone else tried to teach him how to play in the past. Maybe there is some knowledge of the basics deep in the recesses of his brain. Now you just press, like this. Yeah. The simple chord rises up, enveloping us. You did it. Look at you. I grin wide, lift my eyes to meet his, and find that he's already staring at me, black-eyed and voracious.
Look at you,
he says. At least I think so. I could have imagined it because it's little more than a whispered growl, quickly followed by a much lighter question.
Now what?
He asks. I take a deep breath. Now you just, I don't know, repeat the chord over and over and play the most boring song in history? His eyebrow lifts.
I think I'll do that. It's what my roommate deserves.
I snort and watch him hit the C chord 10 more times in quick succession. His "this is what you get" look boring into me and making me laugh even harder. I'm so busy being amused, it takes me a second to realize that his left hand, the one on my thigh, is moving too. It's not unpleasant. His fingers press lightly into my flesh, the warmth of his skin branding through the cotton of my pants, a rapid beat that makes my heart speed up. It's almost as though he's walking through the chord, stepping up and down and up again in a sustained rhythm, skimming closer to the crease where my thigh and my abdomen join, and... With a sharp exhale, I snap my leg shut. It's an automatic gesture, one that traps his fingers there, right between the soft fat that wraps around the inside of my thighs. I look up at him, confused. All at once, I'm hot all over, liquid. Cohen's face, on the other hand, is etched in stone.
Serena,
he murmurs, scent spiking, voice otherworldly, and it feels like, I don't know, a question, maybe? An invitation? A turn in the road, and the beginning of something. We could kiss. If we wanted to, it would be the perfect position, the perfect situation. We can't, I scream inside my head. Are you insane? But that's not true at all. I can't, because I have no time left. Cohen's alpha. Cohen can do whatever the hell he wants. Cohen gets to decide if...
I told you,
he says calmly. All of a sudden, he's ice cold.
I'm not interested.
My stomach hollows. The words reverberate through me, harsher than a slap.
Alpha?
I turn to the door. A man with gray-streaked temples and a kind, weathered smile is studying us curiously. I make to leap away from Cohen, but his fingers free themselves to tighten around my hip, stopping me.
Sorry I'm so late. John asked for more and more stories, and...
The man's gaze catches on me, the way I'm perched in his alpha's lap.
That's my 6-year-old.
I try to stand again, and at last Cohen lets go of me. I rise to my feet and take a step away. Not hasty, but determined. What the hell was I doing?
Bedtime is still your favorite part of the day, huh?
Cohen asks breezily, and the man lets out a low, pain-filled groan. It's like nothing just happened. Because nothing happened, I remind myself. He just said that he's not interested, and it wasn't the first time.
Mai, this is Serena. Serena, Mai is in charge of our northeast borders. You've been keeping him busy.
Me? Mai nods.
We stopped 11 vampires from entering our borders in the last 2 days.
I gasp. 11? Is that a real number?
Would you like to see their bodies?
Cohen asks. No.
Good.
His smile doesn't reach his eyes.
They're not in great shape.
I swallow. Did you figure out which council member sent them?
Nope. They were all independent agents, interested in the bounty, and didn't know much. But I bet whoever's behind the reward is getting impatient. They'll make a stupid move soon enough.
Good. Well, not good, but... I wince. My heartbeat seems to have stabilized. Thank you, Mai, for keeping me safe, and I'm sorry that you got stuck with the vampire killing job.
Are you kidding? I love it.
Do you?
Mai is my eldest second,
Cohen explains.
He gets his pick of assignments.
We chat for a while. Mai pulls out his phone to show us a few pictures of John, who looks adorable, and a menace, and wants to be Cohen when he grows up, like most children in the pack, apparently. But something needling and confusing sticks to the walls of my head, a thought that won't let go, not even hours later when I'm alone in bed under the covers, surrounded by home decor store quantities of pillows. Mai is my eldest second, Cohen said. The problem is, Mai looks half a decade older than Cohen, tops, which would put him around only 40, not eldest material. Unable to sleep despite my exhaustion, I retrace the last few days, every step I've taken since entering Northwest Territory, every person I met. And when the realization hits me, I want to take my lack of observational skills and drown it in the nearby river. I can't believe it took me so long to notice how young everyone is. This is not the typical age distribution for a pack. I've now met most of Lowe's seconds, and a third of them looked old enough to be his parents. Not to mention that Lowe's house was somewhat of a revolving door of wares of all ages, seeking audience for all sorts of problems. So, it's something else. I turn inward, gears spinning. When it comes to the Northwest, I have a lot of pieces, but I'm not sure how they fit together. Yet. On impulse, I reach for my phone on the nightstand and type a text. You up? Misery. I'm a vampire and it's the middle of the night. I roll my eyes. Can you ask Lo how long Cohen has been alpha? The reply comes in seconds. I won't. Serena. Why? Misery. Because I already know the answer. I roll my eyes harder. Misery, how long has Cohen been alpha? Misery. So nice of you to ask. 21 years. Why? I set the phone aside. Cohen was 15 when he became alpha. 15. And around the same time, something big happened. Something that killed Brenna's family, destroyed pack records, and gave the Northwest a reason to reunite. I'm not sure what the age of majority is among weres, but I've seen the way young were members are treated in packs, and I can't imagine anyone would be happy with a 15-year-old becoming alpha, least of all the 15-year-old in question. Unless there were no alternatives. Unless there were no dominant older members to take over, because everyone who was past their late teens left or was eliminated. Some kind of accident? An attack? But how does that happen? What slices a pack with such surgical precision? Who does? I grab my phone again. Ask Lo how a boy of 15 managed to unify an entire pack. I fall asleep several minutes later, still waiting for the answer. Chapter 15.
The cabin smells like... impossible. He must be losing his mind.
The night brings spanking new levels of pain and mortification. The recollections do not abound as far as I can tell. I wake up a few hours after going to bed, gasping like a rhino with sleep apnea, and make my way to the bathroom as my body works through spasms, cramps, and the fire taking over every layer of my epidermis. I sit in the shower as cold water flows over my head and beg my soon-to-be corpse to pipe the fuck down. I picture Cohen walking in to find what's left of me, a beached manta ray lifeless on the bathroom floor, deflated after puking up her internal organs. That's when it all gets fuzzy. I don't recall getting up or leaving the bathroom. I definitely don't recall crawling into Cohen's bed, and yet it's where I wake up. Could be a were evolutionary trait. In the face of probable death, seek refuge close to alpha. I might be onto something. I should ask Cohen, if I'm ever able to face him after what I've done to his room. It's a lot. In the harsh morning light, I stare down at the drenched mess of his bed. I wobble on my feet, strip the cotton sheets off the mattress, and realize that it's soaked through. It's sweat. A lot of sweat. Just spent 1 hour on the treadmill sweat. My scent is thick, pungent, vaguely reminiscent of things I'd rather not acknowledge. And it saturates every inch of his bed. This is an invasion of Cohen's private space. It's desecrating. Small mercy is Cohen spent the night outside. I beg the god of physiologically dysregulated bitches with sleep disorders to keep him away for 10 more minutes. I stuff his bedding, then mine, in the laundry machine. Setting, bulky items. Then I clean his room, trying to force it to smell like not me, but also like a deranged person didn't just pour disinfectant all over, a fine, impossible-to-strike balance. I speed through my shower, rehearsing what I'll tell Cohen if he calls me out on this new sanitizing facet of my personality. Why did I wash your sheets? Because I'm a wonderful house guest. Would you like a complimentary glass of limoncello? I get dressed in my new clothes, but something feels wrong. On my way out, I have an idea. One that no sane person would entertain, but that's no longer my side of the Venn diagram. I slip back inside Cohen's room, steal one of his t-shirts, hastily put it on under my sweater, and exhale in relief. It's as though my fur was being brushed against the grain, but this $5 shirt smoothed it back down where it belongs. No, I won't be pondering the matter at this moment. I walk to the back porch and find Amanda wearing a long parka and nothing else. "Oh my God!" She lights up when I hand her a mug of coffee. "Thank you." "Thank you? For what? Patrolling around me? Are you kidding? I get to chill in wolf form, pay attention to forest noises, growl at the squirrels. It's everyone's favorite kind of duty. Well, except for Jorma, but that's because he's thirsty for spreadsheets. I take a seat and follow her gaze to the group of wolves a couple 100 feet ahead of us. They sit on their hind legs, observing the spectacle, which happens to be a fight. Which happens to involve Cohen. I stare at his wolf form, the double-layered coat, his muscular frame, his terrifying maw. I guess I have one too, but I haven't seen it in a while. Nor am I currently wrapping it around the bare throat of a fellow were like it's an oven-roasted turkey leg. The smaller reddish-brown wolf lets out a whimpering, submissive sound. When Cohen releases her, she briefly rolls on her back to show her soft belly. Then, after an affectionate nip from her alpha, she trots toward the rest of the group, and a new fighter takes her place. I spot Twinkles among them. He looks very excited to be in the thick of the action, if comically smaller than the wares surrounding him. Still, Anna will be pleased to hear that he's keeping busy. "Is that normal?" I ask. That's not the challenge, right? The one that determines the new alpha? She spits out a mouthful of coffee. "Serena, they're play fighting." "Okay, just making sure." "It's to blow off steam." Amanda brushes liquid off her coat. "You see how the bites are softer? The ears are relaxed. Tail's neutral. It'll become easier to recognize as you spend more time in wolf form." It won't, but I smile and nod anyway. "Playfight is an honored rare pastime." "I guess not everyone has the knees for pickleball." She laughs. "I'll teach you. And Cohen, he's fun to spar with. He's strong, but his self-control is ironclad." She cuts off as a ruckus rises. We turn just in time to see Cohen ramming his head into the flank of a newcomer. He gets in a few bruising hits, then pins the dark gray wolf to the ground with enough pressure to suffocate, and stops only when he whines in pain. Amanda clears her throat. "Maybe Cohen's not the best option just now. Things are a lot." "Is something happening? Is it that meeting with the huddle leaders you mentioned?" "No. Well, yes, but it might be nothing. We're still hoping." She scrunches her nose. "Actually, this one might have to do with you." "With me?" "Well, he's living under the same roof as his mate. He's around you a lot, and I think he feels it, if you know what I mean." I don't really. Until I do, and no longer want to intake air. I can't bring myself to continue. "He's horny as fuck," Amanda says, taking pity on me. "At the mercy of his own lustful concupiscence. Probably jerks off every 3 hours. I assume you were about to say that?" I was not. In fact, I was thinking about last night, about his hands on me, and wondering if Cohen wants to. If Cohen wants to with me, then why not? The question builds a hazy, thick heat in my head, a delicious drip that coalesces into a new idea. It hammers an achy place at the bottom of my stomach. If not getting laid affects Cohen to this degree, if he's shifting into wolf form and sauntering off to strangle grizzly bears, shouldn't I do something about it? I certainly could. I've had sex with men I liked and respected less than Cohen, after all. Almost exclusively. And it's not that I wouldn't mind. My flustered state of mind proves it. My heart beating so loud against my ribcage that Amanda must be wondering whether I have angina. That proves it too. So, why not? Because you're about to give up the ghost, and because he has told you multiple times how little he wants you? That's why not. When it comes to Cohen's desires, are you really going to believe Amanda over Cohen himself? No, I won't. The issue is simple enough. Cohen may want me, but he doesn't want to want me. Still, there's no reason for him to blue ball it. He doesn't need to be, I tell Amanda, ignoring the acid taste of the words on my tongue. Maybe she'll let him know. Maybe she'll sign him up for a dating app named Howler, which someone should totally invent. He probably has a bunch of fuck buddies lined up already. What do you mean? Just that since Cohen and I are not, it doesn't mean that he has to be all pent up. Not that he would need my permission, but since I'm staying at his house, it might be difficult for him to... I guess what I'm trying to say is I can make myself scarce, and I wouldn't complain or anything if he were to bring someone over to... I force out a smile, feeling nauseous. Slake his lustful concupiscence. She studies me for such a long stretch. I wonder whether my babbling has hypnotized her. Amanda? Is everything okay? Has Cohen not told you? Or Lo, or anyone else? I'm not sure what you're talking about. She takes a deep breath, runs the back of her hand over her mouth, and then resigns herself to be the one to give me the news. Serena, the Alpha of Northwest Pack is traditionally asked to honor a celibacy covenant. He's forbidden by law to engage in any kind of intimate relationships, emotional or physical. Chapter 16.
He told her that he would never touch her because he didn't want her enough. In truth, he will never touch her because he wants her too much. The make-believe he thinks was kinder to both of them.
I'm still working on grasping the implications of what Amanda revealed, but she's already doling out more. Not much has changed for him. Your presence, that's throwing him off. At least, I think so. Cohen's not really the type to walk around griping about the discontented state of his nuts. And he never seemed affected by the covenant. He's been dealing with it for 20 years, but I doubt it was a burden to him. I've never even seen him look at a woman, so... Why? Excuse me? Lo is with Misery. I know that the alpha of one of the New England packs has a mate. Was this rule made for Cohen? Amanda massages her eyes. It's complicated. How so? The celibacy covenant used to be common practice in packs. The idea is that if a pack gives an alpha absolute power over them, the alpha should be able to guarantee that the well-being of the pack will be the most important thing for them. But if every decision needs to be made for the good of the pack, other priorities are a threat, I finish, starting to understand. Like a partner or children. Precisely, she mumbles, frowning as she takes a sip of coffee. But you don't agree? In theory, it makes sense. But falling in love and establishing relationships are not necessarily things one can control. And that's before throwing in the issue of biological mates. Only a tiny percentage of us find one, but when we do... Her eyes lift to the clearing above us. Cohen and a pewter gray wolf almost as large as he snarl at each other. It was a difficult rule. Not to mention, some alphas would take the covenant but disregard it. Secret vitamin D deficient family in the basement? In the crawl space, in the attic, depending on the soil type and the frost line, but yes, pretty much. She snorts. The rule became obsolete. Some packs began ignoring it, others phased it out. But there were some hiccups. Another sip, slower this time. Although, if you want my opinion, well, you didn't ask, so I'd love to know it, though, I hurry to say. In that case, prepare for a world-class harangue. She turns. Her knee bumps into mine. Alphas are people, and people make mistakes. That's why packs have systems of checks and balances. We have an assembly that can dispute the alpha's decisions if need be, and rules are well and good, but all they can affect is behavior. They cannot police something as personal and disorderly as feelings, so... She stops, maybe realizing that she is, in fact, haranguing. When she resumes, her tone is softer. 70 or so years ago, the rule was slowly being rolled back all over North America. The Midwest Pack was at the forefront of that, and after a decade or so, the first reports of leaders taking advantage of their newfound freedom started bleeding through. An alpha fucking his way through his own pack, granting privileges in exchange for sex, quid pro quo stuff. My stomach turns. Did they stop him? He was challenged and is currently fertilizing the world's most rancid corncob. But it felt like a cautionary tale. The Northwest decided to keep the celibacy covenant, and for the following decades, our alphas seemed okay with it. Not everyone wants to be sexually active or in a relationship, you know? It was a problem for later. Amanda chews at her lower lip. And then later came. Was that 4 decades ago? The alpha before Cohen? A little less than that, but yeah. She sets the mug down, as if she'll need all her limbs for this. She was a fantastic alpha. Also, she was in love and unapologetic about it. She asked the assembly to rescind the covenant. According to my mother, at the time the assembly was a crock of geezers whose main hobby was to shake their fists at the clouds. Or maybe they were just cautious. They studied every known case of alpha misconduct, came up with 100 scenarios in which revoking the covenant would lead to an asteroid shower extinguishing all aerobic life, and denied her. Is that why the Huddles seceded? Yep. I was born within the Corps that year, and the Huddles, even after the partitioning, most members' instinct was still to unite under one alpha. The assembly continued to exist as an entity to ensure good relations among the Huddles, which all formed a loose alliance. And over the years, as new Huddle leaders were elected, its composition changed to more progressive wares. And the tide was shifting. It seemed certain that the pack would reunite soon enough. Her fingers tighten around the balustrade. And then we were attacked. Amanda, You're sorry, I know. She reaches out to me with a small smile, clasps my upper arm through the fabric of my sweater. I appreciate it, Serena. I know it was the humans, and What? Her eyes round in surprise. Who told you that? Branna? She rolls her eyes. That's not true, and such a bullshit read of what... Humans were involved, yes, but the true responsibility is with the wares. Wow, that's both my species. What a coincidence. Amanda laughs, squeezes me one last time before letting go. You're no more to blame for this than I am. Or Cohen. He was 15, but he took over, neutralized the threat, convinced the Huddles that we'd be stronger together, and when the Assembly's condition was to reintroduce the celibacy covenant, he agreed. I nod, ignoring the rocks in my stomach. Cohen doesn't need me feeling sorry for him. It's kind of funny. I mean, Cohen truly does whatever the fuck he wants. He hasn't met a rule he didn't love to break, but the covenant? He's a stickler for that one. A small shrug. I'm just not sure that he cares to be at the moment. I don't get it. The weight settling on my chest. Cohen is a powerful man with near unlimited resources and the adoration of the masses. Some masses. He even has his own private fight club, the dream of every 36-year-old teenaged man. Except being barred from relationships cannot be an easy decision to make, especially at 15. And why did he not tell me? The first time we met, he informed me that I was his mate, but he never mentioned the covenant.
This conversation is not an invitation.
Even when I clumsily asked him out.
Like me or don't, I really couldn't care less.
And last night,
I told you I'm not interested.
he made it sound like he didn't want to be with me. Never mentioned that he wasn't allowed to.
We were wondering.
A male voice interrupts my thoughts. When I glance up, Saul and Jorma are standing in front of the cabin, naked. I deliberately keep my eyes above their necks and try not to choke on my own breath. Hey, guys. Saul grins, winks at me like one does.
Hey, honey. Jorma and I were in the area to...
Take Cohen's beatings? Amanda offers.
Yeah, that. And we remembered that last night you mentioned how much you love to cook. So we figured you probably made something for breakfast today, and since it's so hard to eyeball portions, you might have leftovers. Wouldn't want it to go to waste, you know?
I bite back a smile. What would you guys like?
Oh, we don't want to put you out. Just if you have something you're going to toss anyway.
I turn to Jorma, who's high on directness and low on bullshit. What would he like?
French toast, please.
Jorma says.
With a side of sausages.
You absolutely do not have to cook for these losers, Amanda tells me, then adds, but if you do, please remember that I too did not have breakfast. I grin. Come on in then. Less than an hour later, my culinary ego has grown to the size of a quasar. From the window, I watch Jorma, Saul, and Amanda jump off Cohen's porch and shift into majestic wolves in midair. I follow their supple forms until they disappear. That's when my phone rings with an unknown number. In the past, I'd have eaten glass with gonorrhea smeared on it before picking up. However, because of my current high-reward social lifestyle, I have only 2 contacts. Misery, saved from memory, and Cohen, pre-programmed, which means that I'm not in a position to reject any unknown callers. It's Juno, the voice on the other end says, and I slump in relief. I don't have the emotional strength to fend off financial fraud. The humans have gotten back to me about your DNA. I straighten. Any news? Yes and no. Hit me. As you know, the more distant the relation, the fewer the DNA segments shared, which decreases the likelihood of detecting... Juno? I interrupt, amused. Yes? It's okay if you just tell me the findings. A pause. I wouldn't want you to think that I don't trust you to understand the science behind... Feel free to condescend to me any time. In that case, she takes a deep breath. Your mother's family seems to be from west of the Sawtooth Range. Sawtooth Range. Where have I heard of it? Isn't that part of the Rocky Mountains? Correct. I visualize a map. Meaningless state lines that humans drew up, splicing territories they haven't visited in centuries. Lakes area, right? Correct, she repeats. Borders with the Midwest pack? Half a beat. Actually, it's closer to the eastern border of the Northwest Territory. That would support Juno's suspicion that my father was from here, too. Is there a human family member we could talk to? The closest relatives we found were distant cousins, not to mention... We're wares, and they might welcome us with a machine gun? It doesn't sound too far-fetched. Agreed. From your mother, the note said. Cohen thought it might be a prank, but my mother was from the area, so what if she's still here? She's human and unlikely to make it into Northwest Territory undetected, but maybe she has a were-friend who delivered it for her. Could it be my father? Could he still be in the pack? Unlikely, given how few members would be old enough, but still. I blow my hair out of my eyes. Through the glass, I see Cohen ambling back, breeze snaking through his dark fur. I'm sorry, Juno, I need to go. Thank you for this. Serena, may I tell Misery? I already know she'll ask. She's very... nosy? Yes, when it comes to you. You can tell her anything, but if this information came to you through a computer, she's likely to know already. Ideal, as it would spare me an ethics-breaching conversation. I laugh, freshening up the coffee, and send a text. I can't help noticing that either you did not ask Lo how a boy of 15 managed to unify an entire pack, or you're keeping the answer to yourself. Misery. Lo is in the South on pack business. I am but a lonely, neglected bride. Serena. Don't walk into the lake without first feeding Sparkles. How is my boy, by the way? Misery. Last I checked, his intestines were happy and productive. He may look like an overgrown hamster, but he sure shits like a lion. Serena. Fantastic. Since your intellectual curiosity is clearly at its peak, can you find out something else for me? Misery. Probably. Serena. I need to know what specifically happened 21 years ago here in the Northwest. Wares died, especially older wares. Humans were involved. Misery. On it. Misery. Although, and this might be too galaxy brain an idea to have occurred to you despite your career as a journalist, you could ask questions. For instance, to the guy you live with, who happens to have been an active participant in the events you just mentioned. Serena. Everyone is being very cagey. This is obviously the Northwest's big, formative trauma event, and they're not over it. It's like that thing you vampires always yap on about, with the blood and the wedding. Misery. The Aster? Serena. Yep, except this happened years, not centuries ago, and I'm pretty sure that everyone's genealogy tree died in it. It seems more tactful to seek alternative sources. Misery. You soft-hearted bitch. I could never. Serena. Uh-huh. Where's Anna, by the way? Snuggling on top of you? Yawning in your face? Drooling all over your pillow? Misery. Absolutely none of the above. Misery. But if she were, she'd tell me to say hi to Aunt Serena and ask her when she's coming back for more ziplining. Serena. Is she asking for your phone to play Tetris? Misery. No comment. Goodbye. I pour some coffee in a mug and set it aside for Cohen. I'm gathering the seconds used but surprisingly clean plates when out of the corner of my eye I catch something in the hallway. It's a yellow flannel. The flannel I stole from Cohen and slept in last night. The one I sweated through. The one I thought I put in the washing machine with the sheets. Shit, I mutter, hurrying to pick it up. Unfortunately, at the exact same moment, the door opens. Cohen enters the cabin in human form, finishing pulling up a pair of jeans, the worn denim soft around his hips. He doesn't bother buttoning them up all the way, and I don't know. I guess I could rapidly avert my eyes and maybe even flush. But in a place where no one seems to care about nudity, I'm the one making it weird. Plus, I'm busy hiding the flannel behind my back, which seems to accomplish very little given the way Cohen's nostrils flare. I'm suddenly seized by terror. Can he smell the remnants of my sweat fest? Clearly, yes, because he goes rigid as a statue and asks,
What is it?
The words sound a bit like a growl, as though they're coming from deep within his body. Nothing. I swallow. Smile to soften the lie. Just my PJs. I need to wash them. His eyes darken. Panic prickles up my spine. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. I plead, turning around and starting down the hallway as fast as I can.
Serena.
His voice is so harsh, my entire body clenches. I freeze in place. After a long moment, turn around. What?
Don't run.
I swallow thickly. Why?
Walk slowly to the washing machine and get rid of the clothes.
His voice pins me to the ground. Something builds in my belly.
Do not make me chase after you.
I have no idea why he's asking that from me, but I do as he commands. Calmly make my way down the hallway until I'm in the mudroom, watching the flannel sink into a pool of soapy water. I take a deep breath before heading back, but when I return, Cohen is right where I left him, clearly unwilling or unable to move. Neither of us mentions the exchange that just occurred, a silent, shared agreement to pretend that nothing happened. Instead, I grab the coffee from the counter and hand it to him, until he accepts it with a muted grunt. His eyes don't leave mine until he tips his head back to drink. I can't help staring at the bob of his Adam's apple through his unshaven neck. The breadth of his body, muscles working under scarred, imperfect skin. The thick outline of him. His shoulders and back strain when he sees me watching. They don't relax even as I smile. It's focus stealing, the way he looks. But most wares are built this way, and the reason I can't tear my eyes away from this one has more to do with the fact that he's Cohen. He manages entire conversations in low growls. He can tell that I'm about to make fun of him before I've even formulated the joke in my head. He disturbs the space that surrounds him and mine with it. And his eyes are always searching mine, shaping me, trying to make sure I'm okay and never asking anything of me. I remember the disjointed, vague images I keep seeing in my dreams. Feel the same liquid, low, pooling heat. Wonder how many fucking civil, criminal, moral, maritime laws I would break if I were to go and wrap my arms around him. Maybe say, "Your tits are pretty spectacular, too."
What?
He asks when I snort out a laugh, and I shake my head. How many packmates have you slaughtered on this fine morning? He mutters something about
whiny little shits.
And I try not to laugh. I made French toast. Want some?
I'm good.
He didn't eat any of the food I made last night, either. It stings, and I don't know why.
Where did Amanda go?
He asks. Just left. Sorry you missed her.
I'm not. I'm pack-mated out for the day.
It's 8:30 in the morning, Cohen. Your point? His look clearly asks.
Go get dressed.
He orders.
We're going somewhere.
I take a deep breath. Think about all the cruel little things he told me to push me away, about the big thing he neglected to tell me, the one that best explains the distance he's been keeping. Actually, we're not. We're staying in for a bit, and I glance at his shoulders, his biceps, the V of his stomach. For what I have in mind, it's better if you don't get dressed. Chapter 17.
The covenant was never a big part of his life. He would forget about it for months, even years. It never felt like a sacrifice, just a simple trade-off, an integral feature of who he was, the alpha of the Northwest. Then she arrived, assumed total control of him, and left no room for anything but her.
Don't be nervous.
I'm not.
Cohen, I know it's been a while for you.
Just fucking get it over with.
What? No, that's not how you do it. This is an experience.
Then make it a quick experience.
Why are you being like this? I'll be gentle. Am I not gentle?
You mispronounced annoying.
Oh, come on. I'm having fun.
I wish I could say the feeling is mutual.
Should we put down a sheet or something? You're making way more of a mess than I thought you would. Though, I guess it's normal since it's been so long.
If anyone's making a mess, it's you.
Hush, I'm doing this for you. The entire pack thinks you're hopeless, but I'll help you show them that... The door bursts open and Cohen and I fall silent mid-haircut. It's very poor timing. I'm almost done with what will surely be known, post-mortem, as Serena Paris's most challenging and powerful artistic endeavor. But 2 women and a man are rudely letting themselves inside and interrupting my creative process. Does anyone ever knock? I whisper.
No, clearly, and I'm not sure what it is about me that says, make yourself at home.
Cohen glances down at the uncompromising bend of his own arms, folded on his bare chest, then asks, louder,
Did someone install a fucking red carpet over my porch steps? I must have missed it.
The man says. He is bald, with a long blonde beard, thick rimmed glasses, and a someone just dented my paint job frown. I'm not sure I feel comfortable knowing that my alpha let some girl with scissors play around his throat, the taller of the 2 women says, sounding just as irritated. Cohen shrugs.
Feel free to mull it over and never let me know, Annika.
I think he looks good, the other woman says, which I take as a much-needed compliment. Why, thank you. I press one hand against my chest. I do believe my muse is speaking to me. The woman's laughter is low and musical. She's much smaller than Annika, and she looks a couple of years older than Cohen. Unlike the other 2 newcomers, her stance is laid back. She did not come here for a fight. It was time for a change. Not that the depressed Viking cosplay wasn't hot, she tells Cohen, who winces and massages his forehead.
Is there a single fucking person in this godforsaken pack who does not have an opinion about my grooming habits?
No, the 3 reply in unison, which gives me the boost I needed to continue shaving Cohen's beard.
The reason we are here, Alpha,
the man starts,
is that the pack newsletter lets you know that I have a woman, my mate no less, staying in my cabin as we wait for this new tide of murderous psychos to ebb, and you're afraid I'm fucking her. Sound about right?
Annika and the man exchange surprised looks, but the older woman just smiles. I run my hand through Cohen's hair and tilt back his head until his neck is exposed. He follows my directions, pliant in my hands. He's not, I say distractedly. He's not? Annika asks. Breaking the covenant, I remain tragically unfucked. There's sudden tension in his bare back, the trip of a heartbeat that I can detect only because I'm in his space, touching him, a tick of his jaw. Ah, so you were hoping I wouldn't find out. Tip your chin up, Cohen? Perfect. I swipe the razor down the column of his throat and run my fingers over his skin, pleased with the smooth slip. Cohen didn't have any shaving cream, so I'm using a blend of soap and conditioner. I take a short moment to admire my handiwork, and then smile at Annika. He's not madly in love with me either. Honestly, he barely even talks to me. And yet he lets you brandish a weapon around his neck. It's more like community service, Annika, the older woman murmurs, and we exchange an amused look. I wonder what her name is. Carolina, she tells me, lips curling. And this is Xavier. We are 3/5 of the assembly. Serena, I'd shake your hand, but... Understood.
Now that we've exchanged friendship bracelets,
Cohen says,
can we move on with our day?
He makes to stand, but I push him back down with a firm hand on his shoulder. Not until I'm done, buddy. I step around to work on the other half of his face, but stop when I notice the way they're all regarding me. Well, not all. Cohen is just his habitual, long-suffering self. The others, though, watch us open-mouthed. I smell a surge of panic, sudden alert, sphincters clenched tight enough to make diamonds. Are we being attacked by the vampires? I switch my hold on the razor to use it as a weapon, ready for an invasion. So ready. They don't need to know that earlier I pulled a muscle while combing my hair.
It's hardly evidence that you two are not in a relationship,
Xavier points out.
The way she takes liberties, gives you orders, is it?
Cohen sounds bored.
You three just showed up to my house to tell me what to do, and last I checked, I'm not fucking any of you.
Stop moving, I murmur, going back to shaving him, or I'm going to nick you and they're going to think I'm pregnant with your triplets. Cohen stills, but the corners of his lips twitch.
She's not taking liberties, she is given them. If anyone here is questioning my authority, it's you.
We are not, Annika says, but we are concerned. Must we remind you?
No, I don't need to be reminded of shit. But if you want to anyway, go ahead. I know it's a cherished hobby of yours.
Cohen knows why the rules are there, Carolina says, diplomatic. Better than anyone. He has never given us reason to doubt him.
He hasn't,
Xavier agrees.
But he did not have a mate before.
Cohen grunts.
When the pack reunited, I promised that if I found her, I'd immediately inform you, and I did. The day I met her, I am the reason you can be on me like stink on shit. Unfortunately, she's also a hybrid in need of protection, which I won't withhold just to convince the assembly that nothing is happening.
Plus, I ask, wouldn't you be able to smell it? Carolina quirks her head. What do you mean, Serena? Well, 2 of the seconds are together, and last night I could easily tell that they regularly exchange bodily fluids. I finish running a warm cloth against Cohen's cheeks and step back, searching for missing spots. I'll be sad if he ever holds me again, without the scratch of his beard against my skin. I was, into it. This was a fun activity, though, my favorite in a while. There's something nice about being close to my alpha, taking care of him, as he does of me, breathing in his soothing scent, preparing for what's to come, comfort for... Whoa, 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 whoa! Where did my brain go just now? How long was I silent? I guess my point is, I clear my throat, that your nose would tell you if something was happening between us.
Maybe they have a cold.
Cohen drawls.
Maybe that cold made their brains leak out of their ears. Cohen, given your history, my history.
He stands, suddenly towering over all of us. The little strands of chopped hair still clinging to his shoulders silently slip to the floor. Xavier, who spoke last, takes a step back.
Do tell me more about my history. What have I done to warrant these doubts? Think very carefully before you finish that sentence.
Hey. My hand meets the hard heat of Cohen's stomach, and I quietly slip in front of him, ignoring the additional helping of befuddled looks it earns me. Listen, you may not know me, but Cohen has been your alpha for years. There's no need to treat him like a fuckboy. 3 pairs of eyes blink at me. From behind me, Cohen asks,
A what?
A fuckboy. Just, a boy who fucks. God, Misery's right. Some things simply do not translate to the wares. What I'm trying to say is, he told me that nothing would happen between us on the day we first met, and I'm not about to try to disintegrate his free will with my magic cunt. Okay? I hold Xavier's eyes until he nods his agreement, and while he doesn't look happy as he storms out, he's at least gone. Annika makes to leave afterward, marginally more reassured. I trust you, Cohen, she says. I didn't mean to imply that I don't, but I want to remind you that no other were is strong enough to hold the Northwest together, And if your worries about Constantine turn out to be true, we are in your hands, Alpha. Keep that in mind. She slips outside with considerably less stomping, leaving us to stand in a long silence, and me to wonder who the hell is.
Who told you about the Covenant?
Cohen asks me. Hands on my hips, I turn around. I find it interesting that you didn't tell me yourself, since you're so big on the truth.
Didn't come up.
I see forced indifference in the tension of every single muscle in his body.
Who told you?
I have my sources. I give him my best cryptic, super spy smile, refusing to throw Amanda under the bus.
Isn't she lovely to have around?
He tells Carolina, wrapping a hand around my shoulder. His touch hits me like a small supernova, lighting up a million nerve endings. Heat licks down my arm, up my spine, pools in my belly.
She's high maintenance, talks too much, can't mind her business. The very opposite of how I like my pack members. Seen, but not heard.
I snort. He doesn't like to see them either.
Yeah, true enough.
Fascinating. Carolina's gaze alternates between us. You said it's not mutual? You're not her mate, even though she's yours? Cohen's nod is detached, like he's confirming something inconsequential. Yes, leeks are indeed my favorite seasonal vegetable. And yet she doesn't feel the pull to obey you. Should I? I ask brightly. Not quite. The rumor that an alpha can brainwash other wares into doing his bidding is vastly exaggerated. There is no magic compulsion, but our instinct is to avoid defying them. I definitely cannot remember the last time I saw a were give Cohen orders, even one as simple as sit down.
She's not fully were.
Cohen reminds her. And I'm not the only one. You three came over just to yell at him. We are the assembly. It's our job to hold the alpha accountable. We are trained to go against our nature. She rolls her eyes. Though this was an unnecessary execution of our duties.
Let me guess.
Cohen drawls.
Xavier and the giant pole that lives up his rectum had a bad dream and convinced Annika that I was a step away from eloping with Serena and becoming a deadbeat alpha, so you followed them here to make sure I didn't dissolve them in battery acid.
Carolina tries not to smile, but her relationship with Cohen seems to run deep. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Is the rest of the assembly going to be balls deep up my ass?
Not Conan. You know how little he likes the Covenant. Jersey, maybe. He's busy dealing with the Canada pack, though.
He knows my offer to help stands, right?
Of course. Carolina turns to me. Serena, let me introduce myself properly. I am the leader of the Moon Craters huddle. Saul, whom I believe you know, is my younger brother. Nice to meet you, I say. After all of this is over, she asks, where do you plan to go? Rotting down a dark hole, preferably inside a mushroom death suit, is not an acceptable answer, is it? My sister lives in the Southwest. Ah, yes, the vampire? Well, should you change your mind, you are welcome in our huddle. You were a financial reporter, right? Before, yes. We've been doing more and more business with the humans. We could use someone with your background. Oh, that's really cool. I'll give it a think, I say, somewhat sad that it's a lie. I try to camouflage it with a smile. I'm sure I'd thrive there. I mean, I get along with you and Saul. It's got to be a sign.
It's not a sign,
Cohen declares flatly.
It's fucking poaching.
Carolina laughs, reaches forward to exchange a long hug with Cohen, and then leaves as I yell after her, Please do share with the Pack newsletter about my excellent work as Cohen's personal groomer. I turn around to receive what should be Cohen's undying gratitude, but will likely be a giant load of crabbiness, and suddenly I cannot breathe. because I didn't expect him to be standing so close to me, but also, clean-shaven and without his hair hiding his features, he seems younger, less moody. His face feels so open, direct, available. Like maybe if I applied myself, I could tell what he's thinking half of the time. There could be room for me in the life of a man with that face. Hey, I say. His nostrils work.
Hey, killer.
I clear my throat. You look so much more dignified now that I've de-shed you. Cuter, too. Just like that hot guy from that movie.
What movie?
All of them. I wet my lips. Look down at my toes.
Serena?
There is something in his tone, something that I refuse to contemplate, something I need to cover up quickly. By the way, it comes out shrill. I don't care. I know you have a job and everything. You don't have to stick around with me all day if there's something else you need to be doing.
The bowling league will wait. We're going out.
Where?
I had an idea.
He dusts hairs off his pecs. I really wouldn't mind if he put on some clothes.
Well, Brenna had an idea. But if it works, I'll pass it off as mine.
An idea for...
Figuring you out.
I love it when you talk about me like I'm the ultimate escape room. Tell me more.
You'll see when we get there. Give me 5 to shower.
He heads for his room. Stops.
And killer?
What?
Tuck that t-shirt in your pants. It'll look less like it's mine.
Chapter 18.
He wants to show her every corner of his territory, the deep blue lakes and the snow-capped peaks, moss-draped trees and rock spires. He wants to be with her for each marveled intake of breath.
The drive lasts about half an hour, once again along the jagged coast. Cohen spends most of it on the phone with a dozen different people, discussing pack matters that seem to range from crop rotation to solar power to children's swimming lessons. I listen to him talking a group of teachers out of taking a shit on their principal's desk and wonder if all alphas are this intimately involved with the goings-on of their packs. Why am I surprised that Cohen is this good at this job? We park in front of a red-roofed farmhouse that looks like something I once saw on a postcard. No way! I once again paced my face to the window. This place is unreal.
Of course it is. It's my territory.
I still don't think you can take credit for that. I laugh. Look! They have cows!
If I'd known what a fan of livestock manure you are, I'd have...
I ignore him and exit the car right as a young man comes toward us. His mop of dark curls is swept around by the wind, and his frame is slight, especially for a wear.
Dr. Sem Kane.
Cohen explains, after they exchange a hug. My stomach drops. Did Cohen find out? Does he know that I'm about to...
Don't worry.
Sem says.
You're not here as a patient. In fact, you're not even here to see me.
The reason we came, I discover after we step inside, is Sem's grandfather.
Dr. Silas Kane.
Cohen explains.
Dr. Silas was one of the elders of the pack, and he used to specialize in pediatrics. Any boy or girl who was born in the Northwest in the last 60 years was examined by him at some point.
I immediately understand where this is going. Would he remember me, though?
Not your face.
Sem explains.
Which is just as well since his eyesight has been deteriorating. He's in his 90s now, but he might remember your scent. Come, he's this way.
In the living room, Dr. Silas sits between two women. The first looks so much like Sem, she has to be his sister. The second has short strawberry blonde hair and a shy smile. Her fingers slide around Sem's as he introduces her as his partner.
Layla is one of the pack's midwives.
He explains, before adding, a little sheepishly,
We're all doctors in this room. You're making me look bad.
Dr. Silas says from his chair. He's a robust man, with a full head of milk-white hair and a husky voice.
My entire family became doctors, and people assume that it's because I've been butting my nose into their lives and pressuring them. And now we have Sem's daughter, who cannot read yet, and is already saying she'll be a surgeon. Don't worry, Grandpa, we'll tell everyone that you pushed us to become trapeze artists and coal miners and that we severely disappointed you. Is it too much to ask for a poet or a musician? I so love music.
He sighs and turns in our direction. When he smiles, his face splinters into a million fine, leathery lines.
Cohen, child, it's always a pleasure to see you, and how kind of you to bring me the halfling.
I glance at Cohen, puzzled. The what?
We have stories in the north, legends, ballads, ancient stuff about children born of wares and humans, wares and vampires too. We call them halflings.
Halflings. I taste the word, then smile. I like it. More than hybrid. Makes me sound less like a car.
Do come closer.
Silas beckons.
You will forgive me if I don't stand, won't you? Serena, right?
I nod, taking a step toward him. Then I remember what Sem told me about Dr. Silas's eyesight and add, "It was given to me at the human orphanage. If we met before, you might have known me under another name."
I see. Will you sit, please?
I drop to his feet, cross-legged. These halfling legends, do you think they might hold some truth?
Most stories do, although the truths we seek are often not the ones we find. But if you're asking whether you're the first of your kind, I do not believe so, no.
Juno said the same. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, wares and humans and vampires used to be one. There are lots of theories about how speciation occurred, and I'm sure that at this very moment at least 2 anthropologists are fisticuffing over them at a sparsely attended academic panel. The bottom line, though, is that some groups split off and went their merry way. By the time they attempted to rejoin, they were no longer the same. But reproductive compatibility is fluid, Juno said. Our DNA is similar enough that all it takes is a few mutations at the individual level to allow procreation. There will be people referring to you as the harbinger of the decline of civilization. But what you are is not new, per se. It's just a comeback, if you will. What you're saying is, I'm vintage. It's not really what and Renaissance Girl should be my new nickname? I didn't. Deal.
How old are you?
Dr. Silas asks, leaning forward in his seat. 25, as far as we know. I fall quiet and fail in my quest to not glance back at Cohen. I must have lost my object permanence skills because I need constant reassurance that he exists. He's here with me. He gives me a small nod, and I feel marginally less like used kitty litter. I shouldn't be nervous. I've lived my entire life not knowing who my parents were, and I've been just fine. I never allowed my origins to define me, because if I had, I would have been destined to remain undefined. I may be Serena Nobody, but I'm still Serena. The past doesn't have to shape the future. Hell, I don't even have a future. And yet, as Dr. Silas inhales deeply, I'm on tenterhooks. If he doesn't recognize me, what would that mean? What if he does? What if my parents are alive and well? What if I am forced to meet them, listen to their excuses, and maybe even forgive them? Because that's what I should do, right? Be gracious and compassionate and somehow over it and... Dr. Silas slowly shakes his head, and the relief folds my insides like origami. And Cohen, whose eyes never, ever, ever leave me, can obviously tell. A brief silence. Dr. Silas is saying that it could mean nothing. Maybe he forgot. Maybe my scent changed. They know so little about halfling developmental biology. Sem is agreeing, listing possibilities. Cohen's face is worried, like he's about to ask me if I'm all right. The only thing giving me strength right now is knowing that, asshole that he is, if I vomit gastric acid on his shoes, he'll never let me live it down. Hey, is it okay if I'd love some fresh air. Of course, Layla smiles. Back door is through the kitchen, on the left. You're welcome to go for a run, too, if you like the shoreline. It's just us for about 10 miles. Great, I say, instead of, lovely of you to mistake me for a high-functioning were. I catch Cohen's eyes as I step back, watch the way his muscles begin to contract to follow me, and shake my head minutely, hoping he'll understand what I'm trying to communicate. I'm an emotional mess, and I'd love to be alone for a second, just in case I burst out crying or puke up the French toast I didn't even eat. He doesn't like it, but he stays put. The Kane's yard is a grass-covered cliff above the shore, something right out of an impressionistic painting. The ocean is less than a couple 100 feet away, and when I close my eyes and tilt my chin up, the sea breeze flows over me like water. How amazing it must have been to grow up here, surrounded by the Pacific, watching the blue reach as far as the eye can see. No limits, no... I tense. My skin bursts into 1,000 little goosebumps, because I'm no longer alone. Someone's here. Someone who wasn't inside the house. My hand closes around the penguin knife in my pocket, and I unbraid the notes of the intruder's scent. Where? Man. Young. Human form. Not wearing shoes. Approaching from behind. Either he's sloppy or he underestimated me, because he doesn't know that I felt his presence. He means to assault me, and all I have to my advantage is the element of surprise. I force my heartbeat to slow down, and bide my time. Wait for the were to come within reach of my blade. But a handful of feet from me, he halts. I hear something thudding to the ground. Smell the grass, crushed. A deep intake of breath. Then a voice, hushed, barely audible through the wind.
Ava.
I whirl around, whipping out the knife, holding the blade at abdomen height. But its tip is nowhere near the man's skin because he is... kneeling? I adjust my aim, ready to strike, but the naked man doesn't make a single move. He stays on his knees, face bent upward, throat bare and vulnerable. Feverishly he whispers,
As the prophet said, as the prophet wills.
Who are you? He gives me a tremulous smile and, like a supplicant, presses his forehead to the ground. Chapter 19.
Just this once, he could have done without being right.
Do you live here? I ask. In the afternoon sun, I have to squint to properly make him out. I guess he could be Sem's brother, several years younger, similar hair color, slim build and soft, boyish jawline. He doesn't seem hostile, but he also doesn't feel like he belongs to this place that smells like moss and brine. I don't lower my knife. Who are you? He slowly looks up at me, a smudge of soil on his forehead, another on his cheekbone.
Oh, your eyes, they are so familiar to me.
I take a step back, quickly glance around, wondering if I should call for Cohen, except Would Cohen kill this boy? Yes, probably. I need you to tell me who you are, I demand.
What a joy to speak with you, to be with you.
What the fuck? I mean, sure, you should feel lucky, but do I know you? He straightens further, whispering something that ends up swallowed by the breeze and the waves. Slowly he stands, holding out his hand. When I change my defensive grip to something that could do some real damage, he remains undeterred.
Come with me,
he says. His voice is warm, coupled with a smile that is unhinged, I should say. But this boy doesn't seem like a crazed nutjob. He's coherent, kind, looks at me like we used to play hopscotch together, and like someone told him that my boogers are made of emeralds. So unabashedly adoring, I clutch my weapon tighter.
Don't be afraid. We knew he would take you here.
Who's we?
You must have felt so alone.
If you come any closer, I will stab you. I pointedly lower my eyes to his dick, which swings between his legs like the world's wrinkliest Christmas ornament. Wherever it's most convenient. His smile softens.
I understand your reservations, but I am not afraid, and neither should you be. The moment has come. You were made, and so it has begun. His domain will flourish, and...
Stop with the Bible camp talk. I clench my teeth. Did you call me Ava earlier?
It's the name by which I have always known you,
he says simply. Always? Did you know me as a child?
Always. I learned the blood and the word, and therefore you.
My heart stops. He looks younger than me. Too young. Did we grow up together?
Not as such, no.
Then why do you know me? With a flick of his wrist, he once again offers his hand.
Come with me, and I'll tell you. She will tell you. You should know the wonder that you are.
Nice try, but I'm not going to a second location with you. I'm not even convinced I want to stay in this one. I'm getting tired of the cryptic speeches, that ethereal smile painted on his face. Fear is slowly melting into frustration. Are you a member of the Northwest Pack?
There is no Northwest. There are no packs, no species, no borders.
Right. Okay, if you don't tell me who you are, I'm going to scream, and someone who's much less nice and patient than me will come out of the house.
I can be fucking nice,
Cohen says, coming to stand behind me. Most of my tension dissolves.
Not patient, though,
he adds.
She's got that right.
His heat presses against my back. Is he Northwest? I ask under my breath.
No.
Cohen's hand wraps around my hip, completely engulfing it. It's a deceptively relaxed gesture, protective and lover-like. He pulls me into him, and the back of my head brushes against his chest. Worry and fear stink like acid, but I pick up neither from him.
Which means that I can kill him for being in my territory. Want me to?
He's joking, I think. He came alone, I murmur. I don't think he's a danger.
You're right.
He continues louder, this time for the other were to hear.
But why would he breach our borders? I must assume that he means to hurt you.
The boy shakes his head forcefully, mussing up already tousled hair.
I would rather die than hurt one of us, Ava.
I smelled the truth of it. So does Cohen, but his hold on me tightens.
What did you call her?
I can hear the frown in his question, and the way it deepens when no answer comes. The boy stares for a moment at Cohen's fingers on my stomach, and his smile falters for the first time.
You shouldn't touch her,
he warns. It is, demonstrably, the wrong thing to say to the alpha of a territory he just breached. So wrong it bothers even me.
Excuse me?
Cohen asks mildly. And that poor boy, he's finally displaying some common sense because he's about to shit himself. But to his credit, even as he shakes like a leaf, he doesn't back down.
You want her, but you are not worthy of her. Man, you don't know me. I think I bring a lot to the table.
Like several moldy unicorn waffles? I mutter. In response, Cohen playfully drums his fingertips over my stomach.
He cannot keep you here, Ava.
The boy tells me.
I told them that there was no need to take you, no need for blood. I promised them that if you knew we were waiting for you, you would come. Bro, she's not going anywhere. She is your superior in every way. You cannot speak for her, Cohen Alexander.
He's right, though, I say. I'm not coming with you.
Not all is lost, though,
Cohen says, suddenly pushing me half behind his body. His posture switches, protective to predatory.
Serena is off limits, but you may still have a play date with me. Ava!
The boy pleads, eyes never leaving mine.
Do you not remember us? Have you not been told the stories? You were hurt greatly, if so.
His smile folds into something else, something sad.
Will you not join me?
I have no idea who you are, and since you're calling me by the wrong name, I think that's mutual. His shoulders slump. It's like I cut the string that held him up.
If you won't come with me, then I was wrong. And if I was wrong before I leave, I will have to pay the price. Good for you that you won't be going anywhere then.
Cohen says.
It was lovely to stand this close to you, Ava. To feel the same breeze and the same grass. The flesh will be reborn.
The boy bows his head. His attention shifts fully to Cohen.
Cohen Alexander. In another universe, one not as perfect as this one, I would have called you Alpha. What a daunting threat,
Cohen says, moving forward. When the boy begins to retreat, he sighs.
We are many, and we have learned from past mistakes. Sure. What about you, Cohen Alexander? Are you your parents' son?
Cohen freezes. His shoulders go rigid.
Boy, I am faster than you and a hell of a lot stronger. If you run, I will catch you within 100 feet, and I'll probably end up hurting you. You will pay for what you did, and Constantine will see you shortly.
To me, it all sounds like nonsense, but I can smell Cohen's rage. It runs so deep, I have to make the conscious choice not to step away from him.
Constantine is dead.
He spits out.
That he is.
The boy agrees with his widest smile yet, a grin of undiluted joy. And I realize that my initial assessment of his sanity may have been incorrect. Then it all happens so quickly, my glitchy, shocked brain can barely register the order of it. Cohen was right. He is much faster, and he could catch the boy in 100 feet. Except he doesn't have 100 feet. Because the were doesn't run away toward the forest. Instead, he chooses the opposite direction. And I don't understand. Cohen's
Fuck
is muffled by the waves lapping onto the shore. Where does the were think he's going? As Cohen sprints to catch him. That's not where he came from. Or maybe to kill him. Not the right path. And why is he not slowing down? He's almost at the edge of the cliff. He can't. Below the cliff, wasn't there a... The were jumps. He dives off the cliff without a single moment of hesitation, a perfectly symmetrical shape, a graceful silhouette against the sun. Even the wind ebbs, as if holding its breath, trying to keep still. All Cohen can do is skid to a stop, let one hand tug at his hair, watch as the boy's body travels through the air, listen to a long, long silence, broken only by the sound of bones crashing against stone. Chapter 20.
He wants to abscond with her. Fuck the rest of the world. It's incapable of giving her the safety she so clearly deserves. He'll fix that. He'll make up for everything she has been put through.
It's not your fault, Serena. He was clearly unwell. Very unwell. On some crazed mission. Not your fault. People who are not Cohen have been repeating variations on this for a while. And for a while, I've been nodding and telling them, yes, I know. Thank you, I'm good. No need to stick around if there's somewhere you need to be. The sun is about to set. There are a dozen cars parked by Cohen's cabin, and more of his seconds than I even met last night milling around. I struggle to keep their names straight, but it doesn't matter. They're not here for me. Except for the ones on babysitting duty, because it's obvious that Cohen tasked them with making sure that I'm not left alone. Still, I act like I don't notice the way they sit next to me, on the second highest porch step, in 10-minute shifts. I try to pretend that Cohen isn't the only person with whom I'm interested in having any kind of conversation, but my belly is made of lead. He was there with me. He would know if it was my fault. Would you like something warm to drink? I ask Saul when he comes over.
Thanks, honey, but we're leaving soon.
Anything else I can help with?
You're doing it.
I glance down at myself and the stolen hoodie that might be my only tether to sanity. If I'm doing something, Saul and I must have a different definition of doing. But he's shaking his head.
Just the fact that you're keeping your cool helps Kay. All of us.
Oh, great. I just figured I'd scream my little heart out later into my pillow. Saul laughs.
That's some grade A compartmentalization.
Thanks. I toss my hair back. It's the childhood trauma. Saul chokes on his spit, and Cohen arrives just in time to thump him firmly between the shoulder blades.
Give me a second with Serena.
He orders.
Alone.
Unlike everyone else, he doesn't sit. Instead, he squats in front of me, eye to eye. So, I say, what would happen if I were to demand the hug I so desperately want? Since I really can't, maybe I'll just ask him if he thinks that I...
No.
He says simply. I blink. What?
No. There is nothing you could have done to prevent him from killing himself. No, it's not your fault. No, you shouldn't have agreed to go with him.
God, I needed to hear it. From him. He's the second person to die in front of me in 3 days, Cohen.
I know. I'm starting to think that you might be bad news killer.
I laugh, and then force myself to stop because there is a sense of fullness behind my eyes, inside my throat, and it threatens to overflow. Bob was bad enough, I whisper. But this guy, he wasn't trying to hurt me. He was so young, and it feels like such a waste, and I take a deep breath. It's just been a lot. In very little time. I think I'm ready for the musical episode, you know?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I laugh again. This time he smiles too. Until I add, He seemed so lucid. And then, all of a sudden, he was saying all this weird shit, and it wasn't... He didn't sound normal. Cohen reaches up, long fingers combing through my hair, pressing against my scalp. The warmth of his touch has my eyelids fluttering closed.
It wasn't normal, but I won't insult your intelligence and tell you that he was talking gibberish. This is bad, Serena.
Of course it is. Because of Constantine?
Among the rest.
A sigh. His fingertips massage the skin at the back of my head.
Yeah.
Can you tell me who he is?
He was aware. About 2 decades ago, he was directly responsible for the deaths of thousands of wares and humans in the Northwest.
I clench my fists so hard, my nails leave imprints in my palms. And now he's back.
He's dead.
Could reports of his passing have been greatly exaggerated?
I ripped his heart out of his chest, chewed it for half a minute, and then spit it into the ocean.
I nod slowly. A simple no would have sufficed. Cohen's mouth twitches.
Constantine's dead, no doubt about it. But he was the leader of a very destructive group.
Another alpha?
Nothing like that, but some considered him a prophet.
I chew on my lower lip, mulling it over. I didn't know wares have cults.
Everybody has cults. They're the weeds of sentient civilization, and Constantine's was the worst of them, because...
He shakes his head and turns back to where his seconds are idling, waiting for him. He's borrowing precious time just to explain shit to me.
Constantine's dead, but his right hands, our understanding of their power structure may have been incomplete.
The boy who killed himself?
He was in his late teens, too young to have been part of the original cult. I doubt he ever met Constantine.
Could he be a relative of mine? Cohen sighs like he's been wondering the same.
We have the boy's body,
he says evenly.
Lots of DNA to compare with yours, and we are already on it.
And Constantine? He shakes his head, at a loss for words. And in this moment, when he looks as confused as I feel, when he chooses to share his lack of understanding with me, I think I love him. Just a little bit. Okay. I swallow. Glance into the distance at the ocean waves crashing into the shore, the glow of the last few sun rays.
Clearly they think you are connected to them. Most likely you are somehow related to one of their former members. You're very high profile, and if they're rebuilding, they'll want you back.
Right. I might be the Ava person he was talking about. The prospect is disorienting. Makes me sick to my stomach. Cohen's hand shifts to my cheek.
Look at me.
I do. His eyes are dark and steady, make me forget what led us here and what's to come.
Your name doesn't fucking matter. You are my killer, okay?
A laugh hiccups out of me, a little wet. Okay.
Good. I need to meet with the assembly.
His thumb swipes against my cheekbone.
Do you want to come with me?
Yes, with every single cell of my body. Why would I come with you?
Because the idea of having you out of my sight makes me want to flip those cars one by one.
I stifle my chuckle. The assembly is very concerned that you're breaking your covenant. I doubt me coming with you would help your case.
Good point.
He seems to consider it.
On the other hand, fuck my case.
I snort. Watch him rise to his feet. Feel my heart grow heavier as he walks away. Then, just a few feet from me, he turns around.
Killer?
Yeah? There's a false start. like the words are too foreign to flow out with ease. But then he says,
"Before I leave, I think I need to hold you for a minute."
I'm in his arms before I know how I got there. He bends down to scoop me up, and my forehead fits so perfectly into the valley of his already prickly throat. This cannot be anything but fated. He lifts me higher, my feet no longer touching the ground, and hides his face in my neck. A long, deep inhale. My pulse begins to dance. I did not plan on this. I have no business caring so much about him, but I can't remember the last time I felt this close to someone. Cohen is warm, as solid as any rocky cliffside. So what if people think we're fucking? So what if his heart ends up broken when I die in a few weeks? So what if the Alpha's authority becomes questionable right at a moment in which the pack is suffering from violent threats and political turmoil? No. I'll be fine, I force myself to say, slowly ungluing myself from his body, pushing him to let me down and let go of me. I cover the stench of the lie with some truths. I'm tired. I should probably sleep. Just say hi to Carolina from me. He looks the kind of unhappy that comes from knowing that I'm hiding something. I feel, in the lingering of his hand on my shoulder, that he wants to press me back into him. But his muscles relax, and that's the end of it.
"I'll be back tomorrow morning. If anything happens to me, what do you do?"
Buy a black veil, pretend I'm a widow, cash in on your life insurance.
"You call Lowe. Ask him to come get you."
What about your seconds? Cohen's jaw shifts. He seems to come to a bitter realization.
"I trust them with my life, but apparently not with yours. Lowe can protect you better than anyone."
His hand lifts to my cheek, falls back to his side without touching me.
"Well, anyone but me. You'll be safe tonight. I have people patrolling around the cabin."
The 2 cardinal points. Yes.
"I have 12 guards."
That is... I close my mouth. I'm assuming he can spare the manpower. Clearly, the headline here is, Big Man Needs Peace of Mind. Excessive, probably. Anyone watching out for bald eagles?
"There'll be someone on the roof."
He nods like he's about to leave again. I can't let him go without saying, I'm sorry. He frowns.
"None of this is your fault."
I know, but this is difficult for you, too. And he dragged your parents into it, which I can't even imagine. I swallow. I'm sorry that you have to deal with this. His teeth clench. There's a flicker of something unreadable in his face.
"If I come back and something has happened to you, Serena, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed."
I bite the inside of my lips. That sounds like a you problem.
"Yeah, that it is."
I turn and walk inside the cabin. I do not watch Cohen leave, nor do I listen to the engine softening in the distance. Instead, I go to my room, dig into the mountain of blankets and pillows the bed has somehow accumulated, sit cross-legged with my phone in my hands, and do the only thing that makes sense. Serena, would you love me less if my name was Ava? Misery. Yes. Misery. But not like by a lot. I bury my face in the pillow to laugh and cry at the same time. I wake up a few hours later, on fire, pouring sweat, shivering. In pain so visceral, I am willing to do anything, absolutely fucking anything, to not feel it, even something as drastic as dying. I roll out of bed and drag myself to the shower. Loud whimpers spill out of me, and I slap a hand against my mouth, until I remember that Cohen won't be home until morning. If I use his bathtub, he won't know. Or care. I stumble across the hallway, taking 3 pit stops on the way, 2 to dry heave, and 1 to just collapse for a little while. As one does, I tell myself, totally normal, nothing to see here. My head spins as I pull myself up. It helps that my claws are somehow out, something to stick through the wooden walls to lug myself to a semi-upright position. You're doing amazing, Serena. Ava, Killer, whoever you are. My heart has never beaten this fast, not even after a sprint, not even after killing someone. I remember when Dr. Henshaw listed the many ways in which the fevers could lead to my death. Septic shock and widespread inflammation, brain damage and neuronal death, dehydration, cardiac stress. I was kinda partial to metabolic imbalance, but maybe this is how I go. Either way, I inform my body, things end in cold water. That's non-negotiable. I lurch into Cohen's bathroom. The underwear and flannel I'm wearing are so sweat-soaked, it hurts to peel them off my skin. I turn on the faucet, make sure that the water is gelid, and when I feel my stomach twist to expel something, I trip back toward the sink. That's where I see my eyes. I freeze because this is new. Or maybe in all the fever attacks so far, I never looked at my face in a mirror. My pupils have shrunk to pinpricks. It's like my irises are eggs and someone punctured them open with a needle. The dark brown spills out, filling the white like a puddle of something viscous that could almost be blood.
Serena.
I turn around. My heart sinks. Cohen is wearing yesterday's clothes and must have just returned. He inhales deeply, staring at my nearly naked body, focusing on the fat drops of sweat rolling between my breasts, the hot flush that blankets my skin, my eyes still leaking into themselves. I'm sorry. I'm hoarse, weak. I force myself to take a deep breath because I need to. Cold water. Can't deal with him now. I hug myself tight, forgetting about my own sharp claws, ignoring the way they pierce the skin of my ribs. It's better if you leave. His eyes are shadowed. He takes a step forward, bringing inside a tidal wave of his scent that's safe and clean and healthy and, oh my God, sex. It's so delicious, so indecent, so fundamentally erotic. I want it even more than the cold water, which I need to survive. Please, Cohen, I need you to leave.
Where does it hurt?
He comes closer, clearly unaware that I'm scary and unpredictable. His heat should bother me, but by some miracle of biology, it doesn't add to the fever.
And how bad?
It's fine. I just need to. I can't bear his gaze on me. I turn away and spot my eyes in the mirror once again. They're even worse than before, swallowed by a rising tide of dark green and... Oh my God, I whisper, reaching up to touch them. But Cohen traps both my wrists against the small of my back. He slides his other arm around my chest, plastering me to him.
Your claws are out, and you're already bleeding. You need to stay still.
My eyes.
It's okay.
But they...
Serena.
That alpha voice.
Calm down.
I do, for about a second. Then panic rises, higher, stronger. That's not normal.
Stop looking at them. Deep breaths.
I can't. What is happening?
Don't look at them.
Tears slide down my face. I'm about to explode. But why are they? Cohen's fist darts out to punch the mirror, shattering my reflection into 1,000 small shards.
Here. Now they're not doing that anymore.
His palm rests against my forehead.
You're burning up. This is not the first time, is it?
Yes. No. I don't know.
Answer me.
No.
Good girl. Is it a fever?
I nod, and the simple gesture makes me dizzy. I sink into Cohen's body even more. There is no way to describe the fabric of his clothes other than offensive. I need them off.
Cold baths work to bring it down?
Yes. He glances at the almost full tub. A second later, I'm submerged in water. Distantly, I register some surprise, because Cohen gets in with me, clothes and all, and pulls me between his spread legs. The sudden icy cold feels like unicorns and kittens building a pillow fort on a pink cloud, then snacking on a tub of frosting.
Better?
Cohen asks. I nod. The soft weight of his lips presses against my temple.
Anything else you do?
I shake my head, open my mouth to tell Cohen that in a second the shock will knock me out, and I'll wake up shivering in a couple of hours. That he should let go of me. That people in my condition can harm those around them. But one of his hands splays wide on my abdomen, and the other curves around my inner thigh. And even though this might be the most shameful moment of my entire life, I'm too tired and comfortable to do anything but fall asleep. Chapter 21.
No.
I wake up to the most beautiful piano music I've ever heard. Not that it means much, given my pathological inability to listen to anything without a techno beat, but this, it's spectacular. Vaguely familiar. Probably classical. Elegant but intimate. Being awakened by any sort of loud noise is down there with eating paint chips in my list of favorite things. But this is so gentle and understated, I want to make it my forever alarm. My eyes flutter open of their own volition, and I realize that I'm in Cohen's bedroom again, stealing his bed again, unable to recall how I ended up here. Again. My last memories are blurred. Working on a letter, yawning till my eyes were a constant stream of tears, sliding under the covers. I must have slept in, judging from the early afternoon light filtering inside, which explains the wake-up call. Cohen sits on the piano stool, his back a bare expanse interrupted only by the waistband of his jeans. He is at once relaxed and in movement, muscles shifting occasionally, always in time with the music. What would it be like to feel them vibrate against my cheek or the flesh of my palm? Sitting up is difficult because my limbs are pulled pork. Is this?
Still not Bach, killer.
His long fingers don't miss a single key. I really need to broaden my operatic horizons. How did your meeting with the huddle leaders go? Cohen feels distant, which surprises me after our hug yesterday on the porch. He's not the type for mood swings. His mood tends to be consistently shitty. Am I missing something?
They all acknowledge the threat, and we're all on the same page, which is more than I can say about the first time this happened.
One last, oddly strident note, and he turns to face me directly. He leans forward, elbows on his spread thighs. His eyes bore, debone me until I can't help fidgeting. Is anything... I run a hand through my hair. Are you... Why is my hair wet? What is this t-shirt that I'm wearing? And the claw marks on my forearms? Last night's events hit me like a sledgehammer. Fuck. I pull back the covers, intending to run for the bathroom mirror, but my quads are incapable of supporting me and I fall back into the mattress. My eyes
are as usual,
he replies calmly. I rub my face. Shit. That was bad. That was so bad.
How long have you been feeling poorly?
Cohen asks, rudely interrupting my panic tailspin. I can tell with a millisecond-long glance that he's willing to slow roast the truth out of me. But what kind of veteran liar would I even be if I didn't attempt a week? I'm not. It was just...
Serena?
He looks at me like I'm not just insulting his intelligence, but also lowering the IQ of the entire pack. Okay, fine. No games. I don't know.
You don't know.
4 months? 12 years? His eyes harden.
What a helpfully narrow interval.
I really don't know. None of this is normal, Cohen. None of this is not terrible, and... I stop. Take a deep breath, letting the soothing scents of Cohen and tea spread through my lungs. There is a steaming mug on the nightstand, and after a few sips, I no longer feel like blurting my entire miserable story out to him. Progress. The fevers began 4 or 5 months ago, but Dr. Hinshaw says that this is a degenerative condition that starts before symptoms manifest. Cohen stares at me like I'm wasting his time by not telling him everything that happened in the last decade of my life, so I continue. It's a wear disorder that has no equivalent among humans. Relatively common among wears in their 9th or 10th decade, but not unheard of in younger patients. It's called CSD, which stands for...
Cortisol surge disorder.
You're familiar. Good. His look tells me that nothing about this is in any realm adjacent to good. I avert my gaze. The fevers are caused by... basically, chronic stress fucked up my inflammatory and anti-inflammatory signals. Again, not uncommon.
CSD can be treated.
Yeah, in wears it can. Sometimes. But my hybrid biology hasn't been responding to meds. My hormonal levels are getting worse. And Dr. Henshaw said, I suck my teeth, not compatible with life. That's how he put it. Cohen's eyelids are the only moving parts of his body. They flutter closed, then open again as he asks calmly,
How long?
6 months at the most. But that was 2 months ago.
I see.
He seems bizarrely unperturbed. An alpha trait, maybe. Set aside emotions, absorb information. I'm sure it's useful in a crisis, but his cold grilling is somewhat disturbing.
What treatments did he attempt?
All of them. He involved his colleagues, and believe me when I say no stone was left unturned. But the side effects were bad, and my deterioration was steady. Linear originally, then exponential.
Is it still getting worse?
After a beat, I nod. The fevers are almost nightly, and the eye thing, the claws, those are new. I don't know what that was.
Arms and eyes are where the shift to wolf form starts,
He explains.
Their motor proteins activate first.
Really? Is that the reason?
Maybe your fever triggers the shift, but your body cannot see it through. Or vice versa, I don't know. I barely ever took a science class.
Really? I tilt my head. Why?
because I was too busy protecting my pack from a coup to finish high school. Does the vampire know?
Misery? No. When I started seeing Dr. Henshaw, I told her some bullshit about having headaches, and Cohen snorts. What?
Just shocked the vampire still trusts your lies is all.
I frown. Every lie I've told Misery was to protect her from...
I'm sure your pretty little head made up a million good reasons and topped them with those gross formaldehyde cherries. Still can't believe she let you out of her sight.
No one lets me do stuff or go places, I point out tiredly. That's not how it works, Cohen.
If you were mine, it would. And clearly you fucking should be.
I can't tell if it's a threat or a promise. All of a sudden, Cohen's eyes are so full of anger. I shiver and turn aside.
Is that why you were in the fucking woods alone for 2 months? Why you're here now? Some fucked up notion of sparing your sister from finding out that the person she cares the most about in the whole world is ill?
Guilt stuffs my throat full. This is the part I'm most embarrassed to speak out loud, but I force myself to do it anyway. One night I woke up in Anna's room, with no idea how I'd gotten there. Cohen inhales sharply, like he already knows where this is going.
You didn't hurt her, Serena.
No, but I could have. I was boiling hot and disoriented, and CSD patients can often experience aggressive episodes, and... I shake my head. It's for the best. If I told Misery, she'd want to be with me, but Anna needs her more than I do, so... Something lands on the comforter with a soft thud. I gasp. These are my...
Letters. To Anna and the vampire.
Where did you find them? You had no right to.
On your bed, unfolded.
That doesn't excuse...
Serena.
It's little more than a whisper, but everything about Cohen, from his voice to the taut flex in his biceps, tells me how deeply unwilling he is to let me express righteous indignation over the violation of my privacy. He continues, composed, soft-spoken, just as calm.
Last night, I didn't know if you'd ever wake up again.
It's heart-snapping, as far as realizations go. I worked my way up to really bad attacks, but he had no context for what he experienced a few hours ago. It hadn't occurred to me how scary it would be for him to witness it. Because that's what he is. Scared. Terrified in a way he may have never experienced before. It makes my stomach twist and my eyes burn. I'm sorry. I wipe my cheek with the back of my hand. I'd written those back at the cabin, but, well, I had to redo them. They're for Misery, for the most part. And Anna, from someone who's like her. And I wrote one for Lo, too, but it's mostly about how to take care of Misery once I'm not. I mean, he's doing a great job already. But there are some quirks you only find out by living with someone for a decade. Like Misery's penchant for hate reading, her terrible taste in clothes if left to her own devices, the fact that sometimes she uses fancy words without really knowing their meaning. She could fall back into her mismatched socks phase and...
Why are you crying?
Cohen asks gently. I sniffle. I'm not sure. Could you please forget that you know? I'd rather not talk about...
That's no longer an option.
His tone is kind, but steel-boned.
I'm your alpha, and I need you to be honest with me.
I take a deep, shuddering breath. Gather myself. Dr. Henshaw has my labs, all my data. He has a lot of information at his disposal, and he was able to reconstruct the progression of my condition. I don't know how much of this is due to me being a hybrid, but if it is, and if something similar were to happen to Anna, Dr. Henshaw is under instructions to inform Lo afterward. I hope it'll help, and...
After what, Serena?
I'm not precious about that stuff. It's more that I don't want them to freak out or feel like they have to.
After what?
He repeats. He's not on the stool anymore. Instead, his palms brace both sides of my bare thighs, and he leans into me, close enough that his scent becomes my entire universe, close enough for me to see little freckles on his skin, to count the scars that crisscross all over his torso. He looks down, inexorable, eyes blacker than black.
Say it. After what?
I have to. Out loud. For the very first time. I have no choice but to make this real. After I die. The second the words are out, hanging heavy in the air between us, Cohen smiles. He bends further, and there isn't a single trace of doubt on his face. He's an immovable object and an unstoppable force. And he says slowly,
If you think I'm going to let you die, Serena, you know fuck all.
Dr. Sem Kane's office is at the outskirts of the den. He checks my vitals and listens to a detailed recap of last night's episode. But what he spends most of his time on is the records Dr. Henshaw sent over.